Hey, hi, hello. What's up, internet? How's it going out there? I hope everyone is doing well and good. I hope you're having a very good week. Sorry I'm late again. I promise you I am trying. I'm just a fucking night gremlin. A little night owl. I can't help it, okay? I did go to bed very early last night, trying to wake up early, but then I had other shit to do, so it is what it is. I'm still behind on editing. Hoping maybe I can just do it all day tomorrow. I don't really have, like, other shit to do. But I did do the weeds, and I got a bunch of the pine needles up. There's, like, a dead tree, so, there's just so many. So fucking many. And they were, like, years old. But now I'm, like, very itchy and, like, slightly concerned. Like, super itchy. I don't know if I just, like, got mosquito bites or what, but my skin is just very itchy, like, right here. So, that's not great. Could be better on the skin situation. Uh, but I did get it done, so at least most of it. There's an ant situation. Holy fuck, there's so many ants. So many ants. You would not believe. I don't know why, like, someone left, like, some, cardboard boxes, like, in the alley, and it was, like, just infested with ants. I didn't know they liked cardboard. But just millions of them. So I'm gonna kill those ants just because like I have to be able to pull the weeds there, and that's kind of a problem for me. I don't like getting eaten alive every time I have to pull weeds. Sorry, environment, but it's gonna be a no-go for me. Uh, oh, so many ants. So many. Holy. Uh, but that's me. I hope you're doing well. Um, this thing is gonna take so long. We should probably get into it. Holy shit, why did they talk for so long? Just keeps getting longer and longer each week, I swear to God. Wasn't it an hour when they started? I swear it was. Crazy. That's crazy. Um, but after that I have Dark History of Starbucks, which I think is gonna be good. Um, Steve Wallace, our stealth camping guy, he camped under a bridge, which I think might make me mold a little bit. I feel like gentrifying homelessness or something. Like I don't know, like I don't want to say like it's like stolen homeless valor or something, but like I don't know, man. Like often with some of the shit he does, I'm like, well, like people do this every day, you know. Uh they don't have a fucking YouTube channel. It's just their life. But this is like egregious. So, but then there's actual fun, like Chad and he said us and what? There's oh yeah, maybe we can do Unhinged. I don't know. That's ambitious. But there's like Stabby and Noelle and stuff. The Good Mythical Morning did a thing. Can you unlock this crazy tongue ability? Smelling with your tongue. Curious. A billionaire son who was homeless for a few nights. Oh god. Poor baby. I'm sure that was so hard for him. Poor thing. Why did you do Grem? Oh. Heck, wait. Did you sleep with the billionaire's son? It's like an Ahagao face. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of like orgasm. That's funny as fuck. I see people misuse Hasso all the time, as well. People use Hasso like, oh, I want to like rip my eyes out. But it's like I want to rip my eyes out for a different reason. You know what I mean? Thought it looks cute. Oh my god. That's so wholesome. I probably misused a lot of emotes, but I also put a lot of time into like learning them all. It's like a language, kind of. Going back to the hieroglyphics. So funny. Uh, yeah. Yeah. Okay. I'm like putting this off. I saw a little bit of it with Mari earlier, and holy, Ethan is just being like, I don't know if he's just being obstinate or really just like genuinely trying to learn, but like he does seem to like treat it a lot more like a debate than Hasan did, you know? Hasan's going in like, oh yeah, I'll just like answer questions so we can like talk about stuff. But Ethan is like defending capitalism. I don't know. I think he just needs to read theory. Honestly, like at this point, like he's curious enough. Hasan should just give him a few books. See what happens. Because, yeah, this is pretty painful. Oh yeah, there was another, like, a short little news thing that I wanted to get to. I just saw this in my feed. I missed this a few days ago. Scientists made a test that can detect if you had abortion pills. Scientists, what the fuck are you doing? Why would you do that?
Scientists in Poland have reportedly developed lab tests that can detect whether people have taken abortion pills. And those tests are already being used to investigate pregnancy outcomes under the country's abortion ban. This is alarming, an alarming development, to say the least. And unfortunately...
Yeah, previously, like, you couldn't tell if someone had an abortion by medication. Like, there's no way to tell whether the miscarriage is, like, induced by pills or it was natural.
It feels like it's only a matter of time before a U.S. state replicates this effort. And we said a U.S. state, I would honestly say more than a state and say a ton of them states.
This is so dangerous. This is so dangerous. Like, if you had an issue with your abortion previously, and, like, say you, like, just bled too much, which can happen, or you're just, like, having, like, too severe, of cramps, or, like, you just, like, think something isn't right, like, you could just go and say that you were having a miscarriage, like, that is totally, like, reasonable. So, like, these days, like, if you went to another state to get your medical abortion and then came back and then had the issues, then you could still, like, seek medical care in your state and they wouldn't know. But now they will know. I hate that they, like, pin it on the scientists as well. Like, this was a pharmaceutical company that did this. Like, who is it? Who is it?
According to the New York Times, Polish scientists have developed tests that can identify both mifepristone and misoprostol, the drugs typically used in a medication abortion. Though some people do not use misoprostol alone, the studies show part of a research project funded by the Polish government. The government funded this, where researchers were able to find evidence of misoprostol in the placenta and mifepristone in a woman's blood sample. A spokesperson for the prosecutor's office in Wrocław claimed confirmed to the Times that the Polish authorities have already used the test to investigate pregnancy outcomes. My God. And this is according to Jezebel. Susan, where are we at? I mean, I am already afraid. I mean, we use drugs from Europe, to European countries to carry out the death penalty, even though those countries tell us to stop. We know what Republican states are already planning, what this means, and this is so scary to women. Has to be scary to women living in these states, knowing that these Republican lawmakers will not stop at anything to prosecute them. What are your thoughts?
They will not stop until they are inside of our uteruses. That's right. The state wants to knock you up. Not even once, okay?
You noticing how things keep growing from the abortion debate? I say it every time that something else comes out. Originally, when the leaked document from the Supreme Court about how they were going to rule on Roe v. Wade came out, and then the progressives lost their minds. They started hyperventilating over what is that was going to possibly come. This is just a states' rights issues, guys. What are we concerned about? It started there, and then after then, of course, it came through for sure. Many states who, as they were talking about, had triggers ready to unleash some of these very limited type of legislation against people that could have children, right? So then they come after them in this way, and then it keeps increasing more and more. Then we're going to start limiting travel. Down in Texas, there's certain areas that are limiting travel from people, and they're going to monitor people if they're going to leave the state to go to an accepting area. I thought it was a states' rights thing, but now they're starting to trap people in. And now we have developments out of Poland where they can test whether or not people had taken an abortion medication. And now we'll maybe start testing them over that. Again, this is the assumption.
It's so creepy. It's like a states' rights issue, but you're doing government overreach. Like, the fuck, man? They were requesting, like, data from, like, Apple, I believe. Health data about periods and shit. Like, they don't give a shit about states' rights. Like, not the thing that they care about.
Something that'll happen next, because again, this was developed in Poland. But what would keep them from doing it? All the things that they said that they wouldn't do based off of this decision have happened. In fact, more so. Why wouldn't they go to this degree? Because they'll always say, the bottom line is, yes, we went past what we said. Yes, we said we're not actually looking to oppress people and monitor them, and no big government, unless it's stuff that they want to monitor people on. Why would they not do it here? Because they'll just say, we're protecting the babies. That's the most moral thing of all things, above anything else you guys want to say. Yes, women die from pregnancy. Yes, there's complications. Also, people end up in systems and foster care. If someone can't have a child, or whatever reason they have, maybe it's actually going to kill them. Maybe they were assaulted by a family member or a stranger, doesn't matter who it was. All these things, they keep going by as if they're not that big of a deal, because the bottom line is controlling women's bodies, controlling whether or not what it is they can do, because that somehow gets votes. That back in.
Anyway, there's a fucking moth in here. And now I have my lights on, so it's just gonna be here.
And is the votes part. They've convinced people that believe their BS that this is something that's moral and something they actually want, or they care about children. Next time a child gets killed in a school, ask them how much they cared about that kid.
Yeah, and all of these pro-life people it's so funny to me that they're pro-life in the womb, but their policies that they support not pro-life. I mean, it's their policy to make more kids hungry, put more kids in poverty. It's their policies that would have people dying on death penalty. If you're pro-life, then you should be pro-life when people are born and living.
Yeah, I don't hear Republicans talking about the $1 trillion defense budget, which is largely used to kill people. Just saying.
Susan Rinkus Jezebel went on to say that news of these drugs tests could mean even more people criminalized by the healthcare system, especially without the protection of Roe v. Wade. Hospitals in the U.S. routinely test pregnant women for drugs without their consent, sometimes taking away their newborns and other children as a result. With tests for mifepristone and misoprostol, cops wouldn't even need to say subpoena Meta for someone's Facebook message before arresting them for an alleged abortion. This is what's going to happen. I mean, we are being naive if we wait until conservative states already start this. And I think the problem with us saying, they are okay with lying goes.
Wait, wasn't there an effort to legalize the abortion pill? Wait, the FDA was evaluating it. Oh, fuck. What's going on with that?
Goes back to Bobert. This idea that they told us that we were being hot-headed, we were jumping, we were lying about what their wisdom was. We don't want a nationwide abortion ban, when in actuality they absolutely do. We see that. So we already know that conservative activists in the U.S. are already trying to ban helping others get an abortion, right? So it's already illegal. What Susan said this in the article as well. Even though for now, though those proposed penalties are civil lawsuits, right? These are civil lawsuits for helping someone, not criminal charges. State lawmakers have introduced bills to classify abortion as homicide.
I'm sorry, what? There's this story that just dropped like a few hours ago. California sues anti-abortion organizations for promoting experimental abortion pill reversal procedure. I'm sorry, what the fuck? It's like just unproven. But like pro-life clinics were like offering this to women. What the fuck? Fuck this country, man. God damn it.
That is frightening, but none have passed yet. In April, the Biden administration proposed a change to medical privacy laws that would ban doctors and nurses from reporting suspected abortion to law enforcement. But a group of 19 Republican attorney generals, that's 19 states, are asking them to withdraw that change so the cops in the states can keep going after formerly pregnant women. My God. This is what I'm talking about. This idea that you can charge someone for homicide before there's a birth is unbelievable to me. I mean, life, to take a life has to be a life. And this is not to be crude, but to define life, you have to be born. And I think this idea that we put so much emphasis on what a woman's gonna do with her body and not on her will to make that choice is unbelievable to me, especially when I bet you 19 of these attorney generals are probably majority white men. White men making decisions for everybody is as American as apple pie and baseball, and it's also as racist as America.
Let's go back to the way that we look to. No one wants someone to have to go through an abortion. Any woman that has gone through it probably didn't want to go through it. So our starting point is already that anybody who goes through this type of situation is, oh, I can't wait, or I can't wait to then abort this fetus. So that's always the starting point. So then it goes straight to punitive types of things. That's the way a lot of conservatives think. It's let's punish, let's punish, let's punish. If everybody could agree that we want fewer pregnancies that have to end in abortion, whether it be for health reasons, personal choices, anything along the realms, because there's humans and they have their freedoms. If we can all agree to that, maybe we should think of ways to prevent as many unwanted pregnancies.
Yeah, like comprehensive sex ed. Like that. Also would help prevent STDs. So can we do that? Oh no, you're taking that away? Oh, okay, cool. Great.
Possible, because we also limit how much young folks get access to condoms and preventative measures along those things. Education on it, because they think if you educate children on sex that they'll start having it. Guess what? People start having sex at some point in their lives, and that's just what happens. So whatever point that is, education is sometimes against it. Instead, we want to punish people for it. There could be so many different ways that folks from different disagreeing parts about what to do about once someone is pregnant to if they want to abort. But if we have fewer of them happen, why isn't everyone happy about that? Preventative measures are put.
Also, like, the reverse is true. Like, even when there is sex ed, there's people who stay virgins, like, well into college, even. That happens, you know? Like, they just don't want to, and it just doesn't happen, like, it doesn't, like, just, like, cause, like, a sexual revolution.
Push back against by people who want to actually punish for it. So their objective is punishment instead of prevent it. And if there's some agreement that could come to let's stop it before it happens, I said it about guns, same thing. If we want to stop before it happens, we'd see fewer of these instances go down. But is that really what we want?
I got a perfect preventive message, but the Republicans won't be for it. Vasectomies. Mandate vasectomies and see how popular that would be. It's ridiculous, man. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Bro, I can't watch the football game without seeing Cialis, Hims, Viagra. I was like, yo, my kid's here. He's gonna eventually ask, so why are they showing cucumbers, Dad?
Right.
Or the bent carrot commercial is absolutely
That's
crazy.
That's right. I forgot about the carrot.
Come on, man.
Yeah. Fucking We've had Viagra for forever, but still, like, the best medication we have for cramps is like Midol type of shit, and it's not that good. It doesn't work for so many people. Like, it does not cut it. It's just like we know so fucking little about like female reproductive health in general. Just so frighteningly little. Uh and like sex ed, like why are people still asking if sporting is peeing? Like it's not. Like there might be some, but like it's also not. Like I don't know. People should know what's going on with their own bodies. I think that's honestly should just be in biology. It shouldn't even have to be a separate class. Like I don't know. I don't know. Right. It's time. Get your popcorn, get your snackies, uh water, or maybe a bevy of the adult variety if you're of age. Um, I will be drinking wine. It will be. Believe that. Oh, oh boy. That about the abortion pill stuff. Yeah, that's scary and bad and sad. And I wish I wasn't where I was. Always reminded when I see stuff like what happened on H3 today that a lot of people think socialism equals everyone earns the same. Yeah, that's definitely like the common thread that I saw. There's a reason why we were taught that, or why they were taught that, and it's important to realize others are not as informed as you are. Yeah, true, real and true. Yeah, no, in general, like that's just a great point. Like none of us were born socialist. None of us were raised socialist. I mean, very few of us probably. Um, so it's important to remember, like, when you started learning leftism, when that happened, like how woke were you? You know, like how much did you really know? You know? I still have so much to learn. And like I've been on like the far left for a while. I don't think I realized it. And like even like a few years ago, I was saying like kind of regressive stuff that I still like am reflecting on and like learning on, you know, like we're all doing our best. I want to believe that. Especially like if we're welcoming people into leftism, like we should be patient and empathetic. It's true. It's hard with Ethan sometimes. It is hard. He makes it a little difficult. But no, that's true. No, it's true. Excuse me. You're, chill, bro. Oh god. Uh, mod check? Fuck. Okay. I'm just... Where are you coming from? I haven't even played the intro. Lord.
Hello. We are all domestic terrorists.
That's right.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are all
Hey, Kona.
domestic terrorists.
And I got myself a tasty coffee with that.
I feel like for this conversation, maybe a different intro, you know? Saying we are domestic terrorists next to like a socialism discussion, like not the best optics, sweaty. I'm just gonna say.
Flavored cream in it.
Yeah.
Goes good.
Dude, I feel like the skinnier you get, the better you get at debates. And you've owned me too hard. Let's just get it out of the. Let's.
Socialism doesn't work. Oh well, curious. You've tuned into the right conversation because that's exactly what Ethan thinks. So stay tuned.
Just start off by saying, this is the last episode of Leftovers.
Yeah, after our last episode, in the heated debate that we had, I realized that I was a class traitor, and that
I don't know why people said that, because that's a good thing in your situation to be a class.
I don't think they meant it like that.
Yeah,
I meant it like that.
It doesn't make any.
I'm kidding.
Sense.
I like what you're saying though.
Like you'd be like Engels, you know what I mean? Like the guy who co-authored it and was like facilitating it, but also like had a factory. You know what I mean? So that's not a bad thing. Engels was a class trader.
That's right. That's me. I'm Engels.
Oh yeah, definitely.
But there was crazy fallout from our last episode, which is kind of nuts because ignoring all that though, it seemed like a lot of people did like the conversation. I myself am pretty ignorant on the methods of governing and histories and all that. So I do think this conversation of, I'm not even going to say capitalism because that seems to trigger people. I'm just going to say social democracy.
That seems to trigger people. It's the same thing, honey. You're saying the same thing.
When people hear me say capitalism, they shit their fucking britches.
Yeah, because there's a lot of, well, first of all, we're online. So no matter what you say, people are going to be very passionate about it. One of the things that I do quite frequently is yell at people to be normal because people just have no fucking way of being normal online. So there's that problem. And then the other side of it is like, there's a lot of, baby socialists out there who are like on their own journey. Okay.
Look, listen. You didn't have to call me out like that, Hasan. Shut up.
And they get like really passionate. And the goal always is like, oh my God, we have to convert every single person to socialism immediately.
Or anyone to the right of me is part of the problem.
There's that too. But of course,
I mean,
it's it takes a while.
True. That's kind of true though. No, I mean, I am passionate. I've always been passionate. I don't think that's ever gonna go away about me. I think some people are just very passionate for varying reasons. I don't think it's always necessarily like they've just assumed like a new identity and want to like do it the most. Certainly that's like a portion of like performative leftists that, I don't know, just want to be like the loudest in the room. But like, I don't know. I don't think being passionate is a crime. I think you can definitely come off the wrong way very easily by being passionate. It's very easy to do that. I have a problem with that. I think I turn off a lot of people by like just like being loud and just like excited to talk about a thing, but like it just comes off the wrong way. I don't know. Especially like in text only, which I think that they're reading a lot of criticisms more than hearing them. So in text, like, yeah, it doesn't translate. Look like pedophiles. Hey, what do you mean by that? Do they look like Catholic priests? Because they don't look like Catholic priests to me. At all, actually. They just look like guys.
It takes a while to engage in any kind of movement building, and it's something I stress quite a bit.
It's hard to tell how much of it was. Anyway, regardless, I was actually invigorated by the conversation in that, you know, I don't know what I'm talking about, and so I've been thinking about our conversation a lot, and I've been educating myself a lot, and I want to continue the conversation today, but I don't want to have a debate. I want to have I want to go on a
Sure.
fact-finding journey for myself about.
It's so funny having watched about half of this, knowing that he started with this. Oh, I just want to go on a fact-finding journey. I'm just asking questions. I don't know very much. And then the way he acts.
How socialism is addressing certain issues versus social democracy.
Okay.
And to understand from you, a socialist, what really that is, and how would it be, enacted? Yeah. Dan, are you a socialist? Would you say?
I'd broadly so. I'd say so.
Bro, what are you chirping about? Public pedophiles. What does that mean?
Sure.
Dude, we're about to get executed after this. Ethan's called.
Dude, everybody was riding for you guys.
This is Ethan's McCarthy trials. It's like, would you say you're a card-carrying communist? Okay, very good.
No, being a socialist is cool, apparently, online.
No, dude. It's like...
It's very not cool. It's supremely not cool. I can tell you that much. It's not popular. Look at any of my comment sections. Or my chat.
There are...
He's right. Super cool.
It is.
For as many like very low. Well, of course, there's a lot of people here.
Bro.
There's a lot of people here that would be like, there are very few places online.
Yeah, surely it's not brainwashing and propaganda that you've taken hook, line, and sinker. Surely it's not everything that has always surrounded you perpetuating the ideas of capitalism and demonizing socialism. Surely you're not a sheep. Yeah. Surely it's us with the unpopular ideas that are sheep. That makes sense. Adds up. Good one.
Where you can just be like out and about and openly defend any kind of economic organization, society beyond capitalism without a tremendous amount of scrutiny.
Well, I got roasted
under a
in our
capitalist
community.
dogma. Well, of course, the other side was defending you. That's why you didn't notice it. You know
See,
what I
that's
mean?
not good though. I don't want Tim Pool defending me or whoever. I didn't watch all. I didn't
Yeah, exactly, Chase.
watch all the.
No, I don't think Tim Pool did anything.
Absolutely.
But one of his commanders, the guy who's like always the really weird like failed musician guy.
That I
He
think
was, like-
describes all of them.
Yeah, that's true.
But I want to better represent my position because I don't really know a lot, and I feel like I've done a lot of research in the week following.
Let the conversation
So
begin.
What did you do? What did you read? What kind of research did you
I
do?
had a very in-depth conversation with ChatGPT.
Respect. Okay, that's good.
I asked it really kind of.
Well, Ben Shapiro thinks it's socialist, like ChatGPT socialist. So like, ChatGPT probably
ChatGPT
Lenin.
is
Right,
so
yeah.
real.
Yeah.
ChatGPT keeps it so real. You don't even know.
ChatGPT Lenin pilled you.
So
No.
is Lenin a
No.
socialist or a social?
God damn it. I wish he didn't rely on it so much. It's not that reliable. It's not.
Democrat?
No, that's Lenin is the revolutionary figure that is probably more important than Marx even.
What's his deal? He's just a socialist.
Yes, he's
All right.
the first like, I mean, we're the father of the USSR.
That was a nice legacy to have.
Could have been.
I'm just kidding. I'm sorry.
Could have been. No. There's nothing. I don't think it's that controversial to say that, like.
Yeah, I mean USSR. Oh well.
A skill issue.
Joseph Stalin was basically whatever. That's not what I want to get into right now.
Stalin
haven't been executed. Jesus Christ, what's wrong with you, dude? Eradicated. Dude, you're a fucking fascist. Get out. Yikes. Cringe, bro.
Definitely had a lot of issues, I will admit.
First, I want to say that I promote my shit all the time on the show, so now I want to give Hasan a shout out.
There's no reason to promote it. It's already all sold out.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Good for you.
New ideology drop, immediately sold out. Kind of annoying that it sold out so quick, but I'm sorry, except for the hoodie that I'm wearing currently. That's it.
Which one is that?
This
one?
Haas anger management one. Yeah.
Get the president on the phone quick.
Yeah.
No, I don't want to hear it.
Buy,
Yeah.
sell.
No, literally, yeah, that's the vibes.
Buy it now.
Buy.
Yeah.
Nice. Good for you. Scum. Capitalist scum.
I fucking love it, dude.
I'm just kidding. I know you work with unionized people for that.
Mm.
Of course, teddyfresh.com is that sale going on. Support my exploited workers today.
Still?
It's ongoing. Most of it is gone, but it's worth a browse.
I know. It's okay. We all want to bang Hasan. It's well known.
All right. So I don't want to do all this news shit. I want to get straight into it.
Oh,
I have a
I like the hype music.
separate doc. Okay. That's why I didn't see it. Hold on.
This man has his own.
I can't with this light. I'm sorry. My eyes are like freaking out tonight. It's like hurting my face.
Doc, dude.
Oh,
well, no,
shit.
because I put
You got some notes. That's fair.
What email is this? I say let the conversation begin. All right, let me just share it.
While you're looking for that, though,
Can I just said chat CCP?
Chat CCP. That's good.
That's really good.
That's funny. I love that.
I'll
I
just
like
announce
that.
some breaking news.
Not only do I like that, I would like that to be a real AI. A based AI.
News I saw right before we went live, but Rupert, our boy
He died.
Rupert, did not die.
Yeah, he died.
He didn't die.
Oh.
Can only hope.
But
dude.
he has stepped down. The Rupert Murdoch era is officially over.
I've seen enough secession to know that he's going to come back.
That's actually not a bad assessment.
He's not going to lose.
Yeah, Lackland is the fail son.
I mean, this is purely ceremonial. I don't think that he's really like leaving. You know, he'll still have like influence on his son, of course. Like, duh. Like,
and he's not gonna be able to fucking pull through.
Yeah,
it's bullshit.
Where's my document,
dude? First he got cucked by Tucker Carlson, and then like had to divorce his fiance that he was gonna get married to, and now he's like leaving his empire behind. What's happening to Rupert, man?
Ruby, you've lost your touch, brother.
The guy I had sex with who smoked crack with me.
That's what he wants to do in his retirement.
Yeah,
he wants to go out with style. Okay, here it is. I found it.
That would be so much better than whatever the fuck he did up until this very moment.
Smoke crack and die.
Just like go out in style. You don't even need to die. Just like have gay sex, do crack. You know.
I would do hair in my retirement. I wouldn't mind doing heroin.
Really?
Just to ease out. Just be, just fucking.
oh, okay. Mari was confused about this, but I had tuned out at the time she was trying to figure this out. That's just about the Larry Sinclair interview where he claims he had sex with Obama and did crack. Murdoch is 92, yeah.
Because, like, who cares if you get all strung out? And it's like, who gives a fuck?
You're like, you're making an argument.
You're making the best of your time.
You're making an argument for palliative care, which I feel like.
What is that?
It's like end of life, like death care, basically.
Is that hospice care? They do that.
No, I feel like there's this assessment from economists that there's going to be.
Oh yeah, since I pre-watched this, I know like Ethan's about to like talk about drugs for like a hot 5 minutes. So a trigger warning, substance abuse.
a major, and it's already started, a major boom in the like geriatric care and palliative care.
All the boomers are dying.
Because like the last, like what you would consider middle class of America is all in the boomer side. I mean boomer like in a boomer zoomer terminology. I mean like anyone over the age of fucking 50.
Like actual baby boomers.
They're not actually, some of them are baby boomers. But they are all the people that are like desperately holding on to like whatever assets they have remaining.
Yeah.
So now they have money and they're the only people that have money. So you have to figure out how to like meet their needs.
How do we get it from them?
By insanely expensive.
We should make a hospice care
like that.
We should get their money, bro.
Oh, we should jack up the price of hospice
Let's get
care
their
to kinda
fucking.
Oh my god. That's so fucked up. No, there's gonna be like a healthcare crisis, like more than there already has been with the pandemic, and even before that, there's gonna be an extreme shortage of like old folks, carers, and I don't know, what's the proper phrasing? Hospice and. But also just like assisted living. There's going to be just a shortage of care workers across the board because there's so many baby boomers. So many.
Money.
All that money.
Yo, that's my money. Give it to me, bro.
Yeah.
Here, take this fentanyl and shut the fuck up.
Yeah, I feel like that would be pretty fire though, like what you're saying.
No, but seriously, what's the drawback to just going full heroin? Because listen, there's a reason people get addicted to it because it's good, it's fun.
Well, wouldn't you argue that morphine might be better?
But like,
heroin?
there's massive consequences.
Yeah, I mean,
it's the same drug.
Right, in a way.
It's just a matter of intensity.
With morphine
But
trips.
Well, it's not really the same. Yes, they're both opiates, but extremely different. Like heroin's dangerous.
There's no drawback because obviously you don't want to be an addict during, the middle of your life. There's so much you need to do, and being a heroin addict is just not compatible with living a normal.
It's just not really compatible with living, bro. Like a lot of people overdose at any age. I think doing drugs when you're old is like, yeah, like you're flirting with death at that point.
Life. But if you're in a retirement home, then
I feel like it's also more ethical than the way that they currently operate those places because it's like full of fucking theft and like assault.
Our boy David P&P is making a cleaning, dude, suing all these elderly homes. Anyway, let's move on. Let's get on. We have a lot to discuss, but we should get into that.
But like run an elderly care facility,
and then all the fans can send their parents.
Yeah, that'll be very popular with your left-wing audience that is already criticizing you for having companies. Good plan, bro.
Yeah.
And we'll kick it back to them. We'll give them half.
Just fucking give them heroin. And then, the goal is we take half of the inheritance. We take half of the inheritance, and then the other half goes to the children.
It goes back to them because they weren't going to get that money.
And that way, it doesn't even...
They start an ayahuasca retreat for seniors.
Even get hit by the estate tax because we already fucking taxed them.
Found it.
Boom.
Genius shit.
Easy.
All right, first I want to make this clear.
Capitalism is not innovative, but we just innovated under capitalism.
I agree.
It's so fucking true. That's the entrepreneurial spirit.
I agree.
This is some dude. By the way, Gary.
The invisible hand is jacking them off. It's true.
V's gonna do this.
You might already.
Yo, I've got a great idea. Let's make NFT critters out of your dead grandparents, you guys.
Bro, I saw like a statistic. I don't know how fucking true it is, but it feels very real. 95% of the NFT marketplace is now $0.
Yeah.
Like, it's collapsed entirely.
Of course it is.
So crazy how none of those people, none of those fucking charlatans that were advocating for this shit and trying to get you to hold the goddamn bag have been punished for it, including Gary Vaynerchuk, as a matter of fact.
He's been real quiet on the V Friends front.
Perspectives.
Dude, it's like it should be studied how fast the media jumped on that train and was like, or at least alternative media outlets.
Have you considered this, though?
Jumped on it and were like pushing for it.
Have you considered this?
Fortune favors the brave. Don't show that to me. I'm gonna buy crypto right now, dude.
Have you considered that Matt Damon thinks fortune favors the brave, aka the dumb?
Matt Damon, son
AKA
of a like activist teacher, actually legitimately like a pretty, like back in the day at least, like old die-in-the-wool lefty, fucking shilling cryptocurrency. You can't,
Fortune favors the brave, my friend. All right, so one thing I want to make clear before we
I hate it.
engulf on this conversation is that me and you pretty much have like 95% crossover in terms of like our goal for the welfare of the people of our utopian society.
Yeah.
I mean, my guiding hope in social democracy is that you can take the both of best worlds of socialism and capitalism and create a world where the poorest are cared for, where people
Best of both worlds? Bitch, this isn't a Miley Cyrus song. This is reality.
can get free education, where people can get free housing,
Hey, what are the good parts of capitalism? Hey, list me the good parts of capitalism real quick. Oh, wait.
not free, but guaranteed housing, where they get a guaranteed education, higher education, and all this stuff. Okay. So let's talk about this. Now, my first question is this. Given that, in a social democracy, we can regulate things like taxes, housing, higher education, sharing jobs, and all this kind of stuff.
Can you, though?
What are the problems in social democracy that we need socialism to address?
It's the capitalism. It's the capitalism part.
Because it's socialism does that social democracy doesn't do.
So, social democracy is still capitalist, with serious, severe market regulations, right? Some forms of viable social democracies you can point to right now is places like Norway, an example I use regularly. The issue is twofold. One, social democracies don't address some of the domestic problems because when there's still capital accumulation.
So which domestic problems?
Domestic problems such as labor issues, homelessness, like there's no way to fully eradicate that because the inherent class contradiction between the owner class and the labor class still exists.
That's an assumption. I don't know that that's true. That there's not going to be homelessness in socialism, but there will in social democracy.
Well, the idea is that completely abolishing the profit motive in certain commodities like housing, for example, will address that problem because then you're making housing specifically for need rather than so you can make money off of existing units.
Right. But
housing should not be a fucking investment vehicle. People need to live in those houses. That's not your stock in the stock market without a material cost. Like, you're charging people so that you can just pay your mortgage and more with their rent. Like, that's fundamentally wrong. Like, how do you not see that? Like, as if Ethan never had to pay rent, I'm sure at some point he did, right?
There'd be government housing, like, for example, I think that exists in Sweden.
Yeah.
Where if you're homeless.
Places.
What?
Yeah, it exists everywhere.
So that's what I'm saying. There's not a profit motive. There's a humanitarian effort to house the people that need homes. And
sorry, he was eating a napkin.
So I don't know what you mean that there's homelessness.
Because once you're a fucking property management company, let's say like BlackRock, where you own all the goddamn fucking property and assets in the world, then suddenly there's a lot less housing for regular people on the market. There's a lot less housing that can be used as like subsidized housing or government housing. Like it's just not there anymore because it's all been acquired by billionaires.
won't exist in socialism, but
Oh, she's eating all your tissues.
oh, nasty.
Oh yeah, she's eating all your tissues. Sorry.
That's gross.
Disgusting, girl.
Yeah.
Shame on you.
Yeah. She being a nasty girl today.
Better used to do that.
She being a real freak. Sorry. What
like,
were you
what's
saying?
the homelessness in Sweden? That just as a, I mean.
Oh,
gotta
before
be
we look
really
at those
low.
numbers, something to consider, something to remember always is that homelessness is tracked very differently in different countries.
Okay.
So like those numbers will always be, those numbers can be very different. Like you could think like, oh, it's so much worse. Like rape statistics in Sweden. If you look at that, I think
Let's
Love
say-
can attest to this too.
Yeah.
You'd be like, whoa, what the fuck? It's crazy out there. People are raping like crazy, and it's because they have a different methodology for tracking rape. Like each individual act of sexual assault is tracked as like is written up as like one
So
individual.
then the
act.
actual number then.
Yeah, and I'm sure that also they actually close rape cases instead of letting their sexual assault kits sit in police stations or labs for years and years.
And isn't that important? But we acknowledge that in a social democracy that's run ideally, the homeless and whoever else needs a home for whatever reason would be provided one. So I don't understand what socialism does better in that case.
At the end of the day, these countries, the social democracies that we were talking about, still have a lot of wealthy individuals, a lot of people who are making money off of finance capital and capitalism in general, and their interests are always going to be to further erode the welfare state as best as they possibly can in an effort to claw back all of those areas that they could still technically
You're
privatize.
putting that on them, but that's not. If you have a strong social democracy, that wouldn't be possible.
Well,
my question to you would be, if everybody's provided for in the society adequately
Mhm.
and fairly,
Mhm.
then why do you care how much money somebody has?
Because, well, first of all, I don't, but the real reason is not necessarily money, but more so how people make their money. And how people make their money being through capital accumulation is always going to work to erode this nation, the social democratic state that you're mentioning. And the example I will use is Europe. Because like, if you look at European social democratic reforms throughout history, things that a lot of people take for granted, even the NHS in the UK, for example, is not immediately privatized, obviously, but it is crippled under conservative administrations deliberately, specifically so that they can inevitably privatize certain aspects of it. It's kind of like how the same neoliberal reforms under the Reagan era wanted to openly starve the beast, the American government, which is why Americans no longer have any sort of confidence in the government to do any kind of social amenities, any kind of offerings, right? Like, you understand, you and I, we both are in the highest tax bracket. We live in Los Angeles, California. We pay a fuck ton of taxes. We pay like European taxes, right?
Yeah.
And the reality is we both recognize that those taxes don't necessarily go to the places that we would love for them to be spent on.
Definitely.
Roads, schools, libraries.
But what's that have to do with social democracy? That, like, my utopian social democracy?
Well,
because all that money in this, situation, it does go to those places.
Because America is still a capitalist nation, just like all of these other countries are.
Yeah.
And in a capitalist nation, you are always going to have the influence of capital.
Well, let me ask you this then.
Okay.
In a socialist nation, on the other flip of the coin, wouldn't you also have a similar movement of people, a party of people wanting to move towards capitalism?
There will always be, yes, people
So what's
who are
the difference?
counter-revolutionary.
Well, not just that. I mean, there's a move because capitalism, social democracy. There's a certain level of individualism that you don't have with socialism, perhaps I would say, and so I would ask you, what's the difference? You're saying that social democracy nations the rich people are always gonna be trying to erode the system. That's an assumption.
I'm curious what he means by that. Like, yes, capitalism fosters a sense of like radical individualism, because they want you to believe that it's all a meritocracy. Everything that you do and achieve is because of you and you alone.
Never come.
Shit like that,
It might come
right?
and you weren't ready for it. You
Oh
got to be
shit!
ready for
Hi,
the come. And
hi. Thank you for the raid. Well, welcome in, everybody. What's up? What's good? We're doing the Ethan thing. I'm sure everyone's seen it by now, but we're doing it again. What was I talking about? I lost my train of thought entirely. I'm gonna run it back.
And so I would ask you, what's the difference? You're saying that social democracy nations are the rich people are always gonna be trying to erode the system. That's an assumption, by the way.
Well, it's not an assumption necessarily as
it's just not. It's just not
descriptive in comparison to like. I mean, it's descriptive if you look at how it has played itself out in Europe, where we.
And you're right. I agree. I agree. That's what they'll be doing. So I'm not even going to argue.
Even America. America had a lot of social democratic principles in the New Deal.
I'm not even going to argue that. But I do think that in a socialist country, like I said, there's going to be a sizable amount of people moving towards capitalism. So what's the difference?
I don't know if it'll be as sizable, and they're also all.
Oh, okay. Wait, so he thinks we cannot have socialism because capitalists will always want a capital. I don't know. Like, capitalism perpetuates itself with these lies. Like, I think you underestimate, like, how beneficial this could be. Like, even rich libs like Anna will complain about having to see homeless people on the street. Wouldn't it be better if those homeless people like had homes, you know? Or no, like the mental gymnastics you have to do regularly to be okay with capitalism is crazy. Creates a desire to be more capitalist, yeah. Oh yeah, I was talking about individualism. I think people like get afraid of communism because you're like, oh, everything's for the community, everything gets seized, your income is capped and everyone makes the same income. Like, that's not it. That's not it at all. Like, at all. Like, do what they want, right? Yeah, and be passionate. Like, actually spend time learning what they want to learn to do. Like,
always has to be a state mechanism of control, which exists in neoliberal capitalism as well. And this is actually an area where I very much diverge from other socialists, I would say, or even more orthodox Marxists, that I believe the neoliberal mechanisms of control, specifically, it's just, how do I describe it? Free market. Markets are better than the government.
I'm a rugged individual who doesn't need your government handouts. Yeah, seriously. Okay, but what if you did though? Like, what if you did need to have welfare for a short time? What if you got so injured that you had to have surgery on your knee or something, and then you had to go on disability? What then? You know, like they never consider that
at dealing with everything.
Okay.
So I think that there is two different, as reductive as possible, there's two different types of control. Control is always going to happen. This is what the state is there to do, right? Under liberal capitalist democracies in the West, you have a neoliberal mechanism of control that dulls the masses through commodities, gives you the false notion of choice. You feel like you have 32 different brands of Oreos, even though they're like owned by 3 companies that price fix, right? And they basically control all matter of commodities. And those markets are completely captured. But there's this idea that there are, this endless, boundless amount of choices that you can choose from. On the other side, the more authoritarian mechanism.
The illusion of choice and more authority. Yeah, like I'm sure everyone has seen the graphic of the food companies that he's talking about. Like there's literally like 4 that own most of the things that you know.
Mechanisms of control which have existed.
What's your opinion?
I like the neoliberal one. I think that even in a socialist state, you should still very much give the people the false notion of choice and make it feel like they have a say in the process while doing.
Yeah. This has been passed around. This image has been run through, but if you haven't seen it, we've got, the big 8 or whatever this is. Yeah, so Unilever, Mars, Mondelez, Kellogg, PepsiCo, Nestle. Yeah, like Nestle and Mars are like most of the candies that you know. Period. Like zoom in a little more. Oh, it's kind of low res, but oh, it's also cropped. Hold on. Let me pull this. Oh no. That's the wrong one. Oh god. That's the wrong one too. Oh god. Too many window captures. Wait. No, this is the right one. I've just need to fix it. I squished it for Tucker Carlson. I squished it so much. Oh my god. Okay. Right. Wait, why is it on the wrong thing? That's not even a website that I have up. I'm so confused. Oh. No, it is. It is the wrong one. That's true. I did it. I did it, chat. Are you proud? Yeah, just all to show you this. All the chips. Associated British Foods. That sounds like a mega corporation. Like, they're not even trying to hide it. Mondelez is fucking huge. It's huge. It's insane. And it's, like, obviously, like, multinational. You might not recognize some of these because they're, like, in Europe or Mexico or whatever. It's really crazy. Like, they can just do this. Innovation. It's innovation. When you have all of the ice creams in the ice cream box. They're innovating so hard. Yeah. So, as much as you can find and support small brands, do it, you know? Local shit is gonna be best. In general. Just check the label sometimes. See who's making everything. This isn't even comprehensive. Like, they own many more brands than this, I'm sure. Like, this is not, like, up to date.
Doing the bidding of, I mean, it's a pretty cynical worldview, but I think that, you know, that's what states are supposed to do.
Let me ask you this.
And that will create a structure where there are significantly less people who are like, I hate the system right now. I don't feel happy. I don't feel good in the system that I exist under. So I should, you know, do counter-revolutionary capitalist reforms.
Well, and likewise, I don't think there's that many people in Sweden or Norway who are saying, no, we need to move to a pure socialist because everybody there is provided for. I don't think there's a large, I'm speaking at a
No,
turn
you're absolutely right.
I mean, you could literally, you could ask Love about this. You have a European in the room.
You're actually 100% correct.
So like,
some Orthodox Marxists actually hate the welfare state for this reason, because the welfare state is a continuation of capitalism by offering offering certain amenities.
Seems like the
liberal capitalism has thrived and has created a structure where, like, the inherent contradictions that exist under capitalism that I think everyone would agree with, including yourself, those inherent contradictions become a little bit more muddied, and they never end up getting to a point where they converge and
yeah, like, people might be fine with social democracy, but that doesn't mean that it couldn't be made better with socialism, you know? Like, why not? Like, literally, why not? Like, he's so attached to capitalism as an idea, like, welfare, social health care as a band-aid to capitalism isn't the answer, right? Like, those are good things. I would welcome those things as a transitional stage, but, like, that's not, like, the end goal, you know? Dream big. That's all I have to say.
Capitalism erodes into some socialist formation.
Let me be, I guess, more specific. If you're in a socialist country, is there one party or multiple parties?
It depends. I mean,
because one party's scary, right? Can we agree on that? A one-party system is not a good system.
I think you and I would agree that
That's insane.
No. I'm just asking you. I don't care about the United States. I'm asking you about socialism.
I think that there are different forms of governance, and the United States is not that different.
I don't care about the United States. I want to know. I just want to talk about a socialist.
I think that no matter what happens, the state does what the state is supposed to do. You can either do it.
I think within socialism, there's many different parties. There's many factions, many fractionalisms within socialism. Just look at the online left. Many different flavors. I don't think it has to be like one party under socialism. Like, there's different kinds of socialism.
At the behest of your citizens, because you genuinely, earnestly believe that, like, that is the best possible way of developing a society, or you do it at the behest of capital owners and capitalism.
So you're saying you don't think it matters if there's one party or
I don't think it matters as far as I care about direct democratic participation in local in local
one-party systems with socialism or communism has pretty much always been a catastrophe.
Yeah.
Like a humanitarian disaster.
No, I agree with that.
There's just so much risk in having one party.
I agree with that. I think that a multi-party system is obviously going to be better. My point is that it doesn't even matter if you have a parliament. It doesn't even matter if you have a multi-party system. The changes that are being made in one direction or the other are oftentimes incredibly marginal. And the differences are not born out of like you know, the party disagreements. The differences are born out of like genuine material conflict, like even including like the Civil War. It's never like the kindness of people's or like one party of individuals being like, we are kind, we want to do good.
That's okay. I like a good essay. Debates like this are a little silly. Yeah, it's funny because like Ethan really said like he didn't want to have a debate, and then he like just tried to debate. We all of it. Wait, we need all of it to reach the end goal. We need democratic socialism to reach socialism. We need socialism to reach communism. Right. As much as I would love a revolution, yeah, I totally agree. I find it hard with the massive military and militarized police force. Yeah, 100%. Absolutely. Yeah, like, I wish Hasan, like, laid that out at the beginning. That, like, yeah, like, a social democracy is the transitional stage to socialism. It would be a gradual change, and it wouldn't, like, overly, like, burden you, particularly as a capital owner. I think that would have alleviated a lot of Ethan's, like, worries about this. You know what I mean? Never allow socialism in a multi-party system. That's my opinion. Read a few theory books, and I'm slowly making my way through socialist history. Yeah, I mean, if we're talking multi-party, like, Republican, liberal, socialist party, I agree 100%. Yeah, no, that wouldn't work. But like if we're talking say socialist, anarchist, communist parties, I think that could be reasonable.
Good things and the other side is bad and they want to do bad things.
So what I want to say was this then.
But
if you're in a socialist country with multiple parties and one of the parties is a capitalist party, which would surely exist.
Yeah.
What would you do if that party started gaining momentum? And it was clearly like people wanted that route. They wanted that route.
Yeah.
So what do you do?
I think I would do what America has done. Not to the same degree.
Which is what?
Not to the same degree as like, you know, McCarthyist trials or anything like that. But I would offer additional amenities to ensure that people are comfortable and happy because I feel like
But what do you do if they're like, nah, fuck that, we're doing capitalism?
Well, if everything is given to you,
yeah,
at that point, if every single thing is given to you, if all of your problems are solved, which I think we can both agree is not under capitalism and has not happened.
No.
If all of those problems have been solved, then there is no need for conflict of that regard.
But they're saying, no, we want to do, because they're like, yo, this is a free country, right? Well, we want to do capitalism. Yeah. We think the market should regulate the prices and shit. Like, we don't think the workplace should be socialized.
Okay, that's a great question.
And what if
you have to ask why though at that point? Because
like, people never can be explained by why anyway. You know what I mean?
Well, some people are gonna be dumb. You're right.
It's like you don't. It's just gonna exist. You know it is.
Yeah.
And so if the will of the people is to go back to do more of a social democracy, is that something that a socialist country should move towards, or should there be resistance in the government to keep socialism?
I think the resistance should be akin to how capitalist governments have resisted historically any kind of socialist movement, not to that same degree of violence, but I think that yes, the solution to that would always be
Yeah. I do think like landlords should be taxed heavily, penalized, made to be Section 8 housing or something better. Yeah, I do think that. Easy.
Education and offering more
re-education?
Re-education, certainly, yeah. I know that that's like a
Let's
trigger
put them in
word.
Camps.
No, not like that. I know there's a trigger word because everyone goes, oh, re-education. What do you mean, like, immediate?
Canceled. Tanky. Oh, no. Pepe La, he went too far. I do, like... I think there should be massive reforms to, like, the way that we educate people. Sure. Yeah, that's murky. That gets tricky area to go into with like someone who's just asking about socialism.
Immediately people think like, are
Well,
you
China
talking
does
about
that.
Are you talking about like resident schools? Are you talking about the
China has
Xinjiang? Yeah,
re-education
100%. They
camps.
do. They do it. They did it in Xinjiang,
Which
which I
isn't
think
good,
was,
right?
No, I don't agree with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it was
No.
good.
No. Obviously not. Obviously not the culturally Muslim man. Obviously that guy doesn't think that the Muslim re-education camps is... Come on, Ethan. I don't think ChatGPT did him good there. Hard. This is rough. I am 30 minutes in. Holy fuck. Oh no. Oh no.
This is something I have openly criticized as well. Like this.
I was like, oh, I'm not gonna pause as much as Mari. I can get through this. Copium. Fucking copium.
That's not good. The massive surveillance apparatus that they built in Xinjiang is not good.
So what would be good about a socialist re-education camp for capitalists?
It wouldn't necessarily. I don't think it'd be camps. I mean, it depends on. It depends on crimes, right? Like, are people committing crimes at the behest of this? Because if there's a socialist state and someone is doing like white terror, let's say, or someone is doing South Korean style,
or just like white collar crimes, you know what I mean? That happens all the time. All the time. Prosecute Wall Street for a change, okay? Let's just look at what they're doing a little bit.
You know, purges of communists, which has happened historically in every country that America is aligned with, because they were anti-communist, where they've launched, you know, military dictatorships, whether we recognize it or not. Those things have happened, right? So in a situation like that, I think if there's any kind of like terrorism happening,
sure, yeah. If there's violence, that's obvious.
I do think that there should be an enforcement mechanism, and in that enforcement mechanism, I think like rehabilitation, which would include re-education as well, would probably be a lot better than like, you know, a prison structure where they have slavery, like in the United States of America.
I'm still a little bit confused about the ideal mechanism of a socialist country, whereas where people still have individual freedoms to like form, to assemble, and can also be like, yeah, I'm a capitalist, so what? And we're trying to grow our movement. I don't understand the organization of the socialist free country, because it seems to me to have a socialist country, there needs to be some amount of dampening of, you know.
Do you think you're free now? Do you think you're just free to organize now? Did you not witness the way the government and military and police responded to BLM protests? Does that seem free to you? What part of rubber bullets and tear gas at peaceful protests is free?
Right.
Well,
because like for what I said.
Yes and no, because my point is always the same. It's that this is a constant. This is consistent. What you're describing is consistent with the American formation. It's consistent with capitalism. It's just a reality that will always exist.
Mm-hmm.
Violence, and who gets to do violence, is an inherent part of politics, because politics is, at the end of the day, a distribution of resources and a distribution of violence. Who gets to have what resources and who doesn't have the resources as a consequence of that. And if they do something to get those resources, what the state will be able to do. The state has a monopoly on violence across the board, no matter what happens, right? I'm not an anarchist. A lot of anarchists will get mad at me for saying this.
Yeah, and like that fucking bozo fucking CEO guy. What the fuck's his name? I don't even remember. The avocado toast guy. He was just outright saying that we have to increase unemployment so that they don't get so entitled to think they are entitled to more than they're worth or some shit. Like, just asshole shit.
But the state should have some level of a violent mechanism because no matter what happens, and there's different forms of violence as well. The structural violence of poverty, or direct violence in the form of military boots on the ground, military warfare, imperialism, police violence, police brutality. These are all different forms of violence.
There will be some exertion of force required to maintain a socialist country.
Yes, not just a social country, any country.
Sure, any country.
Yes, I agree. Until we reach a point of I guess, until we reach a point of production. And our productive output has gotten to a point where it's so streamlined and so organized that there is no need for a state. But I don't know if we will ever be able to get there, where the state withers away and we have a classless, borderless, moneyless society.
Right. Yeah, I mean, if it is, it's not in a long time.
Techno-communist.
It'd have to be like post-World War III or something. Let me ask you, I guess, another angle here.
Man, I don't even know, like, why even, like, talk about that at this point? Like, we're not going to see that in our lifetimes. Like, I mean, we might see World War III, but we're not going to see the techno-communist anarchist uprising afterwards. Like, I don't know. I'm not that hopeful. EPH. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I think that would be cool. That would be dope, but I just don't know how fruitful it is to even, like, bring that in to the conversation.
Worker exploitation seems to be at the heart of socialism and communism. Yes. And so I want to ask you this question. If an employee is fairly compensated, and by fairly I mean that factors like work, compensation, they're being paid well beyond the means of living. They can afford comfortable housing, food, pleasure, vacation, savings, all the things people would want to do with money. If they're provided in all those ways that we see as important, is that still exploitation?
In the Marxian sense, yes. In the capitalist sense, no. Capitalism is
Mark, when you say Marxism, you're talking about socialism.
Yes,
right?
yes.
Okay.
So, in the Marxist perspective, under Marxian economics, Marxist theory, exploitation is not a good or bad thing. It is just a thing that happens.
Okay.
And it goes back to something I've described many, many times over, which is that there are two classes. There is the labor class, the wage laborers, the proletariat, and the bourgeois class, the capital owning class, right? Mm-hmm. And these two classes have two inherently contradictory interests. You worked jobs when you had a boss and someone was paying you, and you have been a boss, so you have gone through both of these stages.
Wasn't able to get any Hasan merch? Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, I got some just because my brother was, like, on top of it, and he's the best, but I know, it went way too fast. Way too fast. I'm hoping he'll do another drop, but I don't know if he does that.
So, as someone who worked in a job as a wage laborer, as a W-2 employer, 1099 contractor, you wanted to work the least amount of hours for the most amount of pay. Mm-hmm. That's understandable. That's, like, perfectly reasonable, right? Yeah. Like, you want more money and you want to work less hours. You want to have more freedom. Your boss, on the other hand, wants you to work the most amount of hours for the least amount of pay, like, that they can get away with.
Yeah.
So this inherent contradiction is at the heart of capitalism and is how commodities are produced under a capitalist mode of production. Now, when you have this imbalance, those who do have capital end up always being able to pay you much less than your actual output.
So that is what's happening now.
Yeah.
My question is, in a situation, as I outlined, where the employees are fairly provided for, which I outlined before, is that when I say exploitation, I mean, like, I think that also has a vernacular, like when the ruling class is committing some kind of harm or injustice on their workers.
No, it's beyond that. You could be paying your employees fairly and still engage in the act of exploitation.
And yeah, you don't have to be like outright abusing them. I think exploitation, because like capitalism is so bad, you see it in like the most extreme version of exploitation. But also exploitation is your barista, you know? Like it can look at many different ways, but it is exploitation nonetheless. From sweatshops to Starbucks. I'm sorry. I'm the worst.
So then, because I don't want to get caught up on that, because you're saying exploitation is neutral by its
Yes, exploitation in the Marxian sense is not good or bad. It's just descriptive. A lot of what Marx has talked about with respect to capitalism is descriptive.
What does he mean then when he goes the exploitation of workers? Clearly, he wants to end the exploitation of workers.
Yes, of course.
So is it still exploitation of workers if they're fairly provided for?
Yes, because the fairness in this regard is not met on the metrics of like living standards, but instead on the metrics of what their output is. So when and this gets into the labor theory of value.
Excuse
me,
goddamn.
The labor theory of value, which is different than marginal utility, which is what we use currently when we ascribe when we say this is this much, like something is this valuable, right? Ice cream is $4, but if it's really hot out, maybe ice cream is $5 because, well, there's a little bit of scarcity on the supply, but the demand has gone up, so now ice cream is more expensive. Whereas from a Marxian perspective, the value of that ice cream is stable. It's just what kind of labor went into the production of it, what were the resources used to make that ice cream, what kind of capital was put into the ice cream factory.
So even
all
if
of
the
that,
employee
and then also the moving part in that situation would be the labor of it.
If the employee is extremely satisfied,
yeah,
and they feel well provided for, I mean, in a sense, it's like, who are you to tell him he's being exploited?
Well, you're
again. I know you want to get caught up on that definition of that word, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, no, I understand. It's what
I mean, I would argue even people who are making like $20 an hour are being exploited. You know, like, and that sounds crazy, right? Like, oh, like, well, that's like a good job, right? But like, not really, not fucking really. If you're trying to survive in anywhere in America, like it's just not enough. Like, it simply is not. Like, so hard to have to concisely explain the labor theory of value. Yeah. Yeah, Ethan isn't even listening. I know. I think he tuned out like almost right away. I don't know. I don't know if this is like the most productive format. Like, I just think he needs to read more. Or just listen to audiobooks. I'm sure there's an audiobook of Capital or something.
I would say in that situation is this, right? Relying on the magnanimous nature of your boss and hoping that like your boss doesn't succumb to greed and choose to change certain things about your workplace conditions can be great. And there are people like yourself out there who are, as far as I understand, pretty good bosses, right? But that is never going to be that's never going to be the constant. That's never going to be the case.
But in social democracy, you set up the bumpers, you set up the systems where they have to do that.
Well,
that's the bare minimum they have to do.
Well, and then we go back to the erosion of the amenities that
I don't
the state
feel like that's a
offers and the
strong enough
regulation.
argument to say.
It is, of course. Like, do you think McDonald's will simply just comply with labor standards? Do you think they'll just agree to a union contract? Do you really honestly think that? Because they won't. They won't just do it out of the kindness of their own heart. Like, they're gonna lobby against that, and they'll win because they have enough money to pay off the people who make those regulations.
Socialism's better.
No, as long as there is some kind of capitalist compensation in any sort of sector, they will always choose to monopolize. This is what most companies, like this is what every company does when they become a company, a corporation. Their job is to, their goal is to inevitably become a monopoly. You can do that by rent seeking.
Well, so what? You know, so what? If they still have to follow the rules.
Well, no, when you are becoming a monopoly,
yeah,
you are either engaging in horizontal integration and expansion or vertical integration and expansion, mergers, acquisitions, and you know what Amazon has done, for example, in e-commerce is a great example of this. And when you get to that point, especially under a capitalist state that still has market reforms, you end up using.
Just moved on. Yeah, I think they loop back, but I'm not sure.
The additional capital that you've accumulated in the form of profits from your workers to lobby the government and erode the safety nets.
But you're talking like it's a guaranteed. And again, I go back.
It has been a guarantee every single time.
And it's been a guarantee by the same metric that any socialist country devolves into disaster. I mean, it's not fair to put that out there like it's just given. Because on the other flip coin, you can say, this, like I mentioned, socialism. There's going to be people moving towards capitalism.
So socialist nation states,
it's too hypothetical.
Socialist nation states, however, historically, most of them at least, have not eroded or been destroyed due to like people who are just like, I want to be capitalist. Usually, those people are being goaded or supported, facilitated by a much more powerful nation that. Is using the inherent greed to their advantage to cause divisions, but the real material.
They told me they do when I asked about it. Dan, whose surplus value can't exactly be calculated, so it likely just made it more confusing. Oh, yeah, I think I remember that part. Hi, Dipster. Hello. How are you?
Issues in socialist nation states, historical socialism, real socialism in the real world that has happened has always been due to mishaps, famine, or the government exercising too much authoritarian control.
Yeah, you could say the same thing.
These sorts of things are the real reasons as to why socialist nation states have failed, not necessarily their economic mode of production switching over to a more labor-focused economy. And then also, there are so many different types of socialist developments, like a socialist mode of production, that there is no like one absolute perfect one, and I'd be a liar if I told you I know which one it is. You know what I mean?
So go back to the original question. Let's just ignore this theory that in social democracy, and I'll say this, obviously we have antitrust laws that are not good, that are not been effective in the least bit.
Yeah,
so
I would ask you
something
why.
you can regulate.
No, but I would ask you why.
Well, because our government is super corrupt.
Why is the government corrupt?
Because people are inherently flawed.
You think the government's corrupt because people are inherently flawed? Corruption in that sense, I disagree with you there.
Some people, not all people.
No,
that's another thing I said. People are inherently greedy and people lost their mind. Some people are.
You also said 20% of people are psychopaths. So, maybe just workshop that a little bit and we'll understand.
I want to talk about that at better length, but go ahead.
That's actually a great take as well. We can cover that as well.
Yeah, I do want to.
I always butchered this quote, but I forget who it was. It might have been Mark Fisher, might have been someone else.
Okay, I might just be hangry. I haven't actually had dinner yet. So I should probably like do that. I would leave it playing, but my AirPods always disconnect. So just a musical reprieve from the discourse that I've been having for 2 hours now on 30 minutes of this. I'm discoursing too hard. This is gonna take all night. Oh God. When the discourse goes too hard, dude.
I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap. Gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs. Won't you fight for your life? Gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. I don't like a frog. Gay. Friggin' frogs. Frogs. Friggin' frog crap. Won't you fight the frogs? It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Placeboing.
That motherfucker back there
I don't get too
not
fun.
real.
The paradigm of absolute control. And that's why we're just out here doing simple things, pointing out that we're meant to be in nature and be natural. And this is where we find the source that God made to transcend the New World Order. And that's why they want to try to keep us out of it.
I'm angry. I've had enough of these people. They're a bunch of Christian murderers, scum. They're a giant death factories, keeping babies alive and selling their body parts. What more do you need to know about these people? I go out and face these scum. They literally crawl out from under rocks. They have green-looking skin and they run around screaming, "We love Satan, we wanna eat babies." I have them on video. Hillary's in the creepy, weird, sick stuff, man. She sleeps in the same room with that creepy, weird woman whose mother wears a hood over her head. What the hell? That woman number one is ugly. Imagine how bad she smells, man. I'm told her and Obama just stink. Obama and Hillary both smell like sulfur. Literal vampire pot belly goblins are hobbling round coming after us. My spirit gets close to that evil and I feel it go. We're such self-centered crap. We don't even notice hell itself rising up against us. Millions of pointed people of the very worst type, and I'm so pissed. We're gonna stab your daughter at the mall. We're gonna stab your wife, your son. We're gonna stab you with a butcher knife, and then the police chief is gonna say, we love our Somalis, we love our Muslims. Oh, they're so good, oh, they're so sweet.
I was watching Fox News as I worked out this morning.
All right.
But assuming that greed is inherent in human nature under a capitalist organization of the economy is like assuming the black lung is inherent in human nature if you work at the fucking coal mine.
See, that's not a good analogy.
Because, no, you're
In my
right.
opinion.
Greed is a part of it. Self-interest is a part of it. Not greed necessarily, but self-interest is a part of human existence. Why we have built societies and how we've done it. However,
is a biological survival mechanism.
However,
if we didn't have self-interest, we would never we wouldn't survive as a species.
I don't disagree with.
I also think that if we didn't have community, we wouldn't survive as a species. If we were all just out on our own, not communing with one another, we wouldn't get anything done. If every single person was hunting and gathering by themselves, it's over. Like, no one has an iPhone. No one is online. No one's tweeting. You know what I mean? Like, it's not happening. Like, we do things together. We thrive together.
With you.
Yeah.
You're absolutely correct. My argument always, and many Marxist arguments actually, have always been around individualism and self-interest, and how socialism, as a matter of fact, creates more opportunities for individual liberties for the person. It's only been sold and told to people as though it is, this gray, brutalist architecture, city blocks. You have to, do your government mandated coal mining job or whatever the fuck. But the ultimate goal has always been to open up more individual liberties. I'll give you an example of socialization that you and I both agree with, right? Healthcare. Nationalized healthcare or socialized medicine in general gives you more liberties as a person that you can actually leave your job if you fucking
that would
hate
happen
it.
in social democracy as well.
Yes. However, like I've said, there has to be the countermeasures in a social democracy the capitalist forces are significantly more powerful, because ultimately the state is still operating as a capitalist state. That is still the norm.
So I think we're having like a kind of just like a disconnect, or not a disconnect, but maybe at an impasse on that idea. But what I'll say, I want to give you a specific example, because this is interesting to me. Let's just take this workplace as an example, because we're all familiar with it.
Mm-hmm.
So I started.
Okay, this feels hostile to do from the get.
Started my career 10 plus years ago, and I was successful by myself with 0 employees.
Yes.
I made a lot of money. I did well for my.
Okay, now I believe him. I believe him. I think that's true. But let's just look. Let's just see. Oh, all right. So he's doing 1 million views or so. 2, 3 million views these days. See. $1 million, under $1 million, 3 million. Okay. Sure. All right. Was it really just him? Him and Hila right here? He said 10 years ago. Did they already have the crew 6 years ago? Is it on their Hila and Ethan channel? That might have been the first one. Oh yeah, it's Hila Klein now. 9 years ago. None of these. Oh, this one, 3 million. Okay. I'm curious when these videos got the views, you know?
Myself, and then 5 years ago into my career, I made the podcast, which obviously you all are watching now. So let's say we go back to 5 years ago when I hired Dan as a freelance. You started as like a consultant.
Yeah, or a freelancer. Yeah.
And obviously you moved to full time, and I'll get to that.
Yeah.
So he started as like a freelance consultant. So what would be a fair way of compensating him for that?
In your situation, it's like, what is the most like socialist way of doing it? Is that what you're asking?
Well, yeah, because that's what we're talking about, right?
It would be profit sharing. What
so
that
I
means
just
is,
so this is interesting.
so
Hold on.
This is interesting. You're right, because
Yeah.
this is actually the most difficult aspect, in my opinion, of like trying to create the most ethical way of existing under a capitalist organization of the economy, while you are also productive, and you're doing like an owned and operated media company where you are the product.
So I hired Dan as a consultant.
Yeah.
Just to help us out to get things.
And I have hired
beautified.
people as well.
So then I'm profit sharing with him. How much profit am I sharing?
Yeah.
So the way I do it, and
If you couldn't do Dan's job without Dan, then yeah, you probably should give him some of the profits.
I think this will be this is instructive for many others as well. The way I do it, like the most ethical way to do it, is basically try to make an assessment. Sure, there's market considerations on the one hand, like what the normal wage would look like, but that is like the minimum. You know what I mean? That is like the minimum. That is the worst possible amount to pay someone in the form of wages, in my opinion.
Okay.
So you have the market considerations on the one side, which I don't necessarily care too much about. On the other side, you have your productive output, right? Let's say you were making $10 before Dan came on, and now that Dan came on, you're making...
That wouldn't be measurable metric.
No, I know. I completely agree with you.
Yeah.
I know. Which is why I'm...
No, I think it probably is measurable. I don't know. Like, was Dan there from the beginning of the podcast? Because then he could measure it.
saying it's a tricky situation.
It seems almost impossible.
Yeah. Well, technically, the other side is also very cruel, but we just like have
but that's
normalized.
not true, because in social democracy, people are fairly compensated. It's not cruel, in my opinion.
No, there's. I don't think. I think we
people
think
could be
of social
more or
democracies,
more
we think of social
fairly,
democracies.
less fairly compensated, but like generally speaking, they'd be more fairly compensated than what you would see today.
Yes, in comparison to the United States of America, which technically would be a mixed market or social democracy, social democracies in other countries, there is better compensation.
So here's the unintended consequence of that.
Due to,
Man, I really like if you just compare the production of the podcast to Ethan's early videos, I think you can see the value that Dan provides. It is astronomically better. Like even with the older equipment, like he was doing better than Ethan would have done alone.
Government regulation.
If I'm just hiring Dan to come in and help me with cameras and stuff, and I have to cut him in on profit share, people are not going to hire as many people. They're going to think a lot more before they bring more people on.
Well, can I just chime in real quick? Just to clarify this point, are you still talking about the period of time where I was working as a contractor?
Yes. I haven't gotten to the full time yet. Well, we're going to move to that.
Right. I will just say that at the time, I was essentially operating as my own business as well, because you weren't my only client at the time.
Right. Okay.
I did that professionally for a lot of people, and you were one of many people that I would come and do shows with until you offered me a full-time thing. So just because we're using the specific example, I just wanted to clarify that.
So the work that he was doing for Ethan wasn't enough for him to live off of. And I think that's significant to know. I'm curious how much work it was. That's the trick with like contracted work, is that it's often underpaid because you get into the nitty-gritty of like how much it is a producer worth, you know? I don't know.
That because I think that matters in what the dynamic was when we were initially working together.
I don't think that matters in such that I'm more focused just on the profit sharing.
The reason why I was bringing up
the implications on to a business and business owner of that.
Okay, but the reason why I was bringing up the revenue is because let's say you were making you're making $10. Dan comes on, now you're making $15.
Yeah.
Right? Dan has brought in $5 extra of revenue for you, and I think that the best possible way to engage with that would be to cut Dan in on like offer Dan living wages plus whatever Dan has brought in the form of revenue.
So here's a big problem.
And that moves into direction like you make, and then later down the line you make $100,000 and
it moves with
now, Dan is moving with it as well.
Here's where this seems more like it's a nice theory, but like in application, it makes no sense. Who decides how much value he's brought? How could you possibly decide that? If my show is growing,
you decide it mutually. You know, you can make concrete agreements together about how much time he's spending on cam as well as producing at the same time. How many times he has to rein your ass in and tell you not to say that. Like, what is that worth to you to not have your channel banned? You know? It's wild, right? Insane. I can't believe it. Like, it's kind of gross, honestly. Presumably, Hasan is doing a profit share. Yeah, he profit shares with Marsh and everyone on Fear And.
Dan joins, and let's say, now I'm making
You mean Hasan with leftovers? I don't know what he's getting, honestly, at this point.
$15. But the show was organically growing. How can I attribute all 5 of that to Dan?
You're absolutely correct on this as well. This is a big weakness.
50-50 with him?
This is something that I do not have an answer for either, which is why,
it doesn't
like I said, I said, you make do with you try to do your very best.
This seems like a big problem to say you don't have a solution for if you're advocating for a socialist society.
I agree, which is why I always...
It doesn't seem like it's ready.
Well, can I just chime in on this? This isn't theoretical. There are lots of companies that do profit sharing.
I do this as well.
I know, but it's not like.
But
so
like
let's
big
say
companies,
this.
and they have various methods of how they do it.
The way
there are ways that do it that make sense.
Even Ruger does profit sharing. Come on, man.
Do this
But the way that
Ethan.
socialism does it in the purest sense is like Dan joined 10 to 15. Dan gets half of the 15.
So
that's his
Ethan,
labor.
Ethan, this is if we're talking pure theory.
Hold on, one sec.
If we're talking pure theory, I would rather have an imperfect structure that still absolutely
it's not
offers
imperfect,
better.
It doesn't work.
Well,
if you don't know
the
how people
capitalist-
get paid, how does it even work?
The capitalist structure also is imperfect in the exact same
Well,
way.
it's functioning at least.
Yes, I know, but the idea that like the other structure would not function is not correct. Especially when we're telling you that even under a capitalist organization economy, there's plenty of different ways of doing
But
this.
there needs to
one
be-
of the most successful ones that I also have is a cooperative, right? I have a cooperative, collectively organized podcast, for example, where we just split it 5 ways regardless. Obviously, my output in that situation, given that I am the host with the largest audience, would significantly outweigh my producers, for example, who could be paid with a very fair, very fat.
It's not even that he has the biggest audience. He also like hosts the podcast in his house. Like his house is the studio.
Market wage, right? Market wage plus market wage.
Number 31. Pog. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Ah. I should subscribe. I just don't make that much money yet, so I can't justify another subscription, but you know what? Good for them. Good for them. The other day was the only time? What, you don't know anything about Fear Ant? Oh, I love it. It's just like random ass shit, mostly. Oh. Sorry, wrong page.
Times 3 is what I could pay him, and it would still be significantly less than what he gets paid now.
Yeah.
Because we're cutting him in 5 ways.
Wait, do you not watch Hasan? Wait, so you only saw the Tana episode? That's such a funny first episode. Yeah, it's usually with Will Neff and Cutie in Austin. That's like usually what it is.
Splitting everything 5 ways.
I gotta check on my pizza.
Yeah.
And that is a perfectly viable way to do it because
I think that's very generous, but I don't think you should be forced to do that.
I think
you should be forced to pay him what we've determined as a minimum wage where he can live in where he lives in a comfortable state.
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
And I don't think
And
that
it's not,
prevents
goes
people
beyond,
from being
it goes beyond wages too.
generous.
It goes
either.
beyond wages as well. There's also another aspect of this that many people fail to consider, which is decision making. So there's also the structure of decision making, the structure of autonomy. When we are setting up the time for when we are going to shoot the podcast, like everyone has to be on board with it. It has to work around every single person's schedule. These are all scheduling conflicts exist usually, but it's like in good faith, every single person is like giving their most, giving their all, and it ultimately, I think, creates a pretty solid product.
Let me ask you. So, do you acknowledge that in this socialist theoretical country, where I go from 10 to 15 and I give Dan 15, hypothetically for any worker joining, that I, as a business owner, I would be less likely to be hiring people?
Certainly.
And that's not good, is it?
No, I don't agree with that. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing at all.
Because like, I don't know, because like I've gone through a lot of people that did not work out.
Mm-hmm.
And they were hired on like, let's say,
You can still fire them.
Exploratory. So is it at will employment in this situation?
In this structure, you can still, of course, like you can still have issues with an employee and fire them. It's ironic because like Japan, for example, is like the most capitalist country on the planet, and yet in Japan they have this like very unique culture where getting into a place of business is very difficult. But once you actually have made it into the corporation, they don't fire you. They can't fire you. They never fire you. What they do is they ostracize you and make you into a social pariah within the company and try to get you to quit.
Is it because they're trying to avoid paying some kind of severance, or is it just
no? It's like it's both cultural and if I'm not mistaken, it could literally have legal implications as well. But it works, right?
Okay,
it technically works.
But I'm saying, why is it? Why is it not a good? So as a business owner, I think the fact that I was not super hesitant to hire lots of people, to find the crew that works. I worked with a lot of people who were not compatible. So I was able to burn through enough people to find a team that worked, right?
Kaya,
and so if I was so hesitant to hire people because I have to profit share with them, I would do like a way more strenuous interview process. It would take way longer.
Yeah, you're making an argument for why it's stronger. Like you
I don't
lucked out
think
with
so
Dan.
at all.
You lucked out with Dan.
I don't think that's a good argument because first of all, it's good that people can go try a bunch of jobs before they find one that works. And as an employer, it's good to be able to try a bunch of people. Do you find the right fit for employees? If I had to go through this strenuous process to find each one of them, this podcast may very well likely not exist as it does today. Might not exist at all.
I disagree with you on that for sure. I think that it's better to have a strenuous process of ensuring that you have the best possible person.
For like the most entry level job.
Yeah, I think that it's perfectly valid.
Doesn't that result in people not getting work?
So, yes, it will. So but then we're talking about like an entirely separate way of organizing the economy.
Let me go back. Why is it better? Why is it better that I have to go through like extraneous full-on HR processes?
We're talking about hypotheticals. In this situation.
Yeah.
So I can just hypothesize that you found Dan. Not even hypothesize.
Well, no, we're not talking. Well, we're talking hypothetically, but we're talking.
You found Dan, so you clearly.
But we went through a lot of people before we found Dan.
Yeah. Well, you could have arrived at Dan.
Watch Hasan clips and J. Mari sometimes. I don't watch Leftovers or Fear Hand. Oh, well. I'm a religious viewer. I like it.
As well is what I'm saying.
It would have taken a lot longer, and the business might not have survived.
Okay. So
there was a point where the podcast almost got wrapped up.
Yeah.
So why is it better in theory to have that extraneous of a hiring process than being able to kind of just people try things out?
This is only one aspect of it, but what you're talking about, like the extraneous hiring process, also would exist under a social democracy as well. It should exist in some form under a social democracy as well. Like some level of protection from being fired.
But so in social democracy, you're not rev sharing. So there's like this big thing that you're like, I'm a business owner. I've created this business from my own sweat and blood and tears over the last 10 years. And I'm making a lot of money. I got to hire this guy who I don't know anything about, and I got to cut him in on my profits. That doesn't exist in social democracy. So
you should probably be sure that you can afford that then. You should probably be sure that they're the right person, A, and that B, you can afford the loss if they're not. Right?
risk to me as the business owner is way less.
But it's much smaller, to a much smaller degree, because it's supposed to exist through unions. And once again, it's not just revenue sharing. Everyone always focuses on that aspect of it, but rev sharing comes in the form of benefits. Rev sharing comes in the form of like how much we invest in R&D, for example, or what kind of R&D initiatives we invest in. All of these decisions are made by a board.
Well, that's all regulated.
Fiduciary responsibility to the shareholders that is not regulated under social democracy. This is the major point of contention. What do you mean by rev share then?
Because you see, in our example,
like in Germany, they have a trade union representative that sits on the board of executives, but that's only one. That's only one aspect of a a larger board that is still representing the interests of the shareholders, those who own the company, who never have seen the company. They can, even globally own it, right? So having one vote in that situation is not as good, in my opinion, as having all of the vote, all of the power, making these decisions as a collective, something that kind of is not legally enforced here, right, in your structure, but you abide by because you're a nice guy. Many people are not going to be like that. And I'm saying that we shouldn't rely on the magnanimous nature of bosses.
We're going back to this point because we don't have to with the right.
Well,
rules
even
in
an
place.
example
But let me
like
ask you,
the one I mentioned in Germany still yields terrible, still is susceptible
Germany's
to
not
the
a social
influence
democracy.
of capital.
Let me ask you this.
Wait, yes, it is.
Germany arguably is.
Yes,
not as much as.
Okay, I don't know a lot about
Ethan,
Germany, so I'm not gonna. I don't want to get into
America
that.
is a social democracy as well. The problem is, like, American social democracy is a laughable example of.
So let's
social
not use it
democracy.
then. But going back, why is it better? Because I don't think I ever got an answer. To have a strenuous hiring process.
Yeah. Just think about Bernie. He's like the closest thing we got to a sockdem, and everyone lost their goddamn minds. Everyone fell in love. And then the DNC sabotaged him.
Why is it better to have a strenuous? When you engage in commodity production with another person, I think it's perfectly valid to ensure that this person is not going to be like a scumbag and cheat you, fuck you over. I think it's good business practice, even in a capitalist sense, to ensure that the person that you're hiring is not like some fucking random dickhead.
That's just common sense.
And the more you
but you
grow,
do acknowledge that. So you do acknowledge the hesitancy to hire people.
I do. I'm not necessarily saying it's a bad
I don't know
thing.
what. Okay, we'll move on.
I don't think it's a bad.
I guess a bit of an impasse again.
Because as companies grow, you have different people in different units that also are engaging in hiring. Like, it's just that workers now have more of a say in which direction the company should go, and that's a good thing.
This
It's not a
dude
bad
worked for
thing.
me for like a week, and on my business I spent 5 years building. I don't want to give him a decision on where the company goes.
I think that.
Why should he have that right?
Well,
you know what I mean?
I'm not saying the janitor comes in and unilaterally makes decisions. That's not how that works.
But I'm curious how it does work.
So it's communication. The other person is a human being as well. If you have a major disagreement, then you look for someone else to work in that position. This is how it works. The
I'm
only
not getting
difference
a
in that
clear answer on the
situation is
rev
that you don't have the fear of like subsistence living at the other end of that bargain. Whereas like you have better amenities, better protections, and therefore you're more
you just
comfortable.
made good living conditions because
the idea is
that's what I'm
that
already saying. That I don't think that makes socialism unique because we can provide good living conditions and benefits.
we can, but we haven't. Now that, by the way, one aspect
again,
of social democracy that we've talked about is the domestic one. We have yet to even uncover the other much worse side of social democracies, which is resource extraction in the third world and imperialism. And that is a necessity under global capitalism. And that is the reason why we have the haves and the have-nots. On the domestic level, you believe that there is a regulatory agency that can make things more just.
I don't feel prepared to have a conversation about the third world stuff because I'm not super familiar with it.
Perfectly fine.
But like I can.
But,
I mean, I can
but
give
you
my
understand that
opinion
like
about
that's a part of how everything works.
Exploiting in the truest sense of the word is.
You may not be familiar with the ins and outs, but like, you know about it as a concept, right? Oh shit, you brought this shit up. Suckdems have no answer for that. Yep.
It's definitely what's been happening.
Even on a capitalist understanding, that's like hyper exploitation.
I mean, clearly, I think that all humans on this earth deserve rights and comfort and a right. You know what I mean?
It is funny
Quality
though.
of
Like,
life.
one thing I will mention in the domestic, going back to the labor force thing, is that like we're so susceptible and so programmed under capitalist dogma that we refuse to see a world outside of it, and we're so captured in that worldview that oftentimes the number one counter against a socialist governance or democracy in the workplace or anything like that is always like, what do you want, the fucking janitor just came in yesterday to make these decisions? Like, no one said he's the CEO now.
I just want to understand how it works because you keep saying rev share.
Rev share is only one component of
the
it.
janitor
Rev share can be democratically assigned.
If the say what?
Okay, here is an example. When I first started the podcast, I was originally under cast. It was fucking terrible. We quit. We started our own podcast, me and Will. We needed a producer because we don't have that skill set. We needed someone to change the cameras and maybe do a little bit of, someone to post the videos, do the captions, titling, thumbnailing, right? So in that situation, we looked for someone. We found someone. And we were splitting it 3 ways. We were splitting the revenue 3 ways, anything that we made, right? And even before that, I was also giving March money as well to make sure that he at least had a fucking, had a revenue opportunity even when we weren't generating a lot of revenue.
Okay.
Right? So what did I do after that? The podcast
Three-way.
now has 5 cast.
Three-way between Hasan, Will, and Marsh. Real. Captured in 4K.
Members. We brought in Austin Show, my good friend, and Cutie Cinderella. And when that happened, us 3, we got together and we had a conversation.
Okay.
Do we need more hosts? Do we think that this will be beneficial?
Right.
Right? Do we think that we will end up making, more revenue, generating more revenue in the long run?
Right.
Will we have people with unique creative ideas? Like, I care more about the creative output than anything else, than revenue. I haven't even touched the fucking revenue that I've generated from the podcast. And we got together and we had a conversation. And I think that is a significantly more equitable and just and better way of doing business than me hiring March, me giving Will some money originally, like a fat salary, or maybe cutting in on the rev share for him, and then giving March like a super high fucking wage, right? Way higher than like the average producer. And then making these decisions single-handedly.
Let me add another aspect to your example. Let's say you need to hire.
And I think it's clearly successful. It hasn't hindered the success of Firand at all. That's how they make the revenue these days. Yeah. It's true. That's what's on the paywall portion. They don't tell you that.
A cleaner to come clean the office. She works for the podcast. She comes, she cleans the office. She works full time. How do you pay her?
The cleaner side of this is not I don't have an office like that, but the janitorial services.
Just theoretically,
in a theoretical situation where we have someone that needs to do it, we would also get together as a unit. Okay, the existing company would get together and decide what level, just like hiring the 2 other hosts, we decide what level of revenue cuts we are going to take from our 5% to give
you're making her
to the
a job
other
offer.
person.
It's not really that different than a salary.
And once they get that job, and there are many different ways of doing this, but once they get that job, and let's say they worked for 2 years, 3 years, then they have a say in the revenue sharing structure and the power sharing structure as well. Because it doesn't have to happen instantaneously. A lot of people forget that.
My problem is that in the socialist economy, this is being regulated by the government. People can get together now and decide to do whatever the fuck they want in their company, and that's great. But in the socialistic economy, there's rules that says you need to pay her X amount of rev share.
What you're saying is not true.
Okay.
You want to know why?
Yes.
Because you want a social democracy, which kind of exists, and market regulation exists under capitalist formations, and plenty of capital owners hate that. As a matter of fact, I would say universally capital owners hate any kind of market regulation, which is why they choose to erode it as best as they possibly can, or they use it to their advantage to create an artificial barrier of entry into certain sectors.
I'm saying in a socialist economy, there's going to be laws that
just like there are laws in a capitalist economy that capital owners hate.
Socialism, how I'm saying the government is telling you how much you need to pay the janitor.
That's not how that would work.
That's
then
not
how
it.
would it work? Because
But it would be.
That's not how things work. No. Right? There would be labor unions that advocate on behalf of the workers what they want, right? And then if you strike break, then you get penalized, and not just a fine,
be government.
Isn't that how is that functionally different than a minimum wage in our
That's
society?
my point. That's my point.
Yeah.
Why
Okay,
do they?
well then-
why do? But socialism is much more radical. We're talking.
It's not.
Social.
It doesn't have to be. I think it's,
Moving America to a purely socialistic society. Instead of my thing is, I think social democracy is better than socialism. And you guys are explaining something that to me sounds a lot like something that we can already do without this huge undertaking of changing our economy from a capitalistic social democracy one to a socialism one. You're talking about a minimum wage. We already do that. And we can already do better with that via regulations.
But,
so why
but the reason why we haven't been able to is because, like, I think the best way to explain it is this way, okay? You like capitalism with socialist characteristics. I like socialism with capitalist characteristics.
Yo, you just said that. So we're both social Democrats.
So that doesn't mean that I'm no. I still believe that the government
Wait, what's
should
the
be.
difference now? You
the
said you like
difference-
social with
The difference
capitalism.
is no. I said I like socialism with capitalist characteristics, meaning that the governing economy.
Amazon could tomorrow be a Democratic employee-owned company. Yep, it sure could. Yeah, that could happen by force.
Like the entire economy still revolves around a socialist mode of production where the owners, the workers are the owners. They own the means of production. They have they have a say in their benefits. They have a say in what happens in the company.
And I can fire them whenever I want, though.
Well, there will still obviously be protections against like unjust firings and whatnot, and there should be certainly.
There are now,
and there are now as well. Except
really good.
America is a great example of.
In California, there are really.
America is a great example, however, of like how there aren't.
Which how it shouldn't be, and it shouldn't be that way.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But the reason why it's not that way is because we have capitalism with like laughable socialist characteristics.
Dude,
we don't even
I
have
find
any
it
social
very
characteristics.
interesting that you're saying you want socialism with capitalist characteristics.
Capitalist characteristics in the sense that it doesn't touch the means of production or the mode of production, but offers an abundance of resources and offers the idea that you have freedom. One of the major problems with former historic socialist projects have always been commodity production being streamlined on necessity and not necessarily silly things like lighter production, industries that revolve around making, I don't know, chocolate and coffee. Coffee was a major problem in East Germany. So like things of that nature that people need, I think those are things that we need to work on. And that capitalism, I think, has done a much better job at offering to people. And that has a very sedating influence on the masses.
I don't see
consumerism.
I don't see what's so great and humanizing about hiring a janitor for 0.00015% of the company.
Well, that's extremely low, bro. Is that the most you're willing to give them? The fuck?
What do you? I don't understand. That's not what I said. You just.
That's not what I
just
said.
made that assertion.
But we're saying there's a minimum wage. There's a minimum equity share that janitor would need to get.
Well, are you talking about in comparison to doing
we're
profit
talking about a
sharing
socialist
model?
minimum wage.
Right. But comparing it to a model where employees are cut in on the profit is what you're saying. Comparing that what we have now to that.
Yeah.
Okay. So, I mean, I would just point out that so first of all, you had talked about it a lot earlier about like, well, what companies do that? There's a lot of examples of bigger firms that do this kind of thing.
Okay.
A great one is Southwest Airlines. Did you know they have a massive employee profit sharing model?
How does it work? What's the details?
So it's a once a year payment, and they look at how they did the last year, and then a certain percentage of the profits they distribute as bonuses to all of the employees, and it's fairly significant.
Dude, that's great. But in a socialist country, that's it? That's all you want? Because that's easy. I can, you know what I mean? Like, what are you asking for when you're asking for socialism? Just a bonus fund based on profit? Because that's easy.
No, not necessarily. But I'm Listen, I wasn't trying to make any assertion about that. I was just trying to give you an example.
Granular.
You were asking earlier, like what?
No, yeah, he literally asked, like, okay, so for our workplace, since we're all familiar with it, Ethan literally said that.
Companies do that.
I think that's awesome.
Here's a big one that does it.
I think that's awesome. And I'd even be in favor of regulating that and saying, yo, you need to put aside like 5% or 10% or whatever, I don't care, of your profits to distribute evenly amongst your employees. Is that socialism?
No, that would
all
be,
it takes?
That would be some aspect of socialization, especially if it's like earned by the workers that have some level of collective bargaining.
It just seems so bureaucratic. I don't understand the workplace in your
Bureaucracy
world.
still is very much the foundation of a bourgeois state as well. It's just that we
dude,
don't think
I'm
about
talking like this is bureaucracy on bureaucracy on bureaucracy.
No, I don't.
I don't
think it's any
understand
different.
your workplace.
I'll tell you
if
this
that's
much.
not good enough, then what is? I
Here.
don't understand.
There is, I think it's called People's Republic of Walmart. It's a really good book. And so like
the title.
There was a genuine problem in the USSR with how to deal with crops and agriculture. And central planning, unfortunately, had limitations at the time because we did not have the computational power. One of the, ironically, like steps in the right direction was actually coming from Chile, which then got their own 9/11 50 years ago, but we won't get into that because, you know, socialism bad. But there wasn't enough computational power to implement centralized planning at that time effectively, and it led to plenty of issues, right? So ironically, nowadays we have centralized planning inside of Walmart, inside of Amazon, and these companies.
Have you noticed how Walmart is almost never out of anything? Like during the pandemic was like the first time they were ever out of anything because they couldn't have predicted the demand. Curious that
Companies are generating a ton of revenue that they could cut their workers into. Maybe they would be much smaller. Maybe they would be much smaller.
What's the
in
minimum
size.
that would make it socialist? That's what I'm curious about.
I don't think there's like an exact dollar value rather than, because you're looking for an exact dollar value, rather than I'm talking about an entirely different way of thinking.
But there's the law. There's a law in a socialist country that says you must do
I'll
this.
give you one example. I'll give you a good example from your life, right? Right now, you have Cam, right? Cam does wonderful goofs, gaffs, and Photoshop.
Splaps.
We love Cam.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And
Delightful.
that nature.
Let's give it up for Cam.
Delightful.
Yeah.
I love you guys. I love
Claps
you guys.
for Cam.
So technically, if you were interested in maximizing your revenue, what you could have done instead of hiring Cam was outsource it to Fiverr, or I don't know, get like some Filipino graphic design company. If you were one of those like TikTok guys out there who's like, I fired my entire workplace and like fucking hired everyone in Pakistan for 5 cents an hour. It's fucking sick. Like you could be one of those guys and do that. But the reason why you didn't do that is because you feel as though correctly that Cam yields better output. Hey, no.
Chewing?
She almost. I caught
do
her.
It.
No.
You do it.
No.
Alfredo, you got to enforce the law on her.
No.
Alfredo has no interest.
Alfredo, you have a monopoly on violence in this office.
Dog.
Sorry.
It's okay. I'll welcome.
Welcome to
A
Strike.
welcome break.
Yeah.
Okay.
Please continue of how cool I am.
So you don't do that, and there should be restrictions on that. Certainly, like there should be restrictions on being able to do that, being able to just like completely outsource your workplace. Those restrictions can come in a capitalist country in the form of tariffs, which many do. Protectionist trade or protocols exist globally, with the exception of the United States of America, which has some protectionist policies. But others that, most protectionist policies still benefit the interests of capital rather than the working class there. And trade partnerships have created a structure where like labor has been outsourced overseas. Our manufacturing capabilities have been completely outsourced. These are very bad things that exist exclusively due to greed that you understand under capitalism that needs to constantly be put in check. But a government that is designed, a government that's full of rich people, that is interested in their own wealth and wealth accumulation, that has stock options and trades like Paul Pelosi, and has, you know, that gets jobs for their family members in Goldman Sachs like Ted Cruz and many other examples, is never going to truly represent the interests of the working class, and is always going to put the interests of capital ahead of the interests of the working class. You will never be able to have a real democracy. That's the difference between a bourgeois democracy and a proletarian democracy, or a dictatorship of the proletariat, rather than a dictatorship of the capital owning class.
I just want to know how the socialist workplace works. It seems so nebulous when you talk about it.
Why is it? I don't think it's nebulous at all.
There's gotta be. Okay,
I have a
maybe
living,
move
breathing,
on.
working example of it.
He has like very real, tangible examples. Like, what is so confusing about it? I'm not sure what he's missing, you know? Like, what is the last piece of the puzzle? He just seems to be talking in circles and not really arriving at any real justification for capitalism
that I've given you.
I know, but there's got to be a constitution that says, outlines, or I don't know, whatever the fuck you want to write, right? There's got to be something, and it says or rule laws that says, you know, this is the minimum that a person should get from the company.
Yes.
And
it should be married to the output. It should be married to the productive forces. It should be married to the output. That should be pegged.
We talked about this enough, though. I don't want to bore people.
That should be pegged to the performance. And I think that is the best possible way to work.
I guess my problem on that is how could you possibly
enforce that?
No, not even enforce. How could you possibly even analyze that? How much more how much more money are we making because the janitor comes?
That's where we go to the Walmart example. That we are already.
Wants to know what parts change across the board and which parts of the example stay exactly as they are. Yeah, I think that's why he's rooting for a social democracy, right? Oh, we can have a middle ground, right? I don't have to hand all of my power over to my employees, right? Right? Even though they helped me build for the last 7 years, you know? The janitor thing, janitors be unionized, you're right, and would work that way. Otherwise, cleaning companies would be co-ops, so that's fine, right? That's fairly at this stage. What do you mean? Do you mean that's fair? Yeah. Yeah. You know, I'm proud of Ethan's growth. I'm glad he's asking the questions.
Already completely aware of that. We have, we have actuaries, we have CPAs that are working in real time, making mathematical equations to figure out exactly what not to pay people, technically. And they could be in a total social reorganization of the economy with a socialist dogma. So would work in the opposite direction.
Okay.
It's kind of like this.
Please, let's move to another topic.
Okay,
I don't want to bore people.
Well, wealth was one aspect of this, right? We already have property taxes, for example, in America, but we never make similar mathematical equations on capital gains, earnings that you make in the stock market. Wealth accumulation could work in the exact same way as property taxes, and yet we don't have any mathematicians working on that.
That's a good idea, but
and that's a great idea, right?
People probably do that in a lot of countries that aren't so.
Something like a wealth tax? Crazy idea. Actually regulating offshore bank accounts? Imagine.
Socialist.
Well, this is not just the distinction between.
Lay it out for him as a policy. He's likely to be for it. Capital gains is taxed, isn't it? Not in America, no. No. I don't think so. Rip, indeed. Rip, indeed. Yeah, no, we need a wealth tax of any fucking sort. Sorry to be Australian up in here again. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. You just Australia it all over the place.
Socialism
But that's
and whatnot.
okay.
Because there is, we talked about
But I think
theory.
that's
We talked a
good.
lot about theory, but then we also have to talk about like what is possible, right? At least in the short term. And that is the reason why I always try to tell more rugged, more rigid, more passionate socialists.
That's where I'm coming from,
To cooperate, I know, to cooperate with people that are also perceived as
Tax when you sell at a lower point. Okay.
radicals in America. Like, there's a reason why Bernie Sanders, who has been a socialist his entire life, basically has only implemented, instituted, or advocated for social democratic reforms in the United States of America. That's it. That's the only. There's the only reason why he's done that is so that he can inspire the masses and create an opportunity where workers have more control over their own lives and develop autonomy and inevitably develop class consciousness, creating ample opportunity for, if you believe in that sort of thing, socialist revolution.
Right, but that would never happen if the people were happy with their conditions. I feel like that would not happen. But anyway, so let me ask you this to peg this down even more. In a socialist workplace,
Yeah, they always find the loopholes.
socialized workplace, certain jobs are still going to get paid more than others, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, shit.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there's still going to be class. There'll be class, right? There'll be class distinctions in a socialist.
No, the class distinction is not on pay. That's a liberal understanding. That's actually
You
why
don't think people be like, I see people like, you're the rich dude in the Porsche, and I'm the working class dude in the
Great
Toyota.
question. Great question.
You don't think people will see that?
So social hierarchies are inevitable. There will be different kinds of hierarchies. What you're talking about is perfectly valid. But the class distinction in a socialist economy is not is completely abolished, because the idea is that there will be those who have and those who have not, is what you're saying, at least in the interim.
Everyone will have. But there'll
everyone
be people
will
that have more.
Exactly.
People who will have a lot more.
Yes, some people that want to have more will be able to have more, and even a lot more. Yes, this is why I always.
And they'll be part of a class. Don't
This
you
is
think?
why I always talk about because they have no control over the lives of others in that regard.
I find this idea that like people in a socialist country who have a lot more, they're able to make a lot more money, somehow won't be influenced by power or influence.
Okay, but like the ability to flex having multiple houses, it kind of loses its teeth when everyone has a house. You know? Like that distinction grows a slightly more gray.
Or greed that somehow in this society
You're saying no
is
matter what
magically
happens, it
dispelled.
will turn into capitalism, is what you're saying.
I
Like,
think
there will be
well, these people are going to be influencing the
a
system
concentration
to benefit
of power.
themselves.
Yes. The best way to stop that from happening is democracy. Democracy in the workplace, we cannot even imagine. Mark Fisher once said, it's easier to imagine the end of the world than to imagine the end of capitalism. And he was right. This is capitalist realism, because we are having this argument within the boundary.
It's all worse under capitalism. Every issue Ethan has is worse under capitalism. Right. And it's not ameliorated by like a social democracy. It's not better suddenly because there's bumpers. Like the capitalists love destroying the bumpers.
And within the cultural understanding of like existing capitalism today. And the reality is, we have no way, you and I, as it stands, I have no way of like helping you try to imagine a world where like each individual worker has more autonomy and does not suffer from alienation in their workplace, which would offer them plenty of more educational opportunities, plenty more free time. I guess the example you can point to in terms of difference different degrees of socialization would be a
Yeah, exactly, Keith. Right. If people aren't working under the threat of like homelessness and like starvation, uh then they're working at will. You know, and then if they still have a house when they're not like being productive in the economy, then yeah, like the class distinction, it grows less dire.
a person doing contracted work at Uber, okay, to make ends meet in America, versus like a regular unionized factory worker in Germany. The level of autonomy that they have, and the level of interest that they have, and the level of engagement that they have in a workplace democracy or some form of it, is drastically different than the contracted Uber employee. Their worldview is drastically different. Their democracy yields drastically different results as a consequence.
But let's be realistic. We're not going to spring into an alternate reality where capitalism doesn't
We're not.
dominate the world.
Which is why
we have to be realistic.
Which is why I always advocate
Which is
for.
part of why I'm saying.
No.
Yeah, see, this is, again, why I wish that at the very beginning, Hasan had said that social democracy is the first stage towards socialism. It is realistically what we can hope for in our lifetime. Like, no, you're not going to wake up to socialism tomorrow. It's fine. You're fine.
But that's why I always advocate for that
It's
is why I always
realistic.
advocate for, in the interim, social democratic reforms that will yield more opportunities for that will yield more opportunities for workers to organize. Now,
So-
of course,
so
you
hold
can,
on.
you can prove you can
I want
point
to
to it
follow.
and
I
say,
want to follow this out a little
Okay.
further because I think it's interesting. So, in a socialist country, there's going to be people who make a lot more, and within a company, are they
Yes.
exploited?
Yes. You keep saying this. You keep saying this. Okay, but like, can I make a lot more than everyone else here? Can I still make a lot more? Yeah, bro, sure. Like, no one's gonna stop you, probably.
Exploiting their workers? The CEO, the founder of a car company, he makes a lot more than the workers.
As
Is
long
their
as it
labor
is,
exploited?
as long as it is democratically organized, in the sense that like every single person is like, no, your productive output in this circumstance is significantly higher than us. Then yeah, that would be.
And how do they
valid
determine that?
Through
They
a
do like
democratic process.
They have like
after,
a vote for everybody in the company has equal ballot power.
Depending on like how long you've worked at the company and things of that nature. These are different formations at this point. Like this is, now we're getting into like how do we organize our workplace, and like how much power do we.
This is all a process. Start with the question of what is the minimum standard of living in this nation? Yeah, right. Let's start voting for that. Right. Yeah, like incremental change. Like even like Elo was saying the other day, that I would like to see normal shit happening first before we talk about how far we can go with socialism. And like that's fair. Yeah. I would also love to see normal things. I just don't think Democrats are getting us there. I just don't think that's a realistic eventuality. Is your title real or a meme? Well, I've not been paying attention at all. I can't believe I got you with a meme. Clickbait. I debated you. I fucking got him, dude. Hi. It's not real. He's staying. It's jokes. They're just talking about socialism and SocDem and what that means for Ethan personally, I think. I was gonna click anyway. Well, I appreciate you. Founders can get a founder status too and more powerful for X years. Oh my god. For a second I thought you were talking about the website X. God damn it, Ethan. You're in my mind. How do you just own a letter So dumb. Yeah, more power for X years. Yeah, I think that's reasonable for sure.
We give each individual vote in the workplace. Yes, they would have one vote, but ultimately, what are the matters that they are tasked with voting on? And there's a like even in unions, there's a structure, right? Like every single person does have a vote. The rank and file will always vote, but there's still a negotiations committee. There's still someone engaging in the contract negotiations.
Let me say this.
There's still elections being held inside of the union. Does that make sense?
It does.
But
here, does this make sense?
Yeah.
You're inside and I want to ask you, Dan, because I'm curious about your opinion. You're inside a big company. Let's just say they make cars. There's tons of employees there. The CEO, founder, he makes a lot more than the employees. Do you think that...
I still think it was so nefarious for Ethan to bring up like the podcast dynamic and financials like on stream. I feel like that was just like outright irresponsible. Like kind of hostile, honestly. Like
the leaders should make more than the workers, Dan?
Well, it just kind of depends on I mean, I think there's nuance there because I think it really depends on what the company looks like, how it operates. Should the CEO, who is on a day-to-day basis working and managing a company, make more money?
He works the same hours as the production people.
I mean, with more responsibility, I think should inherently come with some more privilege. However, I mean, now, are we talking about a CEO or are we talking about an owner? Because a lot of owners don't do shit.
No, I'm talking about someone who's working because the idea of ownership is probably different in a socialist.
Right, and the owners may it may be private or it may even be a public company.
The CEO. So you agree he should make more? So
it just depends.
Did he agree that the CEO should make more? I feel like he kind of wrote off Dan there. A coercive manner, yeah. It's definitely a leading fucking question. Yeah. Can't answer honestly. Right. Yeah, like, I don't think this is Dan's true opinion by any means. Like, he's definitely been, like, measuring his responses through all of these conversations in, like, the last fucking, like, 3 episodes it's been. Like, oof. Dan, he's a real comrade, but like I could never be that patient, honestly.
There's not room for nuance. There's just not.
What do you mean?
If you're living in a socialist country, this shit needs to be like laid out. Like there's not room for nuance. In every workplace, we're gonna decide little different rules for everything.
Under capitalism, where you have the freedom to fucking
but there's
operate
rules
in that
like
regard.
minimum wage.
But with rules, exactly, you would have the similar.
Oh, Levelhead. You're an audio nerd, right? Can you help me? Please help. I'm doing my best, but it's always way too dank and I don't really know what I'm doing. We can talk about it off stream, but I'm trying. But I don't have a mixer or anything. It's just hooked up to my computer. It's a lot. Yeah, it's so confusing. I appreciate you. Socialism is when no rules. True. Real and true. Come with legislated risks and responsibilities and should be capped. Right. Yeah, definitely like CEO caps. For sure. Income caps for CEOs. And all the C-suite, I think that's like completely reasonable. Like, how much money do you need?
Structure, pegged to like.
I'm trying to ask.
Be cut into your stream's fat profits. Yes, I will pay him $12.
Ask you guys what the rules, and I keep getting these nebulous
like a maximum wage tied directly to your lowest paid employee.
This is what I wanted to say though. Let's
say. Like it served an ad. Oh no. The worst timing. I didn't do it. I swear I didn't run the ad, okay? Oh no. As I'm preaching about anti-capitalism, here, have this ad. I swear it wasn't me.
Hey,
Do you hear what I said?
I did.
Maximum wage tied to like there could be a situation where like a maximum wage could be implemented under a socialist structure to ensure that every single workplace has at least a maximum wage that is directly tied to the lowest paid.
I am
He's the
coming
prophets.
hard.
Thank you. Thank you, Chase. Socialisms, you gotta give your stuff then. I didn't think so. 7 ads? Wait, you got 7 ads? No. That's not possible. I have the lowest ads. No.
Lowest paid worker and their
Why?
full-blown compensations and benefits package they
Okay,
get.
let's just go back to, so the CEO, he earns more. He has more responsibility. Oh, Hasan, you said
I don't agree with that either. No. I don't agree with CEOs having more responsibility or should earn more, for the record.
What? You just said
no.
that they should.
If you're
The
an
dude has the
owner
Porsche,
operator,
the
if
dude
you're
with
an
the
owner
Toyota.
operator and you're literally fucking, I was talking to Dan about this earlier before you got here, but it's like the difference between what you do and the difference between, like, let's say a jewelry designer.
lick the world. Let's get it
Designers
done.
can outsource their fucking labor, but you are the main product here, which is why it's very hard for you to see it.
I'm using a different example.
Yeah.
Like
So if you're a fucking jewelry designer and you are responsible for all the beautiful designs in your jewelry that's like super competitive, everybody loves it, everyone wants to buy your fucking jewelry,
Like,
you can still hire other people like designers to help benefit that process
and in this
make
perfect
better
democratic
jewelry.
workplace,
Okay.
where everybody's altruistic,
Yes,
they vote.
I try to pay you for helping me with audio, but I end up just paying
Let's go
Bezos
lick the
$250.
world. Let's get it done.
Rip. Mutual aid. Thank you, Keepers. I appreciate you.
To say the CEO should make more money than us.
Yes. Well, the way that works would be slowly but surely, as you bring on more people into your company or as you expand and you grow, okay, in a democratic capacity,
Sweet, thank you.
are taking away the earnings that you have right now and eroding it because you're giving it to some people that are coming in because you think that they're valuable enough to be able to paid that way, to be paid that way. But that process is being democratically voted on, and ultimately, you know that you're doing that because you're in your understanding. Later down the line, if you care about this sort of thing, you're going to make even more money. Or rather,
money shouldn't be a motivator.
Money should not be a motivator. You're right.
Why
Like,
does
in my situation,
why
it's
does
not.
the CEO?
You're saying it shouldn't be a motivator, but you're also saying that everyone's inherently greedy, or like 20% of people are psychopaths. Which is it, Ethan? Which side are you on, my guy? Like,
care if his company makes more money. He's not going to make more money.
No, it's in the long term, you are creating more stability this way because you understand that every expansion of your productive output, okay, every single piece of expansion on your productive output yields better long-term stability and more money if that's what you're fucking motivated by. But ultimately, that's not the main motivator, and it should not be the main motivator
I
anyway.
think that's a horrible thing to say if you're considering socialism, that money's a motivator. That's like almost almost like taboo, I feel like.
No, don't worry about what other people say in this situation or what you think people will perceive from what I'm saying.
Let me go back.
Because that part is irrelevant.
Okay, so let's say in a world where the CEO makes more money, do you think
in a world,
a possible or even likely situation that the heads of these companies who make more money are going to want to influence the government and their workers to vote or support legislation that gives them more money or more influence? Is that a likely outcome?
Wait, can you ask that again? Sorry, I saw a comment saying you were rectangular, and it fucked my brain a little bit.
I think that I
am
rectangular. Yes, and I think that speaks to what Hasan was saying. I think that's what it speaks to what Hasan was saying earlier about why a lot of Marxists have have criticism of social democracy,
Capitalism.
that lack of elimination of the capitalist profit motive part of the economy,
it doesn't
will
doesn't
naturally result in what you're
that's
saying.
my point. So thank you, Dan. In socialism, the motive, the money motive, doesn't. It's literally it's not compatible. It doesn't work because you're going to have people at the top who are going to want more. They're going to want more influence. They're going to want more power. They're going to want more money, and they're going to exert their influence, their status. Even if they don't make more money, they have status.
Yeah,
for
there's
sure.
going to be
They're going to have. They're going to be able to influence.
Socialism
shit.
is not egalitarian in the sense that there's
you see
like
what I'm saying, Dan, that
full-blown
there's a
equity.
problem here?
Socialism does not.
Socialism only exists when you remove the money motive, right? Dan?
Socialism, and in the way we understand socialism, yes, the money motive is. Now we're talking about.
That doesn't seem
now
like
we're talking
something you
about
want to do.
eroding it
You don't want to remove the money motive
because I'm in the middle.
I don't think like that's realistic though. Like you like we would still have like money, right? Like you would still want to achieve things. I don't know, like it would just be more equitable in the way that people can go about achieving their dreams, you know? I don't know. He's really tied to like socialism equals no commerce.
Middle ground where I'm talking about like what's
you're a social
realistic.
democrat.
No, I'm not. I'm talking about.
Sounds like you are.
I'm talking.
You can get rid of the money motive by transitioning to a post-scarcity economy. Right. Yeah. Like, if you're not desperate to get by, then you're free to, like, explore other motivations you might have.
About the realistic short-term period because I don't live in that I don't live with that
I
operational
agree that
basis
if we lived
myself.
but
I know
if
that
we
other people
live,
can't do that for the time being.
If we could just teleport into a utopian Star Trek world where money doesn't exist and everybody's equal, yeah, everybody would love that. But let's talk about real shit.
I am talking about real shit.
Well, that's what that's all I'm trying to do too.
Which is why I'm giving you an example of like the interim period of moving towards socialization or social.
Yeah, right. He's just like so tied to the status quo.
A socialist transitional.
I
state.
agree with that.
But the problem is when I describe that, you say, well, that's not socialism. I'm like, yeah, I know. Money being a motivator for certain people.
I'm saying once you move to socialism, the system, in my opinion, falls apart. It doesn't work because it falls to the same trappings. Because people are going to want more power. They're going to want more influence. You're going to have capitalistic parties, thank you, Lena, that are going to want to influence. You're going to have these external forces that want that freedom, that want that
there
individualism.
Will always be, even in a democratic organization
and
in the
I believe
workplace, there will be people that make more, right? That's what you're saying.
The best that we can do is provide laws and regulations that guarantees people a fair, equitable life.
Let me ask you this.
Within those rules, I believe if you're operating within those rules, then...
No, I was literally saying that right before you got here, Riot. I was like, look, you're not going to wake up to socialism tomorrow. You don't have to, like, forfeit all your company's profits to all of your employees literally right now. Like, that's not... He seems to think that, like, the revolution is going to come for him first, which is, like, simply not true. Work makes stuff. Stuff make the other stuff. Things make line. Line go up. So true. So true. And line must go up. Yeah. Yeah, I think this is like his first time like questioning everything, and it's all just like unraveling for him, which is like all that he's covered for like a week is this. Like he's just like he's in deep, which could be great. I hope he doesn't get turned off from all the people calling him a class traitor and shit. Coalition, weirdly selfish. Yeah. H3 Studios. Yep. Yeah. I mean, I've always I've always said that TF should have a union. And, I mean, probably H3 too. Why not? I mean, shit. I am sure that Sam is not getting paid enough to do all that she fucking does. It's so much.
You can do and make however much money as you want if you're operating the rules with a super progressive tax rate and everybody's provided for. Because if you want to move to a socialist system, I don't think that system actually works.
So the cultural differences differences that we see in countries that are still capitalist but social democratic versus countries like the United States of America that are hyper individualistic and have like very little social democracy is the argument that I'm making, is that with more social amenities and with higher degrees of socialization, people's attitude towards money and money making.
Yeah, Levelhead, like, the contradictions are becoming more and more apparent to him. And he's, like, trying to work it out, like, out loud, over many hours of discourse.
Becomes drastically different. There are different motivators. Yes, status can be an important thing, but that social hierarchy designed around status has nothing to do with the productive output and has nothing to do with like your material reality.
Wait, chat. I just realized that I'm halfway into this. I'm halfway into this at 3 hours. I'm so doomed. Oh fuck.
It has the capacity to change like the way people perceive you. It's like an attractive person versus like someone who is maybe not as aesthetically pleasing, right? Those things are going to exist. Like there's always going to, socialism doesn't mean like LeBron James has to be the same fucking height as like, you know, like a 5-foot person to play basketball. There's going to be different earners. There's going to be there is always going to be some level of competition.
Okay.
This is not a bad thing. This is a good thing. This is how you innovate.
If there's different levels of earners, do you agree that that seems to be incompatible with Marx's theory of socialism? Because if
no, it's absolutely not. Because all and correct me if I'm wrong, Hasan, because you're more read on this than me, but all that is being said at the end of the day is that people are entitled to the value that they create. If somebody creates more value than somebody else, then they are entitled to more value.
The theory is wonderful.
Yes.
But,
and
we're talking about real shit, right? So when people make more, they're going to want to influence. I'm not saying everybody, but again, this goes back to what I was saying last week. There's people who are pathological. Okay.
Yes, there's always bad faith actors.
And even in a socialist country, the sociopaths are probably going to float to the top. Just
Marxism has a dog shit as a universal system. Yeah, I don't think Marxism alone is complete. I think Hasan is probably simplifying because it gets very confusing once you get into like Leninism, Maoism, third worldism, like Dengeism. Like it gets very convoluted at that point.
Because they're willing to do everything that other people aren't, or they care about status and power where other people don't. And so these high-functioning, highly motivated sociopaths are going to want to influence government and business democracies to increase their power and influence.
Like they do now under a capitalist
like
system.
they do now.
Right.
And that's why I think it's not realistic to expect that not to happen. And I think the most realistic and the best way is in between. Because capitalism...
Can I counter what you said?
Hold on. Capitalism doesn't work. We know that. And I think socialism doesn't work for the same exact thing. Because people are going to want to... The psychopaths are going to want to move it. And I think the only realistic solution is in the middle, where you just create a sandbox that is good for everyone.
Conference with all these lib journalists. Oh no. They're broken systems. But focus on corrupt individuals or bad structures here and there. Like it's the whole, yeah, it's not just one guy. It's true. Unfortunately, if we could just take out like a handful of guys, you know, that would be an easy revolution. I like the core of Marxism. I just care about anti-capitalism. Yeah, that's fair. And Marx is not a perfect guy. He is an old dead guy. Don't idolize any old dead guy, you know? Functioning exactly as intended. True. True. This is the plan. This is the plan.
Everybody and operate within that sandbox because everything else seems like a fantasy to me.
Every single thing that you've mentioned in both of these equations still revolve around human greed, turning humanity and the way people operate into capitalist little demons who are driven by profit. I do believe self-interest is a thing that happens. That's certainly true, which is why you have to have certain restrictions placed upon people that ensure that they don't get out of hand with the level of power that they have. The way I describe it is this. In America, people always say labor unions are corrupt. They're actually really bad. They have a rigid hierarchy, and they are also susceptible to nepotism. This much is true in certain labor unions. There's been a lot of reform in the Teamsters and the UAW. Shouts out to that. No, what do you mean? Historically, there absolutely has been. I
don't say that about.
Oh, no, I know you don't say that about unions. My point is this, though. The way I counter that always is this. There's always going to be corruption. There's always going to be, bureaucratic red tape. There's always going to be nepotism. But I would much rather, if corruption is inevitable, I would much rather have a more just and more equitable, a more democratic process that at the very least by its very design, like in the union structure, offers tangible benefits to the workplace, the workers, rather than the corruption that we currently experience on a daily basis under the capitalist corruption.
That's the same thing I want.
Okay, which is why I said but you're not comfortable with socialism with capitalist characteristics.
I also think that socialism, when you consider corruption and high functioning sociopaths, there's a lot more risk when you centralize the power at the top. Let's say one party or a
Literally everything he's brought up, it's worse under capitalism. It's not centralized under socialism. It's the opposite, actually. It's the opposite. Yeah, what the fuck? Yeah, much better to centralize the power with me, the capitalist. I don't want to delegate any responsibility or money to any of my employees. It's much better if I decide everything because I built the company and it's all mine and I built it alone. But also, why would you centralize power? He's just saying shit.
For a dictatorship or tyranny.
No, that I actually don't agree with at all. I think that the democratic process in and of itself, whether it's a multi-party system or a single-party system or a two-party system like we have that yields results exclusively, like the material changes that are made are done at the behest of corporations and the wealthy capital owners. No matter what, I think that a more democratic process is always going to be a better and more effective mechanism at fighting against centralized power and sociopaths that want to assume control.
Socio-anarchist. Hell, Ethan. Stop it. Takes place in government boards constantly. Yeah. Absolutely. Follow transparency laws, listen to the constituents. Right. Right, yeah, you can't regulate shit inside of a private institution. Absolutely. And yeah, there could just be so much regulation happening. So much more.
I think that if that is an inevitability, no matter what happens, I personally believe that more of a democratic process is going to be more effective. I'll give you an example.
I like democracy
DuPont Chemical. DuPont Chemical, under the capitalist, liberal, bourgeois democracy in the United States of America, was able to dump toxic waste into farmlands and destroy natural water supplies and delicate ecosystems. They still do it to this day. We have PFAS, the forever chemicals, right? That is everywhere. We have microplastics, all that good stuff, right? In a situation where, let's say, DuPont Farm...
And every time that we outlaw a certain PFAS chemical, they just innovate a new one. Haha, innovation. It's so great, right?
DuPont Chemicals was like at least democratically organized. The workers themselves have more power to say, what the fuck are we doing? You're destroying my fucking uncle's, farm. You're destroying my backyard.
Right.
And that way they can put a stop to it, or at least demand changes to happen, rather than expect the government to turn around and be like, all right, we're the EPA. We just realized that we are going to...
so you want less government or more government? Because socialism is like all government.
Government, no, that's not true, Ethan. Socialism is simply giving more power to the individual in that regard. You have a government that also exists.
You're telling people you do not have a choice. You cannot run your business this way. You cannot.
Yeah, I mean,
that's a stronger government than we have.
Why not?
That's a really
but I think you want a stronger
government.
government than we have. You want a stronger
Well, I want a stronger government.
You want
than
market regulation.
Yeah, but it's even stronger than the one that I want. It says, here's your workplace. You must exist in it. So you're saying on one hand, the EPA is silly.
Well, the EPA.
But on the other hand,
DuPont, in the situation with DuPont, if you want me to finish this, because this is not hypothetical, this is something that actually happened. EPA said, "Sorry, we're gutted. We don't have like enough researchers." A lot of the researchers that work at EPA also end up getting jobs at DuPont, or vice versa. There's always a revolving door, tit for tat. Regulatory capture is something that these corporations do in an effort to monopolize and also improve their profit margins, as always. So in that structure, the EPA basically delegated DuPont with figuring out how toxic their pollutants were. And of course, until a journalist uncovered this entire thing, they were able to claim that these toxic pollutants weren't as bad, right? So there is no mechanism in that situation where we
Wait, Keevers, what?
Capitalism.
Yeah, so we just sit there and we expect
more direct democratic control at a more localized level. Right. Conservatives pretend to advocate for, right? Like, oh yeah, they want small government. They hate government overreach. They hate big government, but also want to ban abortion pills at the federal level. Cool.
Expect the government that is, appointing people into positions of power that literally have material.
I'm like, just gonna stress eat through the rest of this, I think.
No, listen. We expect the government to enforce certain regulations and restrictions that they do not, because the people that are placed into that position of power have no interest or need in placing said restrictions, or maybe even lack the know-how.
Maybe people in the company don't want to make less money. So maybe they don't have access to all the data that the CEO
the beautiful
has.
part about that is that, at least historically speaking, what you're describing has never happened. What I mean by that is, when you look at the UAW, for example, it is supposed to be in their best interest to be anti-EV, and yet for some reason, Sean Fain and the UAW is perfectly understanding of a Green New Deal.
There's also never been a company that has a purely socialistic hierarchy where they
That's
make
not true.
less.
There's cooperative corporations.
Where they make less.
Like Mondragon is a good example of.
Have they been levied with the task of deciding to make less money to help the environment?
Yes.
When?
Absolutely. Not to help the economy, but they.
My point is that saying one is better than the other is just theory, Well,
we are talking about simply theory.
I think
because we both
strong
agree that
EPA
capitalism doesn't work.
I think a strong EPA is great. In fact, I think you'd still need an EPA in a socialist country. I don't think it eliminates the need for the EPA.
Agreed, 100%. Which is what I was saying is, in that socialist formation, there is actual real mechanisms of control that can put a stop to this kind of thing, rather than power accumulating in the hands of the few at the top of the corporate structure that then make these decisions, make these hiring practices to get these people in the revolving door.
In theory, what you're saying is great.
In practice, it would be great as well.
I think in practice it would be great, but I don't think it's possible.
But okay, so now
So let's go back to this idea of greed,
first
right?
You said,
'Cause
first you said the theory doesn't work. Now you're saying in practice it won't work.
No, because it's not. And what I mean is that you can't organize it that way. It won't work. And you know what I mean.
But
what I mean is that
we do see different. You and I are in agreement that higher degrees of socialization is a benefit. Okay, we're in agreement. You like unions. You want workers to have more control. You want workers to have more power, more say, and have more autonomy ultimately. So you and I are absolutely in agreement on that front. So to say that that doesn't work in theory, I think betrays.
I'm talking about the workplace specifically.
Well, yeah, in the workplace as well. You're in agreement, no?
That's a huge difference.
We spend 80% of our adult lives in the workplace. This is the most important
and I
place
believe
for
it should be
political
regulated.
organization.
Listen, we seem to have a disagreement about like greed. Like there seems to be this notion that people that live in a capitalist country, we understand.
No one's saying that people will never be greedy in socialism. No one ever said that. You said that. You seem to be holding on to that. That it's simply like, do we regulate it or do we not? Like, fuck. Ah. Yeah, I would just. Some of the small business. Super common. Yeah. Yep. He's definitely like taking it way too personally.
Greed and desire for wealth differently than an example I always see is like Native Americans. And that's part of why I can't conceive of a true socialistic country.
You're saying that like primitive communism or primitive accumulation, which has been the foundation of like societal development for much longer than the Industrial Revolution or post-industrial revolution capitalism, right?
I've seen a lot of people say that greed is learned. That if you grew up in a pure socialist society,
no, absolutely, self-interest is a real thing that people have, but people can be taught, and people can learn that the collective aspects of societal development are far more important for self-interest than the individual, the hyper-individualistic, like, I'm going to get mine, fuck everybody else.
So the point of going to this greed discussion is to talk.
You can obviously like learn to value community over like your own like individual achievements or whatever. Like that happens. It happens all the time. He has kids, right? Yeah. Kids are sociopaths. You gotta teach them not to be. That's true. That's real. Good point. Honestly, maybe he just hasn't taught them yet. Maybe he never will. Oh no. What if Teddy grows up and then I have all this Teddy fresh, but he's just like a staunch Republican?
About like human nature, and that I believe that in a perfect socialist society, there'll be forces of influence of wealthy people, people with status, people with power, wanting it more for themselves.
My argument
I believe that that's that's innate.
Yeah. If so, first of all, I don't think that there's a biological imperative. I think that, like I said,
what's the difference?
Self-interest can be.
What's if you have a resource hoarding and greed?
Yes. So
how is accumulating lots of money different than resource gathering or accumulation?
I will describe it to you. A society that heightens collectivist understandings, okay, as a consequence of it being directly tied to our, at this point, our means of production and how we understand it, how we generate commodities, is going to have the exact opposite opinion on collectivism versus hyper-individualism in the way that you see it under capitalism. More people will have a collective understanding that like we are in this together and that we're working side by side.
Most, not all.
Then yes, you're right. And the reality is that there will still be people who are self-interested, people who will still want to utilize the existing constructs, the existing hierarchies to their immediate advantage at the cost of others. But my point is that if that is an inevitability, which I agree, because there will be people who are sociopathic, criminals,
Okay, at least-
charlatans, the
okay.
lumpen pros and whatnot.
Yeah.
Okay, that will always exist. But even if that exists in the and I'm being very realistic about this, wouldn't it be better to have more mechanisms of control in the form of democracy and ensure a world in which everyone has more autonomy in a place where they spend 80% of their lives on?
It would be.
So yeah, then we're in agreement.
There's a rubber band. You know, it's pulling us. The center of gravity is social democracy, capitalism, socialism, and the rubber band's pulling us in both directions towards the center. That's what I believe.
Okay, and my point always is
Centers. Let's go.
that while marginal incremental reform in social democracies were made when there was actually a counterforce in the form of communists, trade unionists, anarchists, and the like, okay, they have been thoroughly eviscerated both in this country and in Europe as well, which is precisely the reason why you see Europe following the American attitude with its own conditions getting worse and worse year over year.
If you're willing to at least acknowledge that there are going to be innately.
Yeah. Yeah, the Overton window is so far right. It's not good. It's very bad. Like Americans just have like conservative and conservative light. That's all they get.
Just as a product of the human condition, people that are born greedy with a desire to want to hoard resources. I don't know why you're afraid to say greedy. They're hoarding resources. If you're willing to admit that they're going to be bad people.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, some people will be greedy, but again, Ethan said 20% of people are psychopaths. I just don't think that's true. That's literally only true in prison. And that could be fixed with restorative justice, mental health programs. Crazy.
Yeah.
Then that's okay for me, because there was some takes I saw that pretended like that.
Don't have a conversation.
Yeah, to be fair, he said 10 to 20, but yeah, no, it's 1% in the general pop.
With people on Reddit who also themselves will probably change their ideas. There's people are very rigid, especially under the guise of anonymity online. It's not reflective of the actual conversation that you could be having that's productive.
Okay, good. I'm glad to hear that.
But
So let's move on.
I fall into this trap too. I yell at fucking people in my chat all the time because
I think he meant sociopaths, not psychopaths. I mean, either way, he's wrong.
sometimes lose sight of like sarcasm, and I can't get an accurate assessment because I don't know where you're coming from.
really bad.
Okay.
But I want to continue this.
If you go to pee, I'm fucking everyone's a communist after this. I'm just letting you know.
It's okay. You can have
While you're peeing, I'm just gonna
Maybe we should both go so you don't get the advantage.
No, I'm gonna get
You
the
don't need
advantage.
to pee? You always pee before me.
No, I'm holding it in. No, I don't need to pee.
There's no shot you don't need to pee.
Yeah.
I'm not taking a pause.
Oh God.
No, do not.
You want me to mute his mic?
That's fucked up. I'm reading the comments.
Nope, I have control.
There you go. I think this has been a relatively productive conversation. I mean, God knows what people will do to pick this apart, because every single time we have conversations, it's very frustrating that like there is a secondary market, like a cottage industry of people who will like pick apart every detail and make these like grand assertions off of it.
You can't see me. You don't know. You don't know what I'm doing. Shut up. Shut up, Hasan. Look, listen. Critical support for you.
Which is very frustrating because it's like I guess if you're from one of these communities out there, and there's plenty of them, there's so many people that make videos, right?
I mean, hell, we do it. I'm not going to say that the H3
duped?
podcast is.
What?
I mean, I would say the H3 podcast. We do that too. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we do that as well. Yes, I do that as well. But like, my question always is like, if you're coming from one of these communities, like, don't you feel like you're duped a little bit by whoever you trusted into believing that there's like genuine discord and division.
I'm sorry, chat. Did I dupe you? Do you feel duped?
Here, like
talking about you and Ethan,
yeah,
having
like
a falling out,
or even well, people didn't attack you as much. Surprisingly, it was more so me, even though you and him had a big disagreement as far as
well, nobody gives a shit about me. I mean, come on.
It was odd. I don't know.
Oh, thank you, AB.
Because you have a lot of differing opinions as well, but for some reason you weren't getting criticized as much. It's almost
Really irresponsible.
like people are more self-interested in certain directions.
Sorry, chat. I've been so irresponsible. I gotta bust out the ukulele.
But I think there's definitely an element of that. People definitely have it out for you, and also I think I saved myself a little bit by being
2 out of 10.
at the beginning. I don't know if you caught how much of that conversation you caught, but I was very reluctant to engage in that conversation, and so anything that I said was kind of tinged with the fact that like Dan doesn't even really want to be here, so I guess maybe that softened people's anger. I'm sure people did get angry about it, but frankly I was stressed about it afterwards just because like I don't know, I don't like being the center of attention, and so I stayed off of social media all weekend.
Oh, Danny's so wholesome.
I just didn't look at it.
Yeah,
Ethan just said.
I mean, I think most people were on Dan's side, to be fair. As far as I saw.
They were glazing me up. Well, I'm sure some people were, but
yeah, they were saying Queen Dan, Wan. They were saying Wan.
Wan.
Yeah.
W Dan.
Maybe I'll take this as an opportunity to drop a little bit of knowledge I don't think I've ever actually shared on the show. But
knowledge.
My one side of my family was actually I am descended from a bunch of like hardcore Bolsheviks in the Russian.
Too late, Ethan. Dan has seized the means of production. It's his show now. It's over. It's so over for you.
Revolution.
I knew it.
Fuck, dude. That's you. That's right. We were actually trying to draw this out of you, dude. You're fucking done, son.
My last name, Swerdlov, is a bastardization of Sverdlov, who was one of Lenin's like lieutenants in the revolution.
You don't want me to find this out? You sure you want this to go out?
I mean,
I'm kidding.
We're talking like
Damn,
we're talking like great uncle or something here. It's not really
like,
directly
your
connected.
your family's proletarian violence and his contributions have been noted, Dan. Yeah. We're Czarists here. How dare you?
sorry. I didn't want to piss off the whites.
So I know. I always see this picture and I'm always like, dude, he seems a little too comfortable in that outfit.
But like
he's just filling that uniform.
It's a Halloween costume. It's a Halloween costume.
Totally.
I'm not a weirdo. Okay.
Red scare. Red scare.
Yeah.
Red scare.
Oh, you met Hasan. Oh. True. True. He does do that kind of thing. Yeah, as if he didn't start like that type of commentary specifically in this space. Like, okay.
Red scare.
Okay, so I want to move on to some more practical topics. But before we do that, I want to say that I think this is a great conversation.
I agree.
And anyone that's mad, you're wrong. Anyone who's upset right now about this conversation, you're wrong. This is a good conversation we're having.
People get heated, but
no, I do think it is a good conversation overall. I think it's like a net good. I hope there's more like it, because I don't feel like this is like a good like start and end to the conversation, but it's a good start.
I've been keeping an eye on the chat, and I think a lot of people have found this really interesting.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Wrong. The last time was a little jading, but I wasn't going to stop me. But anyway, also I want to emphasize that we agree on so much, like literally 95%.
In the practical application, in the short term, we are in agreement 100% of the way. If you like Bernie Sanders, then you're good with me. That's my opinion, because Americans do not have any class consciousness, and you have to build that. There are certainly differing opinions, like people who believe in accelerationism or whatever, but I truly think that America will only accelerate towards barbarism as it has, and not necessarily socialism, without any kind of.
But Bernie have to house. No, socialism is with no house.
Of without people believing that like they have any kind of autonomy in the workplace, any kind of means of collective bargaining in the workplace.
Okay, so anyway, my point is, if you're angry, you're being silly right now. This is good. This is a good conversation. And on my part, again,
Wait, who's angry? Literally, who's angry? We get passionate because we're the working class. We can participate in this convo as well. It doesn't mean we're mad. Yeah, I think people are passionate, not mad. Chat's biggest issue is Ethan comes off as if he's not listening. That's true. That's true. I appreciate these convos. Fire emoji. Feel the burn, baby. I will be angry forever. Ethan's small ideological differences make me furious. No, I think the chat's fine.
I'm pretty, ignorant. So this is good for me to kind of.
I think you undersell yourself. I think you are more importantly than anyone.
Pretty's misogynist. Oh my god, I don't remember that.
No, ignorance is one thing, but you're very curious and you're charitable when you want to learn things. And I think that is truly important, as opposed to being like, I've made up my mind, this is good. I mean, obviously there's still hangups.
Yeah.
But that's always going to happen. It's just, this kind of dogma is too powerful. Everyone has their own journey.
The fact that we have like over 30,000 people watching like a really analytical,
kind of nuanced debate about this.
Yeah, socialism and social democracy.
See,
yeah, I'm happy to
see. That's what I mean. Like, I don't know. Even if Ethan isn't swayed that much by a singular conversation, I think it's like planting a lot of seeds for his audience. Basic lefty economics has heard these points. Oh yeah, for sure.
See that? And like Hasan said earlier, I mean, I think there's been a massive sea change in this country in the last decade, largely thanks to Bernie Sanders. But I would even go further back and say like the Occupy stuff and the financial crisis is when it really started to creep into the consciousness. But I can't imagine having this conversation when I was like a teenager. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it would be a non-starter in this country. And
we're both radical, by the way, as we're saying.
Yes, yourself in the eyes of the broader American public
I would be considered radical by
compared to someone like myself. Yes, people will go, oh, he seems reasonable, which I personally love. I think that's a fucking great thing.
I don't think
because the more insane I look, the more sane you look. And in the short term, what you're advocating for is unironically a good thing, which is why I also...
You look crazy for once. I look sane for once.
No, but that's my point, is that's why I also...
we're working in the same
That's why I also try to engage in movement building in the other direction as well, whenever there's like... Because there's plenty of people who fucking hate me on to the left of me who have like radical, Maoist third worldist opinions or whatever the fuck. But I never give that any kind of light or any kind of attention or dunk on it because I feel like, yeah, they look crazy or whatever. Who gives a shit? Ultimately, if they are working in their own way to erode the power that capital has, then you're good in my book. And that even extends to...
Right, yeah. Like, we need a diversity of tactics. And if Ethan is like the leftist Joe Rogan, fine. You know what? Fuck it, I'll take it. It's better than not having one. If it's between Joe Rogan and not even having a Sock Dem podcaster that's like even on the same level, like, yeah. Leftist Joe Rogan, yeah. Ugh.
Social Democrats to the right of me as well.
So just to summarize my point before we move on, it's essentially this. I believe social democracy can address all the issues that socialism attempts to address and also offers a more realistic and a proposition for an organization of society. That's it. But let's move on.
It is 12:20. I should just point out. I don't know how much we've been going for about 2 hours here.
If you need to bail, that's fine. But I have more questions.
Okay, what do you have? I'm down to keep talking.
Can I?
I have more questions. Pepe Law, another hour. How the fuck is this taking me so long?
I just point this out real quick. You sent this a moment ago.
Yeah, my dad got.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Every time.
Every time.
Every
That's so
time.
funny.
One of my
To
parents.
be fair, Producathons has
Hasan.
gotten me as well in the past.
Yeah, he-
like,
But
like,
this was my parents. Every time we do a clickbait title, they go, "Dan left. AB
what?
died.
AB's dead?
AB's dead."
What?
Yeah, in the role of a lifetime, Gary.
All right, let's talk about some like realistic or not realistic. Let's talk about some actual applications of socialism today.
Better run off to bed on risk of screaming into the further into the void. Wait, well, thank you for stopping by. I appreciate you.
Because I kind of want to understand it. So let's look at China. So I know China's done a lot of good for the massive amount of its populace. They've uplifted them out of poverty. They gave them access to health and housing, and on the whole, the
improved literacy rates.
Yeah, everything across
rapid
the board.
urbanization, rapid development.
Exactly. The quality of life of the average Chinese person is absolutely catastrophically improved.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now you tell me when I ask you, is
Seems pretty radical for you to even admit that, in my opinion. But okay.
Well, hold on. I've never denied that.
Okay.
But my question is is China socialist or not? Because you always say China isn't a socialist.
Wait, is my stream the void? I don't know. I've been trying to listen. I hope you feel heard. Like in my head about that now. I hope you sleep well though.
This country.
I think China.
The internet. Real. That's true. In chat. Fair.
If you ask them, is a transitional socialist state. Do I think that it has certain socialist characteristics?
Who
Absolutely.
would say that in China?
What do you mean?
You said if you ask them.
The CCP.
The government. The CCP.
Oh, okay.
That's like
That's
that's
like
their
their thing.
main.
Maybe that's what I should call my stream though. The void. I kind of like that. Complain into the void.
Thing is that this is like
They say we're
socialism
transitional.
with Chinese characteristics. We are a transitional socialist state. Every communist party will always say that they are trying to implement a transitional socialist state. Obviously, that socialism has to be adjusted to the material conditions and the needs that the people have. So socialism can.
Last week you were telling me China isn't a socialist country, so I was curious what you meant by that.
It's not socialism in the sense that like.
I mean, for one, they're engaging in capitalism in like a large scale. Enter my void. Hey yo. Wait, I kind of like that. Oh god. But yeah, no, China's still doing a whole lot of capitalism. And also I did a lot of slightly fashy things. That's probably a whole other conversation.
There is collective ownership over the means of production across the board. It's state ownership that benefits the interests of the citizens, as you've also admitted or recognized.
It's not an admission. I recognize
Well, it's
that.
an admission if you're living in the Western world, because in the Western world,
It's
everybody.
undeniable. It's just a fact.
Yeah, but people will use. Here comes the.
Well, I'm not one of those people. I'm not one of those people.
You know.
You know what I mean?
Okay.
So, well, okay.
Do you
so
want- do you
here's
want
what I'll
clarity
say
on my
about
Taiwan,
Here's what I'll
statements?
Hold on, we'll get to that.
Before we get to okay.
Here's
Not
what I'll say about
Taiwan
China.
again.
China's economy was extremely stagnant
I'm gonna stream voiding it. I like it.
for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
And even if you compare it to Taiwan, who separated from them in about 1950s, if you compare,
Well, more to that separation, I think.
sorry.
There's a little bit more to that separation, I think.
Well, we'll get into more depth in that. But my point is, around the 1970s, 1980s is when China's economy started to boom.
Yes.
And the reason for that boom was because they started to open up their economy and lean into more capitalistic notions.
They
and
got an influx of foreign capital.
And,
yes.
and that is when the average quality of life of the average Chinese person was vastly improved.
So
and before that, the Chinese economy was extremely stagnant, and the quality of life was not good.
Yeah, so here's how that works, right? There is plenty of trade that occurs with other countries as well, that do not have a mandate of trying to do even development, right? Let's not use the word socialism here. Let's just say urbanization, even development, like uplifting. Chinese people will say Chinese prosperity, right? Plenty of other countries that get foreign capital do not necessarily develop in that direction in the same way that China did.
Right.
The reason why.
Oh shit! Hi. Hello. Hi, Raiders. Thank you, Jaina, for the raid. I hope you're well. I hope you had a good stream. We're in the thick of it. We are 2 hours into the leftovers. Holy, it's been a journey. Ethan is in the copium stage of coming to terms with the contradictions of capitalism. Cozy, let's stream back. Let's go. I'm sorry I missed it. This is not so cozy. So yeah, I hope you're up for that. We will be doing cozier stuff after this, but it has been a journey.
Why China was able to do so.
Hey, hi. Hello. Sorry, I don't know what happened. Yeah, I really don't know. I have noticed, like, I'm not the only one having OBS issues. It just, like, stopped responding, and I had to force quit. IDK, but thank you for sticking around. I forgot what I was saying something. Do you know how long? I'll go back like 30 seconds.
From fucking potato farmers to people that beat the United States to the space, to be the first person to go to space. Yuri Gagarin shouts out. Similar structure existed similar thing happened in China as well after foreign capital came in. But it wasn't necessarily because foreign capital came in. It was
5 Fs last night that were OBS related. Damn. Yeah, it must be an update or something.
What they did with that foreign capital. Does that make sense? So in that situation, because money is just money, right? If there was like, I don't know, if we lived in a very...
Yeah, I think Grem has had a few Fs. Mari too. Even Tofu, which is very rare.
What was the money for? It was for cheap labor.
Yes, absolutely.
And so, in a sense, they're serving capitalism. They're taking the money.
It was
serving capitalism.
The Dingus Gambit is that
Dingus Gambit.
It's just like utilizing the
Dang was the leader that
interests
did
of,
oh, that was his name, Dingus.
No,
Dang.
Dingus. Dingus. Stop. No. Dang. His name is Dang.
Is that you can take advantage of Western society has this division of power where there's an imbalance there where capital owners and their capital interests are better represented by their bourgeois government, so they will, if we offer them cheap manufacturing and then take their IP.
Oh fuck, I forgot. My Peepo Awesome is still, from last year, a ghost. I need to change all the emotes back for Halloween. I need to figure out how to not do that, like individually, like as groups.
And start slowly but surely developing our country through rapid urbanization, like taking all that foreign capital and like building roads, building hospitals, building trains, and whatnot. We will be able to inevitably improve our material conditions as a collective.
In doing so, they've also entrenched themselves in a capitalistic model, I think. And not totally, right? But to an extent. And I think to that extent, it was a great benefit to them to operate in that middle ground. And I'll say this, since that's happened, that's when you started seeing all these Chinese billionaires, which is not a good thing, I'm saying. But like
but it's global capitalism.
That's the inevitability
it's impossible to escape global capitalism under a global capitalistic structure unless you are forced to exist or operate outside of those boundaries in the form of like Cuba, for example.
Well, we both agree on a realistic approach. So in that sense, we agree that's why I believe social democracy is the way. But, you know.
AB wrote something if you want to read it.
Oh, yeah. We were saying about how the CCP. I didn't see the second part. Since established in 1921, CCP has proclaimed itself to be a Marxist-Leninist party and has consistently referred to its system as socialism with Chinese characteristics.
New Adventure Time is actually really good. Oh, shit. I'm going to check it.
In essence, CCP views itself as overseeing a transitional socialist state working towards the eventual realization of communism. Because communism is a bit different. It's not like when you have like a strong central leader.
No, communism is when after a successful stage of development in a transitional socialist state, where the scarcity problem has been solved, and there is no interest in like capital accumulation, and the state eventually withers away, yielding a borderless, moneyless, stateless society. It's the start.
Man, we get told so many lies about communism. It's crazy. Like, I don't know. It takes so much to unlearn.
Star Trek future you were talking about earlier.
Yeah, I'm sure
but not
China's well
entirely
away.
because there's definitely
Critics
still a
often
state
point
in
to the
Star
gap
Trek,
between the party's rhetoric and the realities of it, noting the prominence of capitalistic practices, the wealth gap, and the absence of political freedoms as challenges to their characterization as a transitional socialist state. But isn't that just like, okay, but we kind of agree on that. So let me ask you this. One of the reasons that China is able to govern so effectively, and we agree, they get shit done fast.
Yeah.
And that's how part of, again, how their economic growth was so so quick and strong.
Yeah.
They can act. They don't have to be bogged down by Congress and shit.
Can I cut in here really quickly? That's a dangerous prospect that capitalist countries are also reckoning with, for the record. And under a capitalist country, if they want to continue consistently competing with China, for example, one of the things that the EU did recently was talk about the government-backed subsidies in the form of EVs and how Chinese development is impossible.
Yep, the CHIPS Act. Even Biden is worried about it, you know? Like, on a practical stance, like, we are just so behind in technology in general. And now even like in medicine, compared to a lot of places. Like,
possible to compete with because they're offering insane subsidies that offer Chinese EVs and is like basically destroying the EV marketplace for European car manufacturers. So they want to create an investigative team and stop that from happening somehow, or possibly even implement tariffs.
By the way,
that
Fiona and cake. Cute. It's still dead. Okay, spoilers. Okay, spoilers. I never finished it. I just saw like a few episodes, but I did like it.
in and of itself makes the Chinese centralized planning structure significantly better than capitalist ones in the form of global trade. That will create, in my opinion, a very scary future for Western liberal democracies, where how do you implement that kind of central planning, which already exists, but how do you make it worse? Fascism.
Okay.
And that's what I'm genuinely afraid of.
Well, I mean,
Barbarism.
China's not that far off from it in its current state.
What do you mean?
With like, I mean, they have basically a all-powerful leader.
I tend to forget show spoilers. Yeah, same. I tend to forget most things, so that's one case where it actually works out for me.
Everything's owned by the government. The only difference is they're not at war. Basically, that's the.
It never felt like a kids show. Yeah. Yeah, no, it definitely looked interesting. I just never got into it.
Only missing factor.
Yeah,
They are building their military.
Yeah.
And threatening countries like Taiwan. They're pretty close to fascism right now, I would say.
They're building their military
Government
but
rules
what they've
culture,
done, but what they've done with that
business.
military is very different than what the American military is.
Okay,
done, you know what I mean?
whatever.
They don't have 800
they have a
bases.
large military and they're threatening.
It's always a
people with it.
hypothetical. And
I'm
it's
just
the same
saying,
with
China's not that far from fascism.
I mean, America has bases all over the goddamn world. All over. Is that not threatening? I don't know.
It's the same with.
It's like
if
right
China's
there.
not that far from fascism. America is literally 10x the Nazi Germany fascism. Though
I
you have to
disagree.
admit.
China's closer because they have
What?
they have the
They
one.
built a military, but they haven't even
That's not
fucking
the only
used
thing I
it.
said. They have a government control of business, manufacturing,
Okay.
of social life, of the press. Okay.
Okay.
They have one strong
These are
leader.
authoritarian. Yes, these are authoritarian constructs for sure.
And then
But
the only
fascism
thing
has a.
missing from that is basically they have strong nationalism.
I agree with that.
And they
yes.
have and the only difference basically now to go full fascist is if they were invading countries, which they're threatening to do
yes.
right now.
So on that same metric, you realize that the only difference in America is the simple feeling that you are free and that you have all manner of different freedoms. Whereas
we do have freedoms of expression.
We have freedom to say,
we have freedom of
I agree.
Is that right?
religion. We have
Yes.
freedom of
Unless you want to do drag or beach rans or protest with BLM. Yeah, so much freedom of expression.
assembly. Those are big deals.
But
I know you don't
material-
think you don't want to.
No,
those
this
are,
is a huge
those are
deal.
Big deals, yeah.
Of course, it's a.
Okay,
of course,
sorry,
it's something
I don't want to put words in your
No,
mouth.
of course, this is
I'll
something
take
I
that back.
willingly recognize.
Yeah,
Which
I'll
is why I
take that
say,
back.
like, I'm not living in fucking China right now. It's
I
not like
don't-
there's.
I don't
It's not
think
like they're
it's
on tier 1
fair
cities.
to say, well, America is.
Yeah.
And I'm not being an American simp. I'm just saying that
the idea.
The world is called ooh, not you silly fish.
brought
that,
up
like-
American fascism, like China fascism
How do you know it's not named for the fish, okay?
is better than
Okay,
American
here's the difference, because fascism, okay, fascism is supposed to be a means of control with a oftentimes capitalist understanding of the economy and effectively to organize the economy and continue
I don't
organizing
think
the economy.
Capitalism doesn't have a lot to do with fascism, I don't think.
Capitalism has everything to do with fascism.
I mean,
capitalism.
You're striking on one of the biggest political philosophy debates of the 20th century.
Fascism
Okay,
is restoring
Right.
order by
I don't
whipping the fucking masses.
A lot of people
when-
define fascism as capitalism in crisis.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
I think about it more.
Like the fascism we have in the West, which is what I'm more familiar with, so that's what I'll speak on, is the police and military state protecting capital, having a monopoly on violence, calling in that monopoly on violence against protesters, against labor organizing. It's not free, bro. We're not free.
Or about like, yeah, maybe it's like capitalism gone fucking totally off the rails. Maybe, yeah. Because it's just
fascism.
no ethical.
If fascism had nothing to
ethical
do with
hang-up.
capitalism, then all of these supposedly
But
populist
they're
leaders
getting
like
money
Hitler
to
and
do war.
Mussolini,
I mean,
who
that's
started off as like supposedly quote unquote socialists or even like interested in higher levels of socialization, would not have worked alongside capital owners and destroyed trade unions and communists in general. Those were the first people that they fucking butchered.
Okay, fine. I don't care about capitalism. I mean, I'm a social democrat. So, in terms of like how,
Sure.
I just saying,
if
I
we're
don't
gonna
think
talk about social democrats in Germany. There's
I don't
also
think-
contention there, but
I don't think Chinese fascism is better or worse than American fascism. Why is that funny?
because I don't think that I do not think that China is fascist. I think that they are
Closer.
authoritarian.
Close.
I don't think China is closer to fascism than America.
I mean, not
because the
fascism isn't the
hypothetical,
only
because the
authoritarian
most
one,
significant
right?
part,
but like
the most significant part that you're mentioning is like, oh, they're building their military and they don't have freedom of
own the
assembly or
press.
freedom of speech. Well,
They control the culture.
yes, this part
They
this
own
part is
all
correct.
The manufacturing.
Nationalism is the best part that you can actually
They are
identify
nationalistic.
in the problems with China. You can absolutely
We put more into our military than the next 8 nations combined.
push that.
I don't see where
push
I'm
that
missing.
part where it is nationalistic. Okay. However, the the Chinese development and Chinese military action is either irredentist in nature, which is different than imperialist, where it's like it's more so expansive in its own limited area, rather than global imperialism, which is
China's
done with the
always taking
express
more
effort
land.
with the
Tibet, Taiwan. They're always
okay.
expanding.
Well, if
Now,
we're going to
the
talk about
fact- the
Tibet,
fact that
if we're going to
you-
talk about Tibet
the
and
fact that
Taiwan,
you think it's
you want me
like okay because it's their territory seems.
do you
a
want me
little
to?
bit
Do you want? No. Do you want me to describe
No,
it?
I don't want to get into the Taiwan thing because
Well,
I don't
you
want
can't
to
just
get
say
to.
Tibet and Taiwan and then not expect me to explain the nuances.
I'm not ready for this tangent.
Because okay, Ethan, but like
Go ahead.
Tibet
Go
is-
ahead.
This was the whole last episode of Leftovers. You already did the Taiwan tangent, bro. Oh.
Tibet was literally a fucking feudal slave mandate, like
So
autonomous zone.
China did them a favor.
That was one. I mean, in America, when I say something like this, people get very upset. You know, we talk about the Dalai Lama saying "suck my tongue" or whatever, but like that's not far from the norm in fucking normal
I forgot about that.
Tibetan existence before the Communist Party came in and
So
took
China
over.
unilaterally took over Tibet.
Like
Well,
these are
their culture. They basically are trying to, homogenize the culture.
if your culture
They're trying to spoil the religion and the identity.
the part of
and they did them
feudal
a favor.
warlords and slavery, abolishing that, yes, I do think that is good.
No, China did them a favor.
I think that yes, I
was
will
a
be
mad-
on the record
just
to
like
state
America did it.
that
Nah, I'm
while
not
the
gonna say
Chinese
it.
government
I'm not going to say it.
well, there is no equivalent in American intervention that you can point to in a similar capacity, unless you're talking about.
Okay, so
and I think this is a good way to describe Taiwan as well. The American federal government going into the fucking South and killing, unfortunately not all of them, but a decent amount of slavers and defenders of slavery. This is violent retribution from a powerful federal government
Tibet was a separatist.
that squashed. Okay.
Tibet is the South in the Civil War.
Yes. Tibet in the time frame where Chinese intervention happened would be the South. Yes,
So
they
what
were
was
doing
the,
slavery.
What was
they
the
were
moral
feudal.
aspect of the war of China?
The interests are obviously like national security or whatever the fuck they claim, but ultimately the reality was that beyond the material benefits, that yes, they were a feudal, oppressive, slavery-backed state, autonomous region.
Mm-hmm.
So
just like Russia's denazifying Ukraine.
no, I don't agree with that. For the
Oh,
record, I
God.
don't think that Russia is denazifying Ukraine. If anything,
God, not Ukraine. Don't, God, not the Ukraine takes, please. It's too much nuance. It's too much nuance, Ethan. You hate nuance, remember? You don't want to get into it.
they will end up nazifying Ukraine in the long run.
If you want to point to a modern country that you could probably fairly characterize as fascist, I would point to Russia before I
I
point
agree,
to China.
100%. I think that Russia is a significantly better example
sure.
of a fascist nation state,
Yeah.
given its modern Russia, contemporary Russia, being a capitalist nation state built by oligarchs
like
that
on
were
access.
anti-Soviet and anti-communist, that made deals with Western bankers and Westerners originally leading up to the dissolution of the USSR, so they could literally pick apart the entire country. Vladimir Putin being
Yeah, like, Navalny is still in prison. Thousands and thousands of protesters against the war are still in prison. It's very, very fascist.
being another primary example of this.
Okay, good. They're fascists.
I would agree that Russia's interests are significantly more fascist than the outcomes are, because their interests do not lie around improving their productive forces or the abolition of like what Russia's doing in Ukraine is no different than what America has done in Iraq. Like, oh, we're bringing democracy. Like, they're not denazifying Ukraine. It's fucking bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas I will not say the same thing about like Tibet. Like,
no,
I can't,
I'm not saying
I
one's
think it
better
would be a
than the other,
disservice. I think it'd be a
because all-
disservice to Ukraine to make a
I'm not.
comparison between like modern
I'm just
Ukraine
saying
and
that
feudal
there's
Tibet.
you can create a pretense to take anything you want, you know.
Yeah, but there are also, but you agree, like, for example, the federal government in the Civil War did the right thing, right? It was very violent, but they did the right thing?
Yeah.
Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, good. So let's talk about Taiwan then. Because Taiwan in its formation is created by the KMT, or KMT General Chiang Kai-shek. I'm butchering his name.
I think that was close.
But I think it's the closest I can get to that. And in its formation, it was a military dictatorship that was fascist, openly nationalist, and there was no surprise there that the American government was backing them, right? In its entire inception. Taiwan now is very different than that.
Yeah, I don't know a lot about
But
it.
this is very important in the
Taiwan
context of like
now-
talking about Taiwan.
Should they be invaded for how they were
Absolutely
founded?
not.
Right.
Absolutely not. Because hey, guess what?
Everybody was
when
founded on shaky ground.
America builds you up to be a nation as a counterbalance or as the real China, as we did originally. That's why we were in support of Taiwan, because they were nationalist, fascist, military dictatorship that was brutal, comprised of dudes that got owned by fucking Mao overall, right? At a time when, and at a time when, 100%. At a time, and they were butthurt losers that believed that like Mongolia is also a part of Republic of China. They have more expansive desires, more expansive territorial desires than
Mongolia.
Than that. Well, they can't
invade?
do anything.
Well,
Their military,
who
according to American generals' assessments, was fucking dog shit.
I think Taiwan's a better example then.
So Taiwan.
But wait, I'm not ready.
But Taiwan in its inception.
This tangent is out of control.
Wait, but like you want me to?
We'll go back to it.
These things don't happen overnight. If you assume that it's like a war between good and bad, or that it happened overnight, it materialized out of nothing, then yes, that is infinitely more susceptible to Western framing, to be like, these are the good guys, these are the bad guys, they want to do this thing, and then you make comparisons to like reasonable wars or whatever, and then all of a sudden we are not factoring in the understandable, whether I agree with it or not, doesn't matter, the understandable desires of national security from the Chinese nation state that is in an openly contentious yet still very favorable trade relationship with the Western world. Why the fuck would they want a American military base in a nation state that was developed by America, originally a fascist, nationalistic, brutal military dictatorship? Why would they want that to be an American base 1 mile off their fucking coastline?
Okay, you're right.
So that is precisely the reason. So that's precisely the reason why the people of Taiwan who recognize that reality, while they yearn for independence, they recognize that reality that it will never happen as long as China has a military or a powerful economy, and as long as America has a legitimate interest in Taiwan being an American base of support to inevitably control China, dominate China in some ways.
Okay, hold on. Let me go back, because we did like the monster tangent here.
Okay.
I was saying one of the reasons China's so effective is because of their one-party state. Without opposition, they're able to move fast and effectively. So do you think this is a good model? Do you think the one-party state is a good model? Because the outcome of that one-party state is also massive human rights violations across the board.
I mean, I don't think that... I think that America is a one-party state.
I don't care about America.
No, but it's important to understand, because like the one-party state is an inevitability under any kind of formation of the government. The government is going to yield results that are either positive for the people or negative for the people.
Even if it's marginal, there is still a difference. Even if it's marginal, there's still a difference. For example, abortion, which I consider a human right. It's marginal.
I agree
but
with you on that. I think that it
But I don't want to talk about America. I want to talk about China.
Well, the reason why we're talking about America is to put it into a framework that is understandable. Like, that's the only reason why I always bring up. People always say, Hasan, your only assessment on the situation is America bad. It's significantly more nuanced than that. The reason why I always go back to America is to help Americans or...
Yeah. I mean, China bad in many ways. But let's look at all the ways in America's bad. Like, many, many bad things about America. Let's not be remiss.
Westerners understand Chinese governance and how it's
what you're
not all that
saying.
different.
You say they don't just pretend to have two parties.
Yeah.
Now, I disagree with that. I don't think it's like super, super wrong. I think there are marginal differences in the parties. And I do think there's space potentially, although it's super unlikely. It's happened in American history for a third party. It's probably never going to happen again, but it has happened before.
Yeah, the Civil War.
And so, but like the consequence
the greatest material differences. Okay, but the greatest material differences were ever represented in American history was during the Civil War.
I take back the
Okay. The greatest material differences, like genuine material differences in the form of how to produce cheap commodities like cotton, okay? Well, in the northern states, they backed the abolition of slavery. Southern states didn't. That was a major point of contention. That was probably one of the last times where there was like a real and significant difference in an agreement, I guess, a difference in opinion that led to a very violent conquest of the South that wanted to secede and was forced to not.
The one-party system in China does result in a lot of human rights violations. Does the ends justify the means in that case?
I don't think so.
The control.
I don't think it does.
No.
Okay.
I think that in Cuba, which also has
That's on the tanky.
certain restrictions on civil liberties, for example, there is a better argument to be made that the ends justify the means in Cuba, because Cuba is an island that has been under embargo, and since its inception, since the Cuban Revolution, after we backed Batista and wanted to ensure that Cuba was still a tourism destination and sugar plantations with slavery, and then lost, we immediately said, okay, fuck this shit, Cuba, we are going to do everything in our power to stop you from.
Yeah, but you're dead to us.
Developing. In that situation, because it's a tiny island nation that is in the ass cheeks of the largest imperialist superpower on the planet, it's understandable to have certain restrictions on civil liberties, and by the way, ironically, Cuba is like way better on abortion, gay rights, and whatnot, which we can get into if you want.
No.
But that's a consequence of direct democracy, even though Cuba is a one-party state as well.
Okay.
Like,
I mean, there's plenty of I know plenty of I'm not super familiar with the politics, so I don't even want to speak on it necessarily, just because I don't know a lot. I do know that a lot of Cubans that I've met fucking hate the Cuban government.
Yeah, because they're in America.
They're not like rich. They're like
no, it doesn't matter. They're
okay. So they're
like they don't have to be rich. But they're in America, which means
admittedly, I don't know.
Like they had a disagreement in the lightest terms. They either were forced to run away, or literally had, in the lightest terms, a disagreement with the Cuban government. So of course they are not going to be fond of the current Cuban government.
Isn't there, when you're looking at a country like China, who's able to act so efficiently, and if you're looking for some democratization or like some equality of outcome in terms of income for the lowest people, it seems like a potential and almost like inevitable outcome is some of the stuff that you see in China, like one cultural identity, one religion or non-religion, like this need to be homogenous so that people are compliant and they live that way.
This is state development 101. Every nation state does some form of this.
The reason that has happened in China is why all these mass human rights violations are able to exist. Like re-educating people, mass detention for people who are religious, you know what I mean? Forced labor camps. They fucking, and I know you deny that they are organ harvesting, but I do believe that they do that, or did.
Whoa. That escalate. Wait, what? Huh? Very well. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Did do that. Maybe they stopped.
Organ harvesting.
Yeah.
Organ harvesting did happen in China.
Yeah.
What you're talking about is like Falun Gong propaganda, which is that they have a. No, well, there's two different types. What we're talking about is like, were there criminal components and certainly
it was state-sponsored organ.
No, I don't know.
Was.
If it was state-sponsored organ harvesting,
evidence suggests that it was.
The state actually. Watch out! She's right behind you. It's okay. If it was state-sponsored, the state would not have cracked down on it inevitably.
Well,
they did.
They realized how bad it looks. It was the evidence that I've seen.
But if
is
they're
that
authoritarian, why would they care about how bad it looks? You said that they have labor camps.
China doesn't care about appearance.
Well,
they do to it.
But if they're authoritarian, why would they care? Well, I mean, they have labor camps, you said, which is, by the way, ironic because America still has a much higher prisoner density than any other nation on the planet, and slavery is not abolished in America.
We can
The
criticize
13th
America
Amendment is
all we
slavery.
want, man.
Well, my point is, yes, it's wrong in China as well, but of course it's wrong in China as well.
Okay, forget about that. I mean, like, what about, for example?
Now you're doing whataboutism, by the way.
No, I'm not. I'm gonna tell you why. I'm specifically. Let's use this example because it's the best one. The Uyghur. I'm sorry, I don't know how to say their name. Detention camps where they re-educated and eliminated their cultural identity and religion, and also, frankly.
He said it fine, I think.
It's almost impossible to do that and not like think of them as others, where they also, are under horrible human
mass
rights.
surveillance, even including like certain representatives living with people and families. Like some of this is like people will say, "Oh, this is Adrian Zen's propaganda," and some of it is very real, 100%.
Don't you think it's Chinese propaganda to be like it wasn't as bad?
I'm not saying it wasn't as bad.
Okay, good, because I thought maybe you said that.
But hold on. No, I think that my analysis on the matter is fairly nuanced, but still incredibly critical of the Chinese state. I have never said that mass surveillance, mass imprisonment, even execution in certain instances, and China's development,
this is the outcome of their homogenous socialist society.
The reason that the Chinese nation state claims they did this, and Xi Jinping famously even, I forget when he said this was a while back, but basically said something along the lines of like, we learned how to deal with Islamic terror from the American nation state.
Okay.
And that is why we had to deal with the Uyghurs. I don't agree with what they did. I think that it's fucking bullshit.
Do you think it's necessary to maintain their socialist homogeny?
It's not a socialist homogeny. Now we're talking about cultural homogeny, right? That's what you're saying.
Right, but it's all. Yeah, but it's connected.
The separatist movement within Xinjiang and some of the aspects of that did include, knife attacks and the like. They don't have a lot of guns in China, luckily.
Mm-hmm.
The criminal component of that should have been dealt with on an individual basis rather than dragnets and collective punishment for the entirety of Xinjiang, which is what China did, and re-education camps and mass surveillance, which exists still to this day. Xinjiang, or any kind of separatist movement in Xinjiang, has now been absolutely squashed, destroyed, eviscerated, and not only have they done that, but also on top of that, they've basically softened, like you said, or I guess the term that Westerners will use is Hanified Xinjiang, and have now used their their cultural output as like an export. Even like you could just go to Xinjiang and see how wonderful everything is, that kind of thing. You found it. God damn, that's so funny. Mr. Xi urged the party to emulate aspects of America's war on terror after the September 11th attacks from documents leaked in 2019.
Curious. They literally used America's model.
Just to frame this for people that aren't familiar with the history, the crackdowns over there were a result of a rise in terrorism in that region. There were bombings and stuff going on, and so all of those camps and the re-education, all of that was a response. It was essentially a crackdown,
it was a completely, for the record, completely unjustifiable, way over the top, fucking dragnet. Yes,
right, exactly.
Yeah,
or what the United States did in Afghanistan after September 11th. I mean, we rocked.
Or what America did to America to colonize it. I don't even know, like, what? Why is he only want to talk about China?
To that country for 20 years as a result of a terrorist attack.
I'm defending America or something.
That's really funny you should say that, because that is the automatic position of people in the West, though, is that, like, whenever I make a comparison to America, like if I compare Russia to America, people think I'm doing that to defend Russia. And it's like, no, that is the worst comparison I can make for a country's actions, because my opinion on American, the American superpower is that it is incredibly bloody and incredibly unjust.
Yeah, if I was trying to defend Russia, I would make it seem different from America, like better.
But the reason why people immediately go say, what the fuck? Why are you bringing up America in this situation? Is because they inherently, without recognizing it, will defend American foreign policy because they are under the understanding.
I agree. Most people would do that.
Yeah.
But so ultimately my question is: do you believe that this cultural homogeny is required in a socialist or communist society?
Yes, I think that some form of positive social cohesion needs to occur if you are going to build a nation state. And this happens in public education. I think that public education is very valuable, and I'm 100% in agreement. If it's being done in a more positive way through public education, then it's great.
Right, but
If
not
they're doing,
like
a
erasing
negative-
their ethnic identity.
Yeah, if they're doing it in a negative way in that situation where like education
What's a positive
moves
way?
to re-education, a positive component would be something that we unfortunately do not have in America either. Would be to have regions that still have their own ethnic identities preserved through their own board of education and are allowed to exist. This is a major problem with the USSR as well. This happened in the USSR where there was a Russification of all the nation states that were under the banner of the USSR, which ended up creating a fuck ton of division, and also like suppression of religious freedom. Religion is something that is so personal and so important for human beings
Marx's
and their
theory,
identity.
Isn't Marx's theory around like we have to get rid of a religion? That's
No, I mean
communism?
no, and also
Is
I
it
don't even
not?
care what Marx's own personal perspective on religion is ultimately, because I'm saying I'm looking at real implementations of socialism throughout historical materialist socialist nation states.
you don't believe
and I'm
it's-
saying
it's
that that's
required?
bad and wrong. It is demonstrably bad. It was bad in Afghanistan. It was bad in the USSR, and it's certainly bad when China does the same exact shit.
So you're saying yes, it's required, but nothing different than what you see in countries today. That's considered good. By most
Yes,
people.
allowing people to have
A national
their own,
identity.
allowing people to have a national identity while simultaneously reinforcing their ethnic differences or their diversity of culture is absolutely a necessity for nation state development if you want this nation state to succeed. And
Okay, I
I'm
got
giving an example of why it didn't work in
I got you.
in the USSR.
By the way, I would urge you to look more into the organ harvesting thing because I do believe that did happen by the state. They were harvesting the Muslims' organs, man. Like the wait time on the
But you're saying in modern China?
No, not in modern China. I don't think. Well, it was modern China. It wasn't that long ago, but I don't think they're doing it.
You're
now.
saying the state was harvesting the organs of Muslims?
Yeah, who were in that detention camp to give to their citizens. The wait time for organ here. Listen to this. One of the most cited pieces of evidence is the rapid growth of China's organ transplant industry in the early 2000s, with much shorter waiting time for organs than other countries. Chinese government has attributed this to the use of organs from executed prisoners, but the critics argue that those numbers do not match up. The prisoners of conscience, so
I believe the crackdowns literally came.
I'm sorry, if it was in the early 2000s, it would have been before the crackdown on the Uyghurs.
I don't know when did.
So it sounds like it was just the general
That's what I was
prison
trying to
population.
say. There was a criminal component. I'm not saying that
Hold on,
organ
hold on. When
harvesting
did
did
that
not
happen, the
happen.
detention?
Organ harvesting certainly happened. There was a black market for organs, 100%, not just for Chinese citizens, mind you. That is like literally massaging the narrative to fit the Uyghurs being harvested for organs.
I like
because
that you respect.
well, that's Uyghur is how you're.
They're
you know what's funny
Turkish,
about
so
this?
yeah.
They're fucking Turkic.
Yeah.
Like it's called East Turkestan. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, it's not like the other side of my family. My mother's side is literally their last name is Uyghur. So this is not like random individuals that I I have no affinity towards. That I'm saying like the Chinese nation state should oppressively fuck.
Okay, like, if we're mad about harvesting organs, then you should be mad about the U.S. government detaining Mexican migrants and forcibly sterilizing them without their knowledge or consent. You should probably be pretty mad about that, right? Because it just happened a few years ago. So.
Fucking.
I'm just saying.
It's it's always additionally funny when some fucking dumb fuck from Iowa is trying to tell me about fucking Muslim oppression. Why don't you care about Muslim oppression in Xinjiang? It's like, what the fuck are you saying? Anyway, sorry, I get very heated about this because like people are so merciless. Just like people are merciless with you when they say you're a fucking tyrant or you're a capitalist pig dog or whatever the fuck. People are infinitely more merciless when you deviate from the foreign policy norms that have been mandated by Americans through our mainstream media.
Okay, so in short, I think I got my answer on that, which is, the China Tribunal. Okay, whatever. I want to move on to Taiwan. So last time
I just want to point out it's 1 o'clock. We're pretty far over already.
The end.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it's fine. We can. I think this is very valuable and very
Sounds like I got all day.
good. So I'm perfectly fine talking about this.
Okay, great. Love that. So last time we were talking about Taiwan, you had mentioned one country, two systems. What did you mean by that? Because I didn't know anything about that when you said it, but I've read about it now.
So since the Nixon era of normalizing relations with China, America's understanding of China has been that it is one over-encompassing nation, and that Taiwan, which certainly does want an independence movement or has a robust independence movement, is simply Chinese Taipei. The American understanding and the global understanding is the same, that there is a different autonomous organization inside of Taiwan, an autonomous government inside of Taiwan, but it's still under the Chinese umbrella. My opinion on the matter does not deviate away from the American foreign policy on the matter. And the reason for that is because it also does not deviate away from the collective Taiwanese understanding on the matter, which is that if there's two different forces here at play. Taiwan independence is not something that even Anthony Blinken or the American state backs. Why? Because it would be incredibly disruptive to our largest trade partner. Great. The people of Taiwan want independence in the future, possibly in the future. The reason why they take that position, well, if you were to ask them without any sort of Chinese influence, like without any sort of like mainland China influence, would you want independence tomorrow? They would say, yes, that is the majority opinion.
Well, what they say is that we already have the independence.
They say we already...
China has no influence over Taiwanese economy or government. And
yes,
they don't touch it.
And yet, from a global perspective, they are still considered to be Chinese Taipei.
Right, because people doesn't want to rock the boat.
Exactly.
But the Taiwanese people
and that is my perspective as well.
That we are already independent. So, but you believe that this is China's statement,
so then
one country, two systems.
So then there's no additional need for state intervention from Western forces then?
Well, but China is
China is what?
It is being provocative.
What are they doing?
Towards the Taiwanese.
What are they doing that you would consider to be provocative towards the Taiwanese?
I mean, they have military stationed around. They're doing war games and shit like that.
You know where Taiwan is in proximity to mainland China, right? It's 1 mile off their coastline. Okay, so whenever people say China is
obvious though.
China is violating their airspace.
We know what China says it. The government even says it, that we're gonna fucking take Taiwan if y'all don't play ball.
Yes,
so we don't need to pretend like they're not doing
China,
it.
No matter if I agree with this or not, right? Because I want autonomy for the people of Taiwan. I want them to do whatever the fuck they want, self-governance, right? So I understand that. And I also simultaneously understand, one, the history of the Taiwanese nation state being propped up and why it was propped up. And more importantly than that, I understand that the Chinese government, which is a different government than ours, right? They are human beings over there that have their own concerns, is not going to want a fucking American military base 1 mile off of their coastline. That is a perfectly reasonable thing to never want. And given the historical reasons as to how Taiwan has been created as a separate nation state with its own expansionist interest in the Republic of China, the entire mainland China, including Mongolia, that's like its founding mandate, that it is understandable for China to not want that to happen, which is why they constantly counter American saber rattling with their own version of saber rattling.
Yeah. If you want to talk about aggression by surrounding a country with military bases, here's the ones around fucking Okay, so Japan and Korea? Like literally everywhere. Like we are we're surrounding everybody. Like you cannot criticize China for fucking goddamn anything. What? Like, come on. Be serious.
This does not mean that the Chinese state is nice. This does not mean that the Chinese state is genuine or wants to
30
implement
troops are
communism in
stationed in
Taiwan.
Taiwan.
What?
30 U.S. troops are stationed in Taiwan.
There's no way you think that is the only material
I don't know
support
what
that
you
America
read.
is offering Taiwan.
30 U.S.
Taiwan's
troops.
entire standing army would not exist without U.S. support since its inception.
Okay, but America.
Taiwan's
You say America has a military base there as one of the, and
no,
that would be a
no,
good
no,
reason,
no, no.
But I don't.
No, I'm
they don't
saying
have
I don't want it to turn. I do not want further conflict. The people of Taiwan
crazy.
do
I don't
not
know
want
that.
further conflict, which is why the overarching assessment is like, we're independent. We want to maintain independence. We want to be fully independent, but we don't want to rock the boat.
But it seems like if China was to just invade Taiwan and like, look, we're over it.
It would be devastating. It would be awful for Taiwan. It would be awful for China. It would be horrifyingly bad.
Mm-hmm.
It would be disastrous.
Mm-hmm.
We are in agreement right there, right?
Yeah,
like,
of course.
okay, so we both want no further
Obviously.
bloodshed to happen. And that's what the people of Taiwan also
but in a
say they
sense,
want as
you
well.
also kind of see where China's coming from.
I absolutely understand why China would feel like this is a major issue with their national security concerns. The example I will give you is this. Let's say, just like England and France tried to do during the Civil War because they had material interest in the cotton trade continuing with chattel slavery. Let's say they offered material support to the southern states that wanted to secede, right, in order to continue slavery, okay? And they were actually successful to a certain degree because third parties like Imperial Japan were also invading mainland America, okay? In this process. So the Civil War ended in a way where chattel slavery continued in the South, and every abolitionist was executed, and they called it, instead of white terror, let's say they called it black terror, okay? They executed mercilessly and ruthlessly any abolitionist that lived in the South. And then, after years and years of this fascist white supremacist implementation, hyper-nationalist implementation, the southern states that had successfully seceded, okay, kept building a robust military apparatus through surplus military supplies and weapon systems that other countries that were foreign adversaries to the United States of America started giving them even more and more of this, and then and also said the real America is the South America. Southern states are the real America, and they will one day take over the rest of America.
You're saying,
and that they will inevitably take over the rest of America, and that's going to be the real America. We're going to help them do that. And then
you're saying Taiwan is comparable to the South seceding.
Taiwan in its inception.
This is kind of a crazy comparison.
Is identical to the South.
How long after the South seceded did the war begin?
What do you mean?
How long between the South seceding and the Civil War happening?
I mean, there was a period. There was a period of time. No. There was a period of time leading up to that where there were abolitionist movements that happened. That's why people say that John Brown's execution.
But Taiwan was independent
like a
lot
pivotal
longer.
point.
I mean, they've been separate for a long time now.
Yeah, no, I understand. Which is why I'm saying, imagine if the South was able to successfully secede.
Yeah.
Right. And
America wanted to take it back. Northern America wanted to.
No, Northern America is like, we're worried about our own shit. We can't fucking deal with South America right now, right? Like Northern America, the Federation, let's say, okay, is now working on improving their own productive forces, doing trade deals and whatnot with the rest of the world, and they start rapidly urbanizing, rapidly developing, okay? And, the New Deal only happens there or whatever the fuck. Meanwhile, the southern states are entirely propped up by a foreign adversary, okay, that is infinitely more powerful than Northern America. And and they keep saying we're going to take over the entirety of America. It's one America, okay? And because the northern states are able to improve their conditions, have favorable trade deals with the rest of the planet, they inevitably get to a point where they want to maintain their hegemony, they want to maintain their security, their national security. Do you think it would be appropriate? To rock the boat per se and allow the South to continue developing and continue having a massive military? And inevitably, like you send envoys like Nancy Pelosi to Southern American states to fucking say, hey, look, they're democratic now. Like, yeah, sure, they were designed around slavery, but they have a democracy now. And I think that it's okay and appropriate to fucking keep building their military, make it as robust as possible.
The South seceded just because we were talking about it. It was like 3 months between the war and the.
Wait. Was Taiwan built on slavery? I'm not sure I understand the comparison.
Leading up, the build up to that was significantly longer.
Yeah. Okay, so I understand your position on Taiwan. I get all that. You know, from a. But I don't. The one country, two system thing is silly though, because
living in California, you personally understand it, right? Like living in a blue state, you understand why that would be like genuinely like you would understand how blue states in America would have security concerns if like southern states had seceded successfully and kept saying like, no, the rest of America is ours.
Mm-hmm.
After they fucking lost too.
Well, I mean, this was 70 years ago that Taiwan, separation
Taiwan now is not a fucking fascist nationalist military state.
I don't think that how it was founded matters at all.
70 years is not significant in development. That's
my point.
No, it's. What do you mean?
I don't think that you should be like, oh yeah, Taiwan was a bunch of losers that went and started their own country, and like, so they're not entitled to a national identity. I don't think that matters.
70 years is a blip in time in as far as talking about a fucking empire or a history that spans over like.
I don't care, but that doesn't matter, right? We're talking about human beings.
Yeah, and now they are democratic, which is great, and I understand their want in autonomy and not being under like some form of crushing civil liberties that the Chinese state will bring.
The one country, two systems isn't real. That's not a real thing.
What do you mean?
It's not a real thing. It's one country, one system. Like at Hong Kong, that's what they want to do. They say Taiwan, we'll do the one country, two systems, but that's propaganda.
What do you? Wow. No, but that's the American policy, which they did with China. They have America said that they would not support an independent Taiwan and that Taiwan is a part of China. But internally, Taiwan still has autonomy, which is what is currently happening. And the Chinese state sees it as a autonomous region that is still under the Chinese banner that ends up getting military support from Western forces.
Let's talk about Ukraine, and then that's my final one.
Okay.
So we were talking about Ukraine, and
no. No, for the love of God, no, please. How are you not tired? Jeez. We're almost there. We're almost fucking there. Oh, hi, Nori. Hello.
Your position was that the support for Ukraine is 100% manufactured.
No.
That's what you said last time.
No, I think that all matter of American foreign policy is greatly influenced by manufactured consent because of our interest in, doing whatever the fuck we want to do there, whether it be like bringing Ukraine into the Western sphere of influence or It's not genuine because they want like genuine emancipation for Ukrainians.
So last time you guys compared it, you said, well, nobody gives a fuck about Georgia when that got invaded. Therefore, the fact that anyone cares about Ukraine feels like manufactured.
It's not even just Georgia.
But you guys know but you guys realize there's like a massive. I didn't know anything about the Georgian War. I learned about it. There's a huge difference. You guys understand?
Well, I mean, the scale is.
It was a 5-day war.
Yeah, it was 5
They
days
expected Ukraine to drop in 5 days, and if it did, we probably wouldn't be talking about it. Because
that's true. That's true.
So like what happened was Ukraine mounted this miraculous defense, and they've got Russia, a fascist country, on the back foot. and we all like when fascism.
I don't think Russia is on the back foot. I think it's just like extending the harm.
Well,
and only furthering
we
conflict.
inflicted so much, and I stand with the Ukrainian people because I think Ukraine is a force for good in the world. They're on.
Can I just stop you for a second? Because
Because
you said 100% manufacturer consent. Like
That's what
nothing
you
is,
said.
Nothing is genuine. I said 100% manufacturing consent is a leading role in this.
If you want to amend
and the reason why
that's
no,
fine.
the reason why I take issue with this is because it's like stating like I don't give a fuck about Ukraine. Of course I give a fuck about people in Ukraine. I want the war and the
Yeah, you can't deny that manufacturing consent is a thing. I mean, come on. Tanky arc best arc. Oh my god. Oh. Not to say that like people wouldn't care if the news wasn't always pumping out stuff about Ukraine, but I mean, they might care less.
The bloodshed, the unnecessary bloodshed to end. Okay. My assessment on the situation might deviate from, NATO, like bloodthirsty NATO defenders or whatever the fuck.
You feel like we shouldn't even be doing anything in Ukraine?
No, I don't.
Nothing.
No, I don't. I think
you don't think so.
I think that of course there's a necessary intervention that must happen. I'm not saying that at all. I mean, I've fucking raised hundreds of thousands of dollars for Ukrainian refugees. Like, I'm sorry, this is such a silly fucking thing that, like, not from you, but I hear so much from dipshits online who just want to fucking cut propaganda.
So you can say exactly
Suck my
what you mean.
dick, you know?
So you believe that America's actions in Ukraine are the right ones?
I think that America's actions to a certain degree in Ukraine is understandable. It's reasonable, certainly what the Ukrainian people want, but I think America's interest in Ukraine is not.
Is it what the Ukrainian people want? Or is it what the Ukrainian military wants? Supplying lethal aid, sure, it's something. It is something. It's a thing that was done. Mod check humanitarian aid. Mod check anything. Healthcare? Anything? Nothing? Okay.
Genuine. It's not genuine emancipation. It's more so a continuation of the bloodshed, which is demonstrated not by me, but by American politicians like Chris Murphy, who have openly said on the record that for 5% of our military budget, we've been able to cripple a foreign adversary's military budget without a single American service member dying in the process. I would say that is profoundly successful. What are we doing in Ukraine? We're sending our refurbished old weapons and weapon systems to Ukraine. We have to replenish those weapon systems. It's a never-ending cycle.
Because the reason I ask is
that's what I can do with some F-16s. You know what? Deal.
Because there seems to be somewhat of a sentiment in the leftist circles or social. I don't know how to even describe it now. I don't know, but that the proxy war people say in Ukraine is unjustified.
It is a proxy war.
No, I know, but they're saying we shouldn't be supporting Ukraine and the whole thing.
Yeah,
Russia should just take Ukraine. And
no, I can't speak for other. I can't speak for other leftists. I don't know what the fuck they say, but plenty of those people also despise me and say that I'm like not pushing Z or whatever. So it doesn't fucking matter.
I thought I heard Richard Wolff have some kind of thing like that.
I can't speak on Richard Wolff either. There's disagreements that I have with Richard Wolff. He had
so you're down with what's happening. Down with what's
I'm not down with what's happening in Ukraine because I want the bloodshed to end, and the only way to do that is by bringing China to the table, bringing America to the table. The real actors here.
You think Ukraine should make some secessions to Russia?
I think the original 6-point plan that was a continuation of the Minsk Accords that were tried twice and failed twice would be a far preferable situation than like endless bloodshed over, inches of territory where, people are being fucking slaughtered endlessly.
I don't think the Ukrainians would describe it as inches of territory.
Wait, what do you mean?
Well, you're saying they're fighting over inches of territory.
He's just saying in the context of how stagnated the war has become. Like the back and forth is pretty much ground to a halt at this point, and it's
this
just,
is what I
it's
mean.
a
It's like a
bloodbath.
very cynical interpretation of what I'm trying to say. It is inches of territory physically when we speak about it.
But I guess I think Ukrainian people get angry when they hear you talk about it because they feel like,
that's understandable. I mean,
they
I get
feel
it.
like you're
They want full-throated
the
support.
Russian
They want and expect
more.
full-throated support, right?
They
Like,
understandably want that, and they want more than
I
that. They
mean-
also wanted Article 5. They wanted full NATO protections and NATO nations.
They don't like that you say that they should secede territory to a fascist invader.
It's not even secession of territory. It's like prior agreements that neither party has held on to. The real Ukrainian criticism in this situation comes from people who say, well, Hasan, how can you say that when Russia has not held on to their obligations? And that is true. Russia has not held.
We're cool with Hasan's foreign policy views. He's raised in Turkey. The problem is U.S. media overhype everything. Yeah. For sure. I think his foreign policy views are better than most. Sure. Ethan throws around fascism too much. Yeah, I don't know if he really knows what that means.
Held on to their side of the bargain on the Minsk Accords, but neither has Ukraine. And my point is, ensuring that with it, international
I don't know
cooperation
anything about that accord. What is that?
The Minsk Accords were.
But I hate America more. Yeah, that's what I was saying, like, just a little bit ago.
So this, again, goes deep into fucking history. And you can't always say, like, oh, I don't know the history, so I don't know. And then repeat, like, mainstream media propaganda, you know?
Well, I don't.
Okay.
I don't know anything about it.
Ukraine as a nation state has even predated, or some form of, like, Ukraine has predated even the Russian nation state, or the Russian Empire, I guess. And its nation state development project has always hinged on excising Russian influence. However, under the USSR, Ukraine, which was called the Ukraine originally, which just means like the border, okay, was seen as, had plenty of Russian sympathetic people that lived in the eastern regions.
I love that rope. Thank you. It's so old. It needs mending too, but it's like my most fucking comfy thing. Let me just show off for a second. Rope thing. It's all silk and shit. Thank you. I just didn't feel like getting dressed.
And that sympathy only grew the further east you went, the closer you got to current existing Russian territory. Now, that is no longer the case. Make no mistake. I'm not saying that at all. And that is no longer the case almost entirely due to Russia's actions in that area. Like, blowing the shit out of Kharkiv is going to make sure, is the fastest way to make sure that there is no sympathies for your government ever again for the rest of your life. So that's all gone away. But originally the contention was LPR and DPR, through Russian influence, and this is the Ukrainian assessment of the situation, these two areas wanted autonomy and were getting backed by the Russian government, and Western involvement that wanted to keep Ukraine in the sphere of the West did not want to give the actual protective assurances to Ukraine, but wanted to play the delicate balance of, like, saying, you know what, yeah, maybe we'll get you into NATO, with no real interest in getting them into NATO, maybe we'll get you into the...
Trust me, bro. We'll get you in. Trust me, bro. Just buy a few more weapons, bro. Trust me, bro.
EU.
So how did
with no interest in
Ukraine
getting them
violate
into
their
the EU. What?
How did Ukraine violate their agreement?
There was mass shelling on both sides, like back and forth shelling.
War?
No, back and forth shelling that has been happening since 2004.
Okay. So it was a non-aggressive
13
agreement?
or 14,000 people dying.
Okay, so I don't know anything
in
about that
totality.
either.
So that is. So at the time, there was a agreement called the Minsk Agreements. There were two versions of this, which neither side agreed upon, which meant that LPR and DPR would still remain under Ukraine, but would have autonomy, okay? And Ukraine understandably did not want this because that would mean that Russia would have an outsized control on Ukrainian affairs and Ukrainian politics, which it already did through Russian loyalist leadership that they had that was obviously squashed because there's always been this back and forth between Western influence in Ukraine, wanting to move them into the Western sphere of influence, and Eastern influence, Russian influence in Ukraine, which wanted to maintain Ukraine's status and wanted to change Ukrainian affairs.
Okay, so they were both attacking each other, and you think the attacks were equally provocative? And again, I don't know anything about it.
I think that this was another instance of proxy war, 100%.
Okay.
Like there are people who wanted to be a part of Russia, and at the end of the day, though, like the reaction from the Ukrainian government to that was understandable. They wanted to protect their own interests. They wanted to protect their own borders. They wanted to protect their hegemony and national security interests.
Hegemony.
But there's a difference between like what they did in Crimea, for example, and what they did with LPR and DPR. What did they do in Crimea? There was a referendum. People say it was bullshit referendum. It was under gun.
I just joined the DSA. Let's freaking go. Let's go.
Point, which is understandable to say that because that is what happened in Crimea. But Russian territorial claims to Crimea Russian territorial claims that Crimea had more historical prescience and the highest level of support for Russian expansionist policies in Crimea specifically because of its military base that the Russian military operated out of. Okay. And what did Ukraine do in that situation? They cut the water supply. They immediately fucking broke a dam, a USSR era dam that was offering supply, like water for the
a literal war crime, by the way.
Crimean citizens that they said they, cared
You're talking about that recently?
No, that dam has been destroyed when Russia invaded Ukraine.
But essentially, I wanted to clarify.
They cut Crimea off, and not in the same way that they wanted to deal with LPR and DPR.
I wanted to clarify your position.
Yes.
Because it seems like there's a lot of confusion, so it's good to clarify. You do support.
This will not clarify my position. In the eyes of people who want to say that I'm like anti-Ukraine, people are still going to fucking yell at me.
But you said that you believe what America's doing in Ukraine is right.
I believe that Ukraine has a right to emancipation. What America should do in Ukraine is...
That reminds me, you guys should go like this meme at me. I thought it was funny and clever. It's just a little dad joke.
Is offer security commitments and assurances, and you can only get that by arriving at a table where you don't fucking destroy the bargaining chips, and instead allow the original security commitments to continue. I
don't know what you mean by that. You mean at the table
Ukrainian
with Russia?
envoys and Russian envoys got together in Antalya and put a 15-point security plan together as they were negotiating the terms of a ceasefire agreement.
And Russia, we need to get them, and I mean that it's not that easy, I would assume.
Well, there was moves that were being made to arrive at that.
Seems like Putin, as
like a year ago,
he's kind of like a fascist leader.
Yes, Putin's interests are
take the whole thing.
Putin's interests certainly are nationalistic. There's obviously material benefits to Ukraine because Ukraine would be a competitor to Russia as far as like oil and gas.
You think the Ukrainians should go to the table and make concessions to the Russians?
I think that Ukrainians went to the table and made concessions to the Russians originally. Yeah. And it was actually a very clever move by Zelensky to, like, for example, push the Crimean referendum 15 years down the line in order to not deliberate on that aspect right now, because Ukrainians want Crimea back as well. They want LPR and DPR to be Ukrainian. Mm-hmm. And Zelensky knew that that was going to be an impossible thing to deal with, because he's right now, on the one hand, you have Ukrainians with interest in emancipation, ridding the Russian scourge from their borders, and taking back all of their territory from Russia, which includes Crimea as well. So he has a delicate balance where he has to make sure that those guys are not pissed off and overthrow him, and then or that America somehow gets involved and overthrows him, while simultaneously ending the war.
I'm assuming where people get mad at you is just the suggestion that Ukraine should make concessions to an aggressive fascist invader. Because, as we know, European fascist invaders, people often wonder,
They don't stop.
if we didn't make concessions to Hitler, would the war have happened? People wonder that.
Yeah, there's a difference of there's a difference of talking pre-World War II and post-World War II because we do have mutually assured nuclear destruction.
I was about to say unfortunately the nukes change all the calculus with that.
So that's the difference there, and that's a very significant one because Article 5 dictates that any kind of NATO nation that Russia tries to attack, okay, because NATO was developed against Russia, USSR, communism. It was an anti-communist institution in of itself. Immediately means that all other nations, according to Article 5, are drawn into war with a nuclear superpower like Russia.
Right.
So there's a difference. Plus, one other aspect of this is that Russia kind of showed its ass and its capabilities and where those capabilities end as far as ground war goes, which is the reason why you see Finland and Sweden, which previously had long-held neutrality, not like direct agreements, but long-held neutrality. I wouldn't say treaties because it's not an official treaty, but just didn't join NATO
and
immediately join NATO. Why? Because they realized they don't have it.
Well, just infighting during Vietnam War. Oh yeah, I'm sure. Two parties, pro-communism and anti-communism. Interesting. So bad. I created different groups until they united again. Same thing with the tanky shit. Man, yeah. Classic leftist, just dividing themselves. Like the head of a hydra or something.
Any fucking power. What are they going to do? Go to Finland? Get the fuck out of here. They can't take over Ukraine. They said it was going to be a day. They suck. They don't have the power.
So also, I don't know the exact name of it, but I know Ukraine surrendered their nuclear weapons, which is one of the best things you can hope.
Worst things you could do. Never give up the nukes.
But in terms of a humanistic, a political move, it's bad. But as a humanistic thing, that's
obviously we should get rid of nukes. Yeah.
Some say Ukraine had no way of utilizing those nukes because the control mechanism was in the USSR, so in Moscow. But but you still shouldn't have given your nuclear stockpile.
So your point is that they should never have done that.
No. I think we'd be looking at a very different world if, for Ukrainians at least, if
with the benefit of hindsight. How could you say that? I mean, I don't think they would get invaded right now if they had nukes, right? I mean, if you have nukes, you don't get invaded. That's just kind of how it works.
Anyway, we made a guarantee to them that you give up your nukes and we'll got your back. And so I do feel like that's a pretty important agreement to uphold. I mean,
what
you're talking about?
I mean. Yeah, never give up your nukes. Especially if you're getting promises in exchange for that. I shouldn't have done that.
American promises to Ukraine in exchange
But Hasan
for
said-
surrendering their nukes.
Yeah, America never actually followed through on any of their promises. America's still not following technically their promises of defending Ukraine. They're just giving Ukrainians weapons. Ukraine is currently sitting in a very unique position that I see.
By nukes when the government said you have nukes. A lie. Yeah. And if you do not actually have nukes, acquire nukes immediately. It's the doctrine. True.
Happen in the same cycle of violence in the Middle East all the fucking time. America goes to a militant group and says, hey, we're going to give you weapons, you want autonomy, specifically Kurds, right?
You think every country should have a nuclear bomb?
I think every country
citizen should have
in this
one.
current
Every citizen of America.
Yeah,
that's Tim Pool's.
I think
that's
in the
Tim
current
Pool's position.
formation, if you have a nation state, you have to have a fucking nuke. Otherwise, America will come and fuck you up.
So you think every nation should have a nuclear?
I think either every nation has a nuke or none of them have it.
Yep. Literally. Distribute the nukes.
And I would obviously want none of the nations to have it.
But less
which
is
is why I
better.
was in support of the Iranian denuclearization agreement. I thought that was good, which, Donald Trump fucked up.
I want to
I
nuke.
believe an individual citizen in this country has a right to own.
You believe
a
every
nuclear
person should
warhead.
have a nuclear bomb. That's the socialist vision
Yes,
of
I think everyone
America.
should have a nuclear bomb.
I mean, that's the only equality that
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Every single person.
we can really. Everyone should have a nuclear silo in their garage.
So true, King.
So, okay. In short, you support Ukraine. What the allied powers are doing to support them is right.
No, because America's interest in Ukraine is not one that is genuine. America's interest in Ukraine is just
I don't
fucking
care about
withering.
their interest. I don't
No, but that's
care about America's
important
interest. I'm
because-
asking what you think.
Because no, America's interest in Ukraine is incredibly important.
But that is why America is there, because they have unique interests in, selling military shit.
What do you think is the right thing to do in Ukraine?
I told you what I think the right thing to do.
Then I
is.
asked to clarify,
Instead of
and you said
fucking up the
no.
deal, instead of fucking up the deal that Ukraine had with Russia by Boris Johnson fucking showing up in the middle of that, going to Kyiv directly.
Dude, do you think what's happening there is right? If not, why?
Do I think what's
The
happening?
Allied
You ask me a
powers.
question, I answer it, and then you move on to something
No,
different.
because I asked you.
I'm telling you what I
do
want.
the Allied powers is what they're doing there right? You said no, but I just got done having this whole conversation where you said yeah.
I think what the Allied powers are doing.
Well, good night. Night. Sleep well. Sweet dream.
As far as giving weapons to Ukraine with no end in sight, because they see it as a great way to fucking great way to continue the harm done to a weak Russia that they can simultaneously claim is like really fucking powerful, is only going to continue this war rather than try to fucking implement security commitments and get to a unilateral agreement or a bilateral agreement where and not just fucking Russia and Ukraine, but like bring China to the table and put an end, like do a ceasefire and put an end to this war is infinitely better for Ukraine, in Ukrainian development, Ukrainian economy, Ukrainian citizens not fucking dying senselessly under a artillery shelling campaign that's literally happening. You know what's really fucking insane about this? Russia is getting artillery shells from North Korea, and America is America's telling South Korea to give artillery shells to Ukraine. It's fucking nuts. Both sides are just fucking shelling each other.
Shells.
But it's so stupid.
Who's gonna
Ukraine
make
is
the
now
shells?
also using depleted uranium as well on its own fucking soil.
Okay, so
that is
your,
going to have
your
damaging
position
implications.
is that
That's
the
gonna have
Allies
damaging-
helping Ukraine is good, but that Ukraine needs to be more willing to make concessions to
Not just
Russia.
Ukraine. Allies need to be more willing to some in certain instances even push Ukraine.
Hasan is a tanky. The chat has actually been relatively chill. I've checked in a couple times. Yeah, what the fuck? 3 hours already. Yeah, well, H3, 3H, same thing. 3 hours, hell yeah. Ukrainian citizens dying because of Russia. Yeah. Cold War. What? Hasan is Chamberlain confirmed? What? Wait, what? What? AB grabbed the boxing gloves. How is this app still going? Mostly just people. It's the N-word, nuclear. It was just a poor summary. Yeah. It's not too bad, not too bad. Pro-NATO leftist is wild to me. I told my non-internet using anarchist friend that online anarchists are pro-NATO, and he was like, what? 6 people on Twitter? And I was like, no. And he was confused. Oh. Wow. Oh. Yeah, that is weird. I mean, I don't know what leftists you're talking to. That's kind of crazy. Ethan, stop and listen. Ethan, boomer brained. Yeah.
To make understandable concessions with
Sanders is
because
pro-NATO,
idea-
that's true.
What?
Like giving up land.
Not giving
That-
up
that could-
land. No, it's not
Oh.
giving up land. But
That's
pushing a
that's what Putin
referendum
wants.
15 years into the future for Crimea is a really solid middle of the ground approach that Zelensky's own team actually put forward, which I thought was great.
Do you think Zelensky's a provocateur?
No. What?
Oh shit! I have a doctor's appointment.
What the fuck? Wait,
Oh no.
Oh, I'm just asking because that's a position. I'm not saying that you ever said that. What?
You said it like I've said it.
No. I was just getting your opinion on it. Just because I've heard people say that, and I was just doing. I was just checking your opinion on it.
No, I
What
think
time is it at,
crazy.
Lena?
it's at 2.
That's
Problem is, leftists think America will take care of them. I mean, liberals maybe. I don't know. Like, America hasn't exactly been friendly to leftists.
my last part, though. Basically,
No, I don't think Zelensky is a provocateur. What?
like a bad faith actor.
No, I think Zelensky is certainly a self-interested politician who definitely wants emancipation.
Self-interest,
for-
literally. Yeah, meaning his. Well, anyway.
Yeah, no, he wants Russia to no longer have control over Ukrainian territories, which is perfectly reasonable. He also has to strike a delicate balance because, as I correctly pointed out when the invasion first happened, whenever an irredentist or imperialist power makes a move on another nation, you embolden some of the most reactionary forces, and they are seen as liberators because in that moment they are the liberators. The ones who have the violent means to push back are going to be seen as protectors. That only grows nationalistic, hyper-nationalistic sentiment, and that is never productive. That is never good. That's not good for workers' rights. That's not good for future prospects of Ukraine. And I think that blowback, who knows what's going to happen.
Nationalism in general is just such a blight, and yeah, like exacerbating it with just like war games all the time. It's just gross.
But is terrifying.
I have to leave, bro.
All right.
But it's 1:30. I thank you for going so long. How long have we been going?
No, you know who needs to leave? 3 hours. Vladimir Putin.
I agree.
Needs to leave.
That's
to leave those people alone. Hey, Putin,
I'm gonna
leave
say
those people
and
alone.
I know that's controversial, but he's gotta leave.
This is probably our longest episode, and we did it
As long
not
as
even
fuck.
mentioning a single current event.
It was so long, and it took me so long to get through this. When did I start streaming? 8:30 or so? Jesus.
We did mention that Rupert Murdoch died. That turned out to be misinformation
not
that we were
dead.
spreading. But
No, I said, is he dead?
Oh.
No, he's dead. It's true.
He's not dead.
Not yet.
Yet.
Not yet.
Okay.
He's getting up there, 90 something.
I think this was a good conversation.
Yeah, it was good.
Was that good? Do you feel like I'm a fucking anti-America charlatan who's bad faith?
No,
who just
not,
doesn't...
no. I think your foreign policies, after talking them out, they're all like completely defensible and good positions. On the point of socialism, I can say like, well, I have a deeper understanding of it now. I do still believe that it seems more mystical and
No, you want Marx.
wishful.
You want Marxist, Leninist, Kleinist
You're just not familiar with it. I think he's just like scared of the unknown at this point.
thought, which is
but
socialism with
ultimately-
capitalist characteristics.
Yes, and ultimately, that is what I want. And ultimately, we agree almost entirely. And if you're mad about that, you're dumb.
Yeah.
You're
All right.
a dumb idiot.
I have to pee really
Freaking
bad.
got him,
now.
If you're watching this and you're angry, you're a stupid.
Sponsored by the U.S. State Department. Thank you, U.S. government. Poggies. Go.
Freaking got him, man.
Dumbass.
No, I thought that was good. I thought that was good.
I think so too.
Unless you're Ukrainian, then you have they have a right at least.
Yeah,
They're
no,
there.
for sure. I
Or
understand. it.
Taiwanese, or Tibetan.
I understand.
They
it.
have a right to be angry. I'm just saying.
I get
If
it.
you're an armchair
comfortable.
warrior,
My
Yeah.
tongue.
We're gonna get
NorCal and graduated.
I
from
can't wait
Berkeley.
for so many people from Virginia, Langley, writing about how they've been living in Taiwan for 25 years.
Right, like those. No, I thought that was a good faith conversation. I thought it was fantastic. I thought it was good to and it was good for me to kind of explore
It's
what
the
I think.
it's the classic like Donald Trump, my people yearn for freedom. Please glass Iran take that you hear from, people living on American soil.
Thank you.
The only way to save Iran is by glassing it.
Thank you.
All right. I have to pee so bad.
That's what Ian said.
Great chat.
Thanks, bro. See you next week.
Good talk.
Bye, everybody.
Thanks, bro. Thanks, dude, bro. Okay. All right, we're gonna do Dark History of Starbucks next. But
Do it now, lick it good.
I'll be right back.
Suck this pussy just like you should.
No, he's not leaving. It was memes.
All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. My neck, my back, lick my pussy and my crack. My neck,
his neck,
my back,
his
lick
back,
my pussy and my crack.
his crack.
First you gotta put your neck into it. Don't stop, just do it, do it. Then you roll your tongue from the crack back to the front, and then you suck it off till I shake and come. Make sure I keep busting nuts all over your face and stuff. Slow head, show me so much love. My neck,
his neck,
my back,
his back,
lick my pussy and my crack.
his crack.
My neck, my back, lick my pussy and my crack. Lick my pussy, Bobby. You might roll dubs, you might have G's, but fuck that, get on your knees. Try me, I'll make you see. Your bitches ain't got shit on me. My neck, my back, lick my pussy and my crack. My neck, my back, lick my pussy and my crack. My neck, my back, lick my pussy and my crack. My neck, my back, lick my pussy and my crack.
We have some great friends in the media. Sean and Laura and Tucker and Janine.
Oh, I wanna work in fake news, conspiracy TV, radio, WhatsApp, Richey, freakout family, private server, emails. What about the Clinton Foundation? Isn't this farmer worthy of an investigation? It's time to shut it down, turn the tables and lock her up. You simply can't comprehend the genius of Donald Trump, the man is the president of the United States. He is to be respected. Kamala's a bitch, Hillary.
politics plays no role in his decisions.
He's a liar and he's a leftist liberal.
Fox Stereo TV, peddling the saddest free for fake news, propaganda, and conspiracy theories. Criminal cabal in our FBI. The FBI is the crime family. Collusion is not a crime. It's actually immoral, not over, not control. We said we can't have people out, we know nothing, living next door to us. Fox News been trying to scare you. Demonization begins. Immigrants be dead. It's us against them. Fake news TV. How precisely is diversity our strength? Fake news TV. Fake news all over the place. This is an invasion into this country.
There is no invasion. Tomorrow is 1 week before the midterm election.
I told you that you needed to be afraid because they are coming for you.
No one's coming to get you.
Putin got 20% of my uranium as a result of Hillary Clinton signing off.
She did not.
Horrendous, in fact, sex craze, killing machines. Fake news TV. Fake news TV. Fake news TV.
Thanks for watching. Come again. Leave a comment. Tell a friend. Don't forget to click this button to subscribe for more. Check back next week if we're not engaged in nuclear war.
There once was a man so short, you see, and the name of this chap was Bernie, and he was dressed for the cold as he wore a frown in his woolies and coat. Soon may the MittenMan come to sit and ponder and see no fun. One day when the knitting was done, he kept his old hands warm. It had not been 2 weeks or more where democracy did almost fall, but Bernie's hands were nice and warm in his woolies and coat. Soon may the MittenMan come to sit and ponder and see no fun. One day when the knitting was done, he kept his old hands warm. Wherever you go, he sits said, wearing his mask and crossing his legs. Arms are locked as he dips his head in his woolies and coat. Soon may the MittenMan come to sit and ponder and see no fun. One day when the knitting was done, he kept his old hands warm. Online was one that the mood was he, and Bernie's mind was warm and free on a flagship day for the American creed in his woolies and coat. Soon may the MittenMan come
The little animation.
and ponder and see no fun. One day when the knitting was done, he kept his old hands warm. For 40 days, no, even more, the virus spread, the nation torn, all hope was lost, but he was warm in his woolies and coat. Soon may the MittenMan come to sit and ponder and see no fun. One day when the knitting was done, he kept his old hands warm. As far as I've heard, the glove's still on, the leg still crossed, and the mask not gone. The MittenMan makes his regular calls to encourage the people to stay warm.
Satch. The mask is gone.
Soon may the MittenMan come to sit and ponder and see no fun. One day when the knitting was done, he kept his old hands warm. Soon may the MittenMan come to sit and ponder and see no fun. One day when the knitting was done, he kept his old hands warm. Soon may the MittenMan come to sit and ponder and see no fun. One day when the knitting was done, he kept his old hands warm. Soon may the MittenMan come to sit and ponder and see no fun. One day when the knitting was done, he kept his old hands warm.
Oh. Dark history time.
Time to bust out your Ugg boots, sweater vest, and big ass. Time to bust out your Ugg boots,
Let's go.
sweater vest, and big ass scarves because it's fall, baby.
It's my time to shine.
Yes, leaves are falling. Scarecrows are scarecrowing. There's something always depressing in the air, and I freaking love it. And if there's anything you know about us bitches, we be loving fall. And once that first leaf
So
hits
true.
the ground, it's time to haul your ass over to your local Starbucks and pick up a pumpkin spice latte. Don't lie, I know you're doing that right now. Yeah, it's PSL season, baby. I mean, in 2022 alone, Starbucks sold 22 million pumpkin spice lattes.
So good.
They've really become part of the culture.
I gotta learn how to make one at home. I guess you probably just need to make like a pumpkin spice syrup. Probably easy enough.
Especially when it comes to the holidays. They're everywhere. But when I did a little snooping around into this $113 billion company, I came across child labor rights violations, the deaths of tens of thousands of orangutans, and the subject of quite a bit of controversy.
And not just their union busting.
Hi friends, I hope you're having a wonderful day today. My name is Bailey Sarian, and I'd like to welcome you to my podcast, Dark History. Hi. Here we believe history does not have to be boring. I mean, yes, it might be tragic, it might be happy, rarely, but either way, it's our dark history. So all you have to do is sit back, relax, and let's talk about that hot, juicy history gas. Okay, so today, can you tell by, sorry, Paul, I forgot your name.
What? They forced to shut down? Fuck? What the fuck? That sucks, man. That's a shitty story all around. Damn. Or not. I don't know. Well, either way, that's a shitty experience. Yeah, damn.
Name. Can you tell from Paul and Joan over here what we're talking about? Starbucks. I know what you're thinking. Bailey, don't take my Starbucks away from me. It's all I have. You're like, I don't care if my pumpkin spice latte doesn't have real pumpkin in it. And girl, I get it. I mean, I don't bite into a strawberry starburst and think, you know, this shit better have real strawberry in it. I mean, we know what we're getting into. But when I was snooping around into Starbucks, I was shooketh by the amount of stuff they get away with. I mean, they're on every corner, which is crazy because you would think of all the scandals that I'm gonna tell you about, at least one would have like shut them down, but no. Starbucks is always thriving and we're addicted. Years ago, one of my subscribers had recommended this drink to me and I've never looked back. I get the Venti iced green tea matcha with 2 pumps vanilla, 2 pumps chai. You're welcome. Try it. It tastes just like cereal milk. It's so good. But now, I'm not sure if it's worth it.
That's so much sugar, but that does sound kind of good. Wait, why does that sound kind of good?
But before I get right into Starbucks, I think it's important for us to know a little bit more about coffee, right? I mean, it is coffee. And because we're talking about Starbucks specifically, I'm not gonna get too into the any ancient history. What is important to know is that for a long time, coffee, just like spices, was not for everyone. It was only for the elite. Ooh, fancy. No coffee for you, peasant. And that's how it was in the United States, too. I mean, that is until the Industrial Revolution, which happened from 1760 to 1840. This was essentially a time when factories started to take over manufacturing and they were making everything. There was a big influx of people moving to the cities for factory jobs. People left, their country living behind. And the nice thing about these factories in America is that they were making things way more efficiently. I mean, tons of important technology we still use today was invented, like the telephone and the light bulb. And foods that had once only been for the elite were now cheaper to produce, which meant that the everyday person was able to buy it. For example, like coffee. During this time, 2 big coffee companies emerged, and you're probably familiar with them. One of them is Folgers. Yeah, Folgers, okay. And then the second one is Maxwell House. Yeah, feed me, Seymour. Come on, Maxwell House. So these 2 companies became the coffee brands that everyone could afford. It was packaged in a factory and sold in grocery stores, and suddenly, boof, coffee was for the people. Rome wasn't built in a day, and the shift of coffee going from bougie to basic didn't happen overnight. It took a really long time. Coffee historians think that between 1950 and 1970 is what coffee experts call the first wave of coffee in America. And we were hooked. Honestly, we were hooked. Now,
It's
by
so
this
good.
point, coffee was everywhere. It was
I
in
love it.
diners, it was in the home, and it was making all types.
I can't imagine life without coffee. I mean, honestly. What were we even doing as a species?
People just shit themselves and hit their deadlines. So around the 1970s, people shifted from thinking of coffee as an afterthought, like something you would have with your pie. And now people were going to actual like coffee shops for coffee specifically. Like this was mind-blowing. It made purchasing coffee feel almost special and kind of luxurious. Before that, coffee was just
fancy,
something you
yeah.
would get in a diner or something to drink to keep you awake. And now it was becoming a cultural movement. Well, time goes by, you know, and in the 80s, decaf comes into play, blah, blah, blah. Nobody really cared. But then when the 90s came, it had a big impact on coffee because there were popular television programs like Friends and Seinfeld. And this actually influenced people to start wanting to hang out at like coffee shops. And they did. I mean, it was cool. It was just like the characters on their favorite show. And this was because coffee shops were a perfect example of what people today call a third place. I know, I was like, what? I don't get it. What is that? It's not your home. It's not your work. It's the third place, neutral territory, somewhere where friends can hang out. Then people's expectations
It's another
shifted
place.
a bit, and people started to want higher quality and better tasting coffee. And instead of just like milk and sugar in their coffee, the people demanded more choice in how their coffee was made. Like they want lattes, frappuccinos, shaken espressos. Consumers wanted their coffee to be special, just like them. Essentially, everyone started to kind of think of themselves as like some, you know, coffee snob. And then remember in the 2000s, the early 2000s, when all those
Yeah, it's funny. Like it went from bougie, where just the rich people had it. It was like a luxury, and then it became like a working folks drink, and then it became bougie again. It's so dumb. Fuck that. Coffee for all.
celebrities were out and about in their bedazzled Uggs, juicy couture velour jumpsuit, holding those big, fancy coffee cups. Remember? Come on. There were like paparazzi pictures of Britney in Paris on their cell phones, giant sunglasses, you know, just slurping on a Frappuccino with extra whip. And as a teenager, I was like, I don't know what they're drinking, but I want that. That's so cool.
I don't think I've had like a proper Vietnamese coffee. I had a pour over thing once, but I don't know like how like authentic that was.
Eventually, America hit the information age, and this was like the start of mass media, marketing, and the internet. People just in general had access to more information, and the public started to get curious about where their coffee came from. They didn't want to buy chain store coffee anymore. It was too basic. Now people want to support small shops where their beans were sourced ethically and organically. So we got the coffee snobs asking about like where their coffee being.
Have you had Turkish coffee though? That shit is strong as hell too. It's so like rich and delicious.
Come from. And then we have the average Joe's who's just, you know, mixing up his instant Folgers with Coffee Mate. Simple life, just kind of a big divide. And that brings us into a new age of coffee, which was led by one of the new giants in coffee culture, talking about Starbucks. Oh, Starbucks, my bad.
Hey, yo.
Two tails, a great set of titties, and a fantastic bush. No, I'm not talking about me.
A shot
I'm actually
of fun.
talking about the original Starbucks logo, but I'm flattered. Thank you. Once upon a time, on March 30th, 1971, the very first Starbucks opened up. Three friends named Jerry Baldwin, Zeb Siegel, and Gordon Bowker were all obsessed with coffee. I guess they had met at the University of San Francisco.
Oh my god. They're such hipsters. My god. The most hipsters that there ever were.
Were all obsessed with coffee. I guess they had met at the University of San Francisco, and it was there that they had learned the art of coffee roasting. And the man they gained this knowledge from was a guy named Alfred Peet. Alfred Peet was actually the founder of another coffee company called Peet's Coffee.
Oh,
I've actually never had Pete's, but I see it all the time. It's kind of pricey. So these guys.
that's what I drank. I like the Pete's organic. Kind of pricey, but it is delicious.
These three amigos had learned everything under Mr. Pete himself. And then what did they do? Jerry, Zev, and Gordon went off and founded.
Just any coffee with an Asian name. Yo, condensed milk goes hard though. It's so good. Oh my god, it's just so sweet.
Starbucks. Jerry, Zev, and Gordon just loved a nautical theme. I know. So they wanted their new coffee shop to have a nautical name, something that would make you think about adventure, the early days of coffee being traded in faraway lands. I guess Gordon initially suggested that the name be Pequod, after the name of the ship in the novel Moby Dick. Well, Gordon was overruled, but they refused to give up on their nautical theme. And guess what the name of the Pequod's first mate was? Starbuck. Yes. So they added an S. Starbucks. Great. And the logo wasn't green like the one we've come to know. Originally, it was brown and featured a more anatomically correct mermaid. Starbucks started out as like a place where you could buy some quality coffee beans and then you could take them home and like brew them yourself. At their first location in Seattle, there wasn't even like a place to sit down. You just come in, you get your beans, and you get the fuck out. Now, in comes a man named Howard Schultz. Now, this guy in the 70s, he decided to head on down to the original Starbucks and like check it out for himself because he sees that they're real busy and stuff and he wants to know what's going on. He's curious. And I guess he was really impressed. He liked what he saw, and in 1982, he joined Starbucks as the director of marketing. And Howard, he had a vision, okay? After going on a trip to Milan, Italy, he noticed that the coffee shops there kind of gave the community that third place hangout vibe that I mentioned, you know? A place in between home and work. And Howard wondered, like, why doesn't this exist in the US? So he brings it to the people at Starbucks and he's like, hey, why don't we do this? But this idea was a little too much for the Starbucks founders, I guess. I mean, they could not compute like having a coffee shop.
Or like, bro, we sell beans. What do you mean? I don't know how it works. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. I'm not entirely sure how the beans are made or if it's like different or anything. I think it's just like a really fine ground and it's just hot water and you just put the grounds directly into the cup. It's probably not that good for you thinking about it, but God, is it delicious.
Where people could sit? What? Like smooth jazz? They did not believe that this would ever work. Howard couldn't convince them of this outrageous concept for their Seattle coffee bars. So in 1985, he ends up leaving the company. The next year, he opened up his own little coffee bar, but still, I mean, he always had Starbucks in the back of his mind. In 1987, Howard took his coffee shop and made it public. So he got a bunch of money from investors. And with all this new money, he ends up buying Starbucks. At this point, Starbucks already was like doing well and he wanted it because then he would get the name. He just kind of feels petty as shit, you know? He's like, just watch what I can do with Starbucks. Now, at the time, Starbucks was growing, but it was at a slower rate. When Howard bought it, there was only about 20 locations. And in just a few years, they went from 20 locations to over 100. And like, that's not all. Starbucks had a plan to go even bigger. In 1992, Starbucks went public, meaning Howard could now open up Starbucks to investors, which was a genius move because the 90s was when Starbucks went from cute coffee shop with like a mermaid to a neighborhood staple. By the year 2000, there were over 2,500 locations. Wow, I know. Pretty soon, it became a huge corporation that everyone wanted to be a part of.
Nothing compared to today. Holy shit. There's like 2,500 like in California alone. Holy fuck.
People bought, Starbucks stocks. They bought their coffee. It made it into movies like You've Got Mail. You know that. You watched it the other day, don't lie. And honestly, it was part of the culture now, not just like a coffee shop. Then in 1994, Starbucks even created a solution for those who wanted the latte, but maybe didn't want to interact with people. So they opened up a drive-through window.
What's the most richest fancy Starbucks? No.
So yes, maybe it didn't look exactly like how Howard imagined, but he did succeed in bringing coffee shop culture
Singapore?
to the masses.
No, I don't think I've even heard of this.
And for the next decade, Howard and Starbucks seemed unstoppable. They were opening an average of 2 new stores every day until 2007. Wow. But it wasn't necessarily like what Howard had in mind for his company. Again, he wanted like that cozy little cafe, like the ones in Italy. And Starbucks was becoming the Walmart of coffee shops. The bigger it got, the less charming and cozy it became. And Starbucks had become a replacement for the office. People were coming to Starbucks with their laptops, not to socialize, but to work, to send emails, to like pretend to type. And
Classic.
Yeah, I think that was
Classic, just like Austin Joe.
frustrating to Howard, but he got over it. He cried in his money because Starbucks was a huge hit, and thousands of stores continue to open up all across the country. And there you go. That's the story of how one little trip to Milan inspired a cultural coffee movement that shaped how we enjoy our coffee today. The end. Thank you for listening. Have a good day. Just kidding. We are now in a new era of coffee where
Yeah.
consumers
If that was all, this wouldn't be dark history.
have gotten a little more curious about what exactly is in their coffee. I'm talking about the actual ingredients, right? Isn't it just coffee? Isn't that the ingredient?
Well, mostly sugar.
No. I know. I mean, coffee, dairy, sugar. Those are the foundations of most coffee drinks. Pretty simple, straightforward. What could possibly be scandalous about that? Have you heard of a little something called recombinant bovine growth hormone? AKA R.
Yo, what? No. Huh? Oh, growth hormone, right. Yeah. No. Wait, in milk? Right.
BGH? I mean, I've seen it, but I was like, no, what the hell's that? Well, let me tell you. RBGH is a synthetic hormone that was approved by the FDA in 1993. But funny enough, it's actually banned in the European Union and Canada due to potential harm it could have on the body. And then get this. I found out that the leading producer of RBGH is Monsanto. And I think that says enough.
Classic.
Right? Now, ain't that some shit? So,
Classic.
I'm telling you this because up until like 2008, Starbucks was using milk produced with RBGH. I mean, it was found to probably not cause any harm to humans who ingested it, but it did make cows very sick. Yeah, I mean, that didn't...
Yet another reason to just not drink milk.
Stop Starbucks from continuing to use the milk from those sick cows. They seem to be aware of the potential issues with RBGH as early as the year 2000 because they claimed that they were going to go RBGH free, but then nothing happened for years. And then finally, when they did stop using it in 2008, it was most likely because of the public pressure. Or maybe they were just trying to distance themselves from the sick cows controversy. But Starbucks started offering dairy alternatives, to make them happy, like soy milk. Remember when like soy milk was huge? It was so big, it was out of control. Everyone was like, fucking soy milk. And then also
I do.
Coke.
I still prefer soy milk. It's still my favorite alternative milk. I have tried them all. I think it's the best. I'm not crazy about the way coconut tastes. Rice milk is too thin and like watery. It's just weird. Especially like in coffee, which is what I primarily use it for. Oat milk also just tastes strange. It has a weird aftertaste. Almond is okay. But I have the same problem as rice milk where it kind of curdles in coffee. But soy milk is always perfect.
Starbucks said,
Except for cooking. I will say, for cooking, almond is better. It has less of a sweet taste.
like, don't worry, I got you. You don't want that sick cow milk? Well, you could have coconut milk. Coconut milk just tastes like jizz. Real talk. Sorry, said it, but if you like it, that's fine. Do your thing, girl. Or boy. And you don't have to drink regular cow milk. You got options now. But honestly, like the alternative milks, they really aren't like any better. Most of them are just sugar water. And that's why I like them. When you walk into a Starbucks, you kind of know like you're gonna leave with a lot of sugar, okay? Like a Starbucks venti mocha cookie crumble frappuccino, bitch, that name, it has 500.
So that there's no milk, only soy milk from a mac and cheese. Yeah, soy milk and mac and cheese, it's not the best. I'll say it. It's not great. Yeah.
190 calories in it. Did you know this? Guess what? Because McDonald's, I did some research. McDonald's Big Mac has 563 calories. I know, not that bad. I'll take the Big Mac. Even a grande iced pumpkin spice latte is almost 400 calories. What's in it? I don't fucking know. Now you might be thinking, Bailey, we get it. We're not going to Starbucks for healthy food. And yeah, great. I hope you have a great day. But if we're moving away from the ingredients, Starbucks, they have like many controversies that don't have anything to do with your actual lattes. In 2013, Starbucks was called out by consumers for their use of palm oil in their baked goods. This is bad because harvesting palm oil has led to the destruction of entire rainforests in countries like Indonesia and Malaysia. I'm here to tell you that rainforests, yeah, they're actually extremely important.
Yeah, palm oil is bad. Not good.
They are often referred to as, quote, the lungs of the planet, because they release oxygen so we can survive. So, kind of important. Plus, experts believe that around half
I like breathing.
Half of the two countries' natural forests have been destroyed and replaced with palm oil plantations. Because of this, it has led to the deaths of over 50,000 orangutans. You know, those orange monkeys? Those forests are...
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much palm oil goes into a Starbucks drink. It's not great. They should use something else, but most of it is used for like deep frying shit, right? That's what I thought. I don't know. I mean, it is in like everything, in like all things, like beauty products, everything.
Their homes. They were their homes, and because of this palm oil use, orangutans are currently facing extinction. First the cows and now the orangutans. Damn it, Starbucks, what the fuck are you doing? And look, to be honest, like Starbucks wasn't the only one that got called out. Companies like our old friend Nestle, Nestle, Coca-Cola, Johnson & Johnson, they've all been called out for their use of palm oil as well. But this episode is about Starbucks, and it took them a long time to stop using palm oil. So they're the ones that we're calling out right now, okay? And then, okay, so palm oil, not great. I want to do a whole episode of Dark History about palm oil. Let me know down below. Thank you. Now, apart from all of that, there's also
yes, please.
The cups. Let's talk about the cups. I didn't know cups could cause such a big problem, but they are a problem. In 2008, it was revealed that Starbucks was using a whopping 4 billion cups a year, which means that 1.6 million trees per year are being cut down and destroyed to make these stupid-ass cups. The company was exposed after an investigation revealed that their recyclable cups were actually not recyclable at all. On the Starbucks cups, they had like a little recycling symbol, on the cup. So you would know you could recycle the cup, right? And you could feel good, a little bit better about the trees, and I'm gonna recycle the cup. But the lie detector test determined that was a lie. You actually could not recycle their cups because they were using a chemical on the cup itself, so the coffee could stay hot. And I guess like the chemical can't be removed easily from the cups, so it makes it, you can't recycle it. To be fair, technically, there is one machine that can break down these cups for recycling, but it's really expensive and no one does it. So,
great.
Okay. Back in 2008, Starbucks pledged to have a fully recyclable
My coffee shop used my cups from home. My Fortnite Ninja brand cup. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, you can bring your own cup to Starbucks too. I think they'll like give you like 10 cents off or something stupid, but at least they'll do it.
cup by 2015 and promised to sell at least 25% of their drinks in reusable cups. But to date, Starbucks still hasn't developed that magical cup that can be recycled anywhere. Yeah, it's 2023, bitches. What the fuck happened, Starbucks? And then years later, Starbucks said by the end of
Yep, so many products are not recyclable. Like those like takeout containers that are cardboard, but they're lined with wax, so that's not recyclable. Pizza containers, not recyclable because they're coated in food waste. That's very hard to remove. Most of the like waxy like cardboard. Wait, no, it's not cardboard. Like paperboard stuff, like cardstock, like in a cereal box, not recyclable. So many things.
2023, their cups will be recyclable. LOL. Honestly, it doesn't look like that's even happening at all. But like, okay, this one sat with me because I was like, it's so bizarre. It's just like, what a weird lie. Right? Starbucks? Now, I have a personal question for you. Are you a size queen? If you answered yes, you and Starbucks might have some beef. Because in 2016, Starbucks was sued by 2 customers who claimed that Starbucks were being greedy bridge trolls and underfilling their lattes by 25%. These customers said like the company had a systematic
with the ice, right? It's the ice scam.
Conspiracy to underfill its drinks in order to save millions of dollars. The case did eventually get thrown out, but still, we all know what they be doing over there, okay? You get a grande drink, have 4 sips of it, and you realize, oh yeah, I just spent $7 on a cup of ice. Yeah. Starbucks has also been sued for using too much ice in their drinks. One lawsuit filed.
Oh, this is a different thing.
That Starbucks instructed baristas to fill drinks with much more ice than liquid. What was the reason? The alleged reason? Money, of course. Don't be silly. But if you know Starbucks, you know they're always having some kind of marketing drama. In 2015, America was swept up in a media storm after the communities of color experienced racial discrimination and violence and murder. I mean, let's be honest, they always have. But the media, for once, was highlighting the social justice movements created in response to the chaos that was happening. I mean, it wasn't that long ago. You guys remember? Great. There's a lot of tension being highlighted in the media. And of course, companies, they started doing lots of cringy things to try and seem like they were on the right side of history. And Starbucks was one of those companies. They came up with this stupid ass idea. Some guys at top were like, hey, our holiday cups always get attention. Why not use those? So they launched a week-long campaign called Race Together. Oh yeah, just wait. Starbucks told their employees to write the hashtag Race Together on people's cups. And the idea was that this was going to create a safe space to talk about race. So I guess baristas were supposed to be like, I've got a no-foam extra hot latte for Dan. Dan, listen, Dan, can I interest you in a conversation about racial tension while I got you here? The Race Together campaign got 2.5 billion social media reactions online in less than like 48 hours. And most of it,
what the fuck?
People were just as confused as we are right now. The magazine Business Insider called it Starbucks' most embarrassing moment in history.
Terrible.
That sucks. I mean, yeah, that was really stupid. Whose idea was that? That was dumb as shit. Well, it gets worse. Just a few years after Starbucks tried to get you to talk about race by writing a hashtag on your to-go cup, 2 black men were arrested for not making a purchase at a Philadelphia Starbucks. They were waiting at the Starbucks because they were supposed to have a business meeting there, and they're like waiting for the guy to come, right? So I guess the Starbucks manager was pissed that the men were waiting and they were like waiting to order until their colleague arrived. The two men were asked to leave, but they refused. So the manager decided to call the police, saying that these men were trespassing. Jesus. Even after their business associate did turn up, the officers still ended up arresting the two men. And these men were never charged
What
with
the
anything
fuck?
because they didn't do anything.
Yeah, they were just like going to buy coffee in a minute. Like, what the fuck?
Anything wrong, but it was like everywhere. It was all over the media. It was all over the news. People were outraged.
ACAB,
Like, what the
indeed.
fuck? Remember Howard Schultz? He issued a public apology saying that he was embarrassed and ashamed. Starbucks released.
What the fuck is your job as a cop if, like, what you think you need to do right away is go arrest the guys having a business meeting at Starbucks? I mean, what's going on in your daily life? Like,
Released an official statement apologizing to the two men who had been arrested, stating, quote, Starbucks stands firmly against discrimination or racial profiling, end quote. So a few weeks after the incident, thousands of Starbucks, they had closed their stores to do a racial bias training. And I don't know, apparently, according to Starbucks employees, the training was not very helpful and it was actually quite cringy. Some say, well, at least they tried to do something, but I don't know, maybe it wasn't the right move, you guys. And look, I mean, this is all horrible, but let's be real. After a few months, people tend to kind of forget about these things and the media cycle moves on. And hello, Starbucks is everywhere. I mean, it's delicious, it's convenient, and you know exactly what you're gonna get. And that's something they pride themselves on. Another thing that Starbucks really prides itself on, being fair trade. Okay, if you're like me, you're thinking to yourself,
yeah, fair trade, it doesn't mean a whole lot, unfortunately. Like, many certified free trade places are not. What you want is certified B Corp. That's like the only real like thing that is vetted.
I know I've heard the phrase fair trade, and I know it has to do with being fair and trading, and maybe coffee, but I don't really know what it means literally. So don't worry, look it up for us, okay? Fair trade essentially means that there is some kind of partnership between companies or corporations and international businesses. An example of something that is supposed to be fair trade is bananas. Do you remember season 1? We did an episode on bananas. Bitch, that shit blew my fucking mind. Big companies like Chiquita Banana will partner with a smaller international farm and purchase bananas from them. This is so that Chiquita Banana can get those bananas for cheap, and also so that the people providing the bananas have steady, solid work, and that work is supposed to be compensated with a fair price. Essentially, the whole idea behind fair trade is it's supposed to be a win-win for everybody. And it's a great idea, right? Until everyone just
Yeah, except capitalism happens.
fucks it up. So Starbucks was aiming for this when it came to sourcing their coffee from other countries.
I just made coffee. I'm gonna get some.
I mean, most of us have been inside a Starbucks, and if you look around, the phrase fair trade is like everywhere. I guess it's supposed to make us feel better about giving money to such a huge corporation. Like when you see it on the cup, you're like, oh my God. I just want to take this moment to say thank you to my mother and father for having me, and God, and I'm such a good person. Do you feel like that? Sometimes I do. I give speeches in the middle of Starbucks whenever I see something, fair trade or I recycle. I give speeches. Like, thank you everyone for coming to my ceremony. But unfortunately, Starbucks, they're just they're liars. Yeah. Can I say that? Well, I just did, because like they just are fucking liars. There is like let me just tell you before I keep grunting and making noises. So some of Starbucks' shady practices came to light when a coffee farmer decided to speak up, oh yeah, on some of the bullshit that was going on. In December of 2006, an 85-year-old Ethiopian coffee farmer named Gamede Robe decided to leave his village for the very first time to expose the truth on like what was really going on in the fair trade coffee industry. Gamede explained that he'd been working with an international organization called Oxfam to get Starbucks in America to sign a new agreement. And in this agreement, it would essentially say that Ethiopian coffee farmers have the right to ask for more money and more power when it comes to the coffee market, especially, when it comes to selling coffee to Starbucks. Here's an example. In America, certain coffee blends from Ethiopia can go for $26 a pound. But the farmers who harvest and sell those beans, they typically made less than $1 on pounds of these specialty bougie beans. It barely covers the cost of farming the beans. There's no profit. What's the fucking point? That's not fair trade. It's awful. So at this point in 2006, Starbucks was worth $6 billion. And if they signed this new agreement, it would give the Ethiopian coffee market $88 million more a year, which I feel like would be great, right? Okay, and I feel like if you're in the billions, everything else is just kind of pocket change for them, right? I'm not a financial advisor, actually. I have no idea how money works, but come on. And plus, these are where they're getting their coffee from. So you think you'd want to take care of the farmers who are actually getting you the beans that you're fucking selling, Starbucks. If Starbucks depends on Ethiopia to make their signature coffee, why wouldn't you sign this agreement? Isn't that what fair trade is all about, Starbucks?
As if they care. As if Starbucks actually ever cared. Come on. Let's be real. Of course they don't give a shit about actual fair trade. I mean, of course.
Twitching huh? Well, friends, Starbucks refused to sign the agreement. They actually filed a bunch of legal paperwork saying they didn't agree with Ethiopia's position. Okay, but let's be honest, it's all about power and profits. Always, right? So eventually, the public found out, and they were pissed for
the glass bottle fraps. Oh, those are so good, though. I do get those on occasion. Or the little, double shot cans. Those are pretty good.
years. Starbucks had been marketing itself as a socially responsible coffee company. A place where you can get a grande, mochaccino, guilt-free. The Ethiopian Coffee Farmer campaign decided to go grassroots with it. They wanted to bring as much attention to their cause as possible. So they worked with the Ethiopian community in the United States, even with students and with Starbucks employees. They ended up getting over 100,000 people involved, and they didn't launch a smear campaign against Starbucks or complain to the media. They just had a simple message: honor your commitment to coffee farmers.
Yeah, I feel like espresso, they're good. They do the thing.
Period. How mature, right? Jeez. The story became all about how the fair trade struggle between coffee farmers and Starbucks was essentially the story of David versus Goliath. Finally, in June of 2007, after being called out by everybody, major media outlets for over a year and blah, 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 Starbucks gave in to the Ethiopian coffee farmers. And for a while, it was a huge win for the industry. But then, child labor entered the chat. We can't have anything nice, can we? Jeez. In March of 2020, an investigation by a British documentary program called Channel 4's Dispatches revealed that they had been investigating 12 different coffee farms that supplied beans to Starbucks. On every single one of those farms, they found kids under the age of 13 working alongside the adults. Children as young as 8 years old were filmed working 40-hour weeks under horrible conditions. These kids, they were working in high temperatures with little to no breaks, not to mention the fact that it's just not safe for kids to be around heavy farming equipment, but what do we know? On top of that, the kids were paid depending on the
also kids just didn't have to work at all.
weight of the beans they picked, and a day's worth of beans usually makes them less money than a Starbucks latte. And this was 2020 latte prices. When this news leaked, Starbucks publicly stated that they had a zero tolerance policy for child labor. Oh, wow. They just all talk. They're so annoying. They were even going to allegedly launch their own investigation. I fucking roll.
Oh, we'll investigate ourselves. Oh, look, we found nothing.
And during that original little undercover operation, they came up with a solution. Don't buy coffee from these farms. That'll teach them, you know. But at the same time, it wasn't necessarily the right move because now those people are not making money and they're not getting paid. It's kind of like a fucking lose-lose. So that investigation also exposed how much money goes to farmers versus the corporations they sell to. Let's say someone buys a cup of coffee that costs $3.17. The end. After paying for supplies, its employees, and tax, Starbucks makes at least 32 cents in profit from that single cup that you can't recycle. But the farmers, they would only be making 1 cent for each cup. Those are their beans, goddammit. And it's not just an international thing. Starbucks has seen thousands of stores stand up for themselves by asking for fairer pay and better working conditions. Unionize, baby! But it hasn't been easy. I mean, Starbucks has allegedly been cock-blocking unions from forming because if they have to pay the workers a better wage, you know, just like with the coffee farmers, that cuts into their profits. I need another yacht. No. Workers who support unionizing claim that Starbucks has been punishing them by cutting their hours or like making their schedule unpredictable. So they're just being total like assholes. Just a dick move. And I mean, Starbucks isn't the only big coffee company out there. We
Yeah. Hasn't Starbucks actually shut down locations that tried to unionize?
know this, but between orangutan deaths and child labor scandals, I get why people would want to avoid them. I understand now. I get you. I see you. But other big coffee companies like Nespresso, they also buy coffee from some of the same farms that Starbucks does. And fair is fair. I mean, they should be held accountable too. I mean, damn, is there anywhere safe to get a cup of coffee? I mean, seriously, like. Okay, so after I did a little Googling and goggling and research and all that, I found one big coffee company that made it.
Starbucks CEO forced to go to Capitol Hill for union busting? Oh, yeah. I did forget about that.
To a couple of like clean company lists I had found online. Peet's Coffee and Tea, as in Alfred Peet's, who taught the Starbucks founders the art of roasting. Well, it turns out that Peet's was actually acquired by Jab Holdings, which is a German mega company. They own pretty much all things coffee. I mean, from Stumptown to Keurig
Holy.
to like Krispy Kreme.
Jab. Damn. I didn't know about that. All the things. Even the donuts. Wow. Even Panera. Huh.
Stumptown to Keurig to like.
Yo, Mayleaf. I thought that was a smaller brand. Maybe they just got acquired.
Krispy Kreme. I know it's not coffee, but just go with me. They own everything, okay? Listen, I wanted to see how this Jab company compared to Starbucks. And what's the first thing that came up when I was digging into this company? It's not funny, but it was like shocking. Seriously, the second I typed into Google, Jab Holdings, like Nazi, came up. And I was like, oh God. The company was started by the Raymond family, who donated to Hitler during his reign of terror. Yeah. The Raymonds even.
Oh no, I was just going on about how much I like Pete's. I redacted all of that. I didn't mean it. I don't even drink any coffee actually.
Used Nazi-sanctioned slave labor, which made them a huge profit during World War II. And according to David Hundian, a journalist for CNN, Jab, quote, owes its entire fortune to Nazism. Where do we go from here? I don't know. But I decided, you know what? Fuck coffee. I'm not drinking it anymore. And you can meet me in the tea aisle, which we should do a dark history on Lipton. Don't even get me started. Nothing's safe. We're all gonna die. Where am I? Who's the president?
Literally nothing is safe.
I mean, wouldn't it be nice to just have like a better option? A place where you could go just get a cup of coffee and everything was normal and fine and you didn't have to worry about anyone being shady and awful. Wouldn't that be cool? But
if only.
We're asking for too much. You know what? If you have a local coffee shop in your neighborhood that has like real, genuine, fair trade coffee, or just all around good people, you drop their name below. Tell me where it's at. Just let's give them some love. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today. Sorry for ruining
Thanks,
Starbucks.
Bailey.
They honestly suck ass. That's just my personal opinion. And
Ruined Starbucks and
I hope
Pete's.
they
Goddamn.
go down in flames.
I really liked Pete's. That's unfortunate. And Mighty Leaf. I don't want to look at my coffee every day and think, oh, that's Nazi coffee. You have to replace all my coffee, bro. Damn it.
Hey, remember, don't be afraid to ask questions, to be curious, you know, because that's how you get the whole story and answers and information. And you deserve that. Don't forget to join me over on my YouTube, where you can actually watch these episodes on Thursday after the podcast airs. And while you're there, you can also catch my murder, mystery, and makeup. I'd love to hear your guys' reactions to today's story. Actually, no. I feel like everyone's going to be throwing their fraps at me. Please don't. Please, sir. But I'd love to hear your guys' reactions to...
Not the Peepo coffee with Nazi coffee. Stop. I'm so canceled.
Today's story. So make sure to use the hashtag Dark History over on social media so I can follow along and see what you're saying.
Okay. Have you tried Black Rifle coffee? I have, actually. I'm double canceled. I'm the worst. Black Rifle is actually kind of good. Okay, I just tried the can because I didn't want to support Starbucks, and then I read the back after I bought it. Look, listen. No ethical something. Fuck, it's 2:30. Okay, I don't have time to mull at Steve. Steve camped under a bridge. I'm mad at Steve. I'm canceling Steve in lieu of canceling myself for drinking Nazi coffee, apparently. Let's just maybe watch Chad.
Hey guys, and welcome. Don't mind if I do. There he is. Get in here, big boy. Well.
Well, welcome.
And today we're doing sales training. We're gonna learn how to sail so freaking good. We're gonna weigh anchors. We're gonna hoist things. We're gonna poop on so many.
We're gonna sail so hard.
decks. I'm just kidding. What we're actually doing today is way more fun than that. We're
No ethical coffee. True.
gonna learn how to sell things to people who probably don't want to be sold to. Heck yeah. And who better to teach us than the #1 salesman in the world, Andy Elliott. Andy is a world-renowned salesman who found a bunch of success in sales and now has courses so he can pass along his knowledge in the industry. On TikTok, he posts a lot of clips from his seminar, which is called The Master Closer, and that is referring to closing deals, not someone who gets off by leaving the room. What are you doing?
I'm master closing.
Ew, dude. Close the door at least.
If you insist.
Or wait, don't. That's not what I... Andy's kind of an interesting instructor, though, because he seems to take what he's teaching very seriously. Like life or death, seriously.
If someone right now, just give me an example, kidnapped your family and said they were going to kill them unless you tripled production or revenue in your company, you can do it in a heartbeat. Why someone got to kidnap them? Why is that even gotta happen?
It doesn't gotta happen, Andy.
Wait.
No one said you have to do that. And how is my family being in a traumatic situation helping me make a sale? I'm just gonna be more stressed. And if you sign the papers today, we'll throw in 12 months of Sirius XM. That's okay. Who are they? Oh, this is my husband, Ryan, and our 2 kids, Leslie and Morley, and that is their armed kidnapper. Are they okay? They will be if you buy this 2012 Ford Fusion with great reliability and resale value.
Mommy, I'm scared.
Mommy's working. But the way Andy teaches sales kind of reminds me of the Alpha Boot Camp that I just made a video about. He'll tell people to come up and do push-ups if they answer a question wrong, or even just...
It's sponsor skipped, but I feel like I lost something there.
You should check out today's sponsor. This video is sponsored by Toon Blast. Toon Blast is a free one. 2012 Ford Fusion with great reliability and resale value.
Mommy, I'm scared.
Mommy's working. But the way Andy teaches sales kind of reminds me of the Alpha Boot Camp that I just made a video about.
It skipped again. Fuck it.
Tell people to come up and do push-ups if they answer a question wrong, or even just in a way he doesn't like.
All right, get that fucking weak ass up here. Let's do 20 push-ups. Come on, come on.
He talks about kidnapping and torturing people way more than the normal amount being none.
Number one, your script. I should be able to pull you up in the middle of the room, flip you upside down, pour fucking water on you, waterboard your ass, slap you in the face, and say it. ABCs, happy birthday, date of birth, what's your name? Whatever I ask him, he should be able to tell me.
You need to know your name, your birthday,
what?
your ABCs, and if you don't, I'm
Yo, what? Jesus Christ. Why with the water and the slapping? What? I'm so confused.
torture you. Very good. And what does W stand for? I don't know. Waterboarding. When he's not threatening to torture or kill their families, Andy likes to body shame the people who attend his seminars.
Garrett, take your shirt off. Come on, Garrett. Take your shirt off, Garrett.
Bringing a volunteer on stage for anything is awkward enough, but then asking them to take their clothes off? Imagine attending a sales seminar and then being asked to strip in front of Mr. Clean. I may only kill 99.9% of germs, but I kill 100% of my deals. Now get up here and show me your balls. He actually takes it a step further and touches this guy on the waist while asking if it bothers him.
Does this bother you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, doesn't bother you enough.
But the only thing that bothers me, Andy, is the way
Doesn't bother you enough? Gage? I'm sorry. Wait. What is that supposed to mean? You're supposed to be so bothered by it, like what? Like he hit you? Is that it? What? I don't get it.
you're freaking chomping on that gum.
Okay, doesn't bother you enough. Because if it did, you wouldn't have it. Am I right?
You're chewing with your mouth open and you're talking into a mic. That's like seeing you're on the Jumbotron and then beginning to pick your nose. Andy's weird obsession with people's physical appearances doesn't stop with the people attending his seminar, though. He actually has the same expectations for the people he employs.
I'm going to tell you this, my entire company, my entire team, if you don't have a six-pack, you don't work for us. No, I know. It's called, everybody say standard.
It's called having standards, guys, and not a...
Every time I'm like, this beat kind of bops, and I'm like, yeah, and it like looks like I'm agreeing with them. Just please know I'm not agreeing with them. I'm just like Sigma music, like, yes, let's go. I just, it resonates with me as a Sigma female. No,
huge HR violation. How does that help you sell anything? In what situation is someone going to see your stomach during a sales pitch? This is one of our new fiberglass models. It's a little more expensive, but I think it's just what you need. I don't know. I can barely afford the funeral expenses as is. Plus my car just broke down.
How about now?
Oh my God. I'm still broke. I can't buy it.
But I'm so sexy.
He always excuses his weird physical criteria for people as being standards, and if you don't meet them, you're just a freaking loser.
It's called, everybody say standard. How about we raise them? How about we raise them? How about we raise them?
So he's either really into abs or he's really into dried grapes. How about we raisin? How about we raisin, guys? Guys, why don't we raisin? We should be raisin. This clip isn't even the only example of him making someone take their shirt off on stage. This is a recurring thing.
I know you see the word
Hi, Classic Banana Milk. Hello.
solar on my shirt. I don't see solar up on your roof, dude. So up until now, what's been holding you back from pulling that trigger?
He made this guy come on stage, take off 50% of his clothing, and then asked him to pitch solar panels.
This is kind of what I hear him doing today.
This is kinda why
Those shorts are short looking.
I'm here.
I get that the whole point of the seminar is to get feedback and become better at pitching, but do you have to write his mistakes on the board? Do you have to get the whole room to laugh at him? But don't worry, guys, it's not degrading.
In everything that I'm saying to you right now, I'm not tearing you down. I'm not degrading you. I'm not insulting you. He can make $500,000 if he wants to.
So glad we cleared that up. I'm not insulting you, dude. even though what you just said was dumb as fuck. It's almost like he needs to prove how much better at sales he is than any of the people he brings up on stage. So he has to make them take their clothes off or do something embarrassing so that they don't pitch well. It's like cheating. You ready to play baseball to see which one of us is better at baseball? Oh boy, am I. Okay, but you can't have a bat though. Okay, or a ball. That makes sense. I win. Man, you're really good at this. So he wants everyone's lips out, which is already weird, but he also can't stop talking about slamming people into walls.
He's broke. Am I right?
God damn.
He needs to put his back against a wall. You guys need to put your back against a wall. They're trying to play it safe, and I am literally pounding their ass in the ground.
Huh? Huh? What? I'm sorry. What does any of that mean? Maybe I'm just not business minded enough, but I'm not sure I know. I'm not sure I know the fuck.
Wow.
Oh, and
Put his back against a wall. You guys need to put your back against a wall. They're trying to play it safe, and I am literally pounding their ass in the ground.
Oh, Andy, I think you're at the wrong conference. The sexual euphemism seminar is down the hall, okay? In room 69. With all of these rants going on, I'm not really sure when he has time to teach sales. He mostly talks about how you'll be instantly better at sales if you just look better.
Let me ask you, if you lean down and you let all that muscle come through, dude, you'd be twice as good looking. You'd be making twice the money. Maybe some of you in here didn't know that being better looking would make you more money.
Which is egotistical.
Oh, wait, what? But the muscle, everything he said is so fucking confusing.
Let me ask you, if you lean down and you let all that muscle
Lean down. Lean down and let the muscle come through. Lean down? Let the muscle come through. Am I doing it? I don't get it. All billionaires are dreamboats, apparently, I guess. Yeah, like, just look at any of them. That's clearly not it.
Through, dude, you'd be twice as good looking. You'd be making twice the money. Maybe some of you in here didn't know that being better looking would make you more money.
Which is egotistical when you think about it, because he claims to be the world's best salesman. So it's basically him saying, how do you make more money? Just be sexy. Like me. Have you tried being a suave womanizer who wears shoes like a court jester? You don't even have bells on your toes? I'm out of here. Their website says that Andy personally guarantees the seminar will improve your life and easily triple your income. And yeah, if I took my shirt off, I could probably triple my income too. I'm just kidding, that's not happening. Unless, I'm just kidding. But even when he's not going on rants, his sales advice still isn't that great.
Okay, you ready? 30 seconds, close the room, I'm buying insurance. Ready? Hey, let me ask you a question. Do you got a family? Do you got a family? Do you got a family? You got a family?
Hey, let me ask you a question. 5 times. I am going to ask you the same question 5 fucking times.
You got a family?
A lot of his techniques don't even seem like techniques. They just seem like guilt tripping.
Do you want on the worst day of their life when you're gone for your family to be protected? Yes or no? Okay, it's black and white. If you do, we need to make sure they have life insurance. If you don't, it's not important. Would you agree?
Let me ask you a question. Do you love and care about your family and want to keep them safe? Or do you hate them and hope they die? AKA, don't want to buy my solar panels. There is no in between. It's black and white, this or that. What happens when he tries this approach on someone who doesn't have a family? You have a family? You have a family? You have a family? You got a family? You got a family? Well, I did. Do you have a family? You got a family?
Find the courage to say yes, regardless of what it costs. And you went home and you said, hey, baby girl, didn't matter what it cost, you're number one to me. And to prove that, I went ahead and pulled the trigger on the kitchen remodel because you're number one in my life. You think she'd have a problem with that?
Yes, Andy. I think she might have a problem with that. You know what would make your...
Probably, yeah. I mean, that's kind of a big thing to spring on a person.
Your wife super happy spending thousands of dollars without telling her. She might even slam you into the wall and pound your ass. Again. He even admits at some point that he never really knows what he's talking about.
Do you need to know how solar works, or do you need to know how to sell it? Sell it. Dude, I broke the record in the United States for selling cars when I was young. I didn't know anything about cars. I don't give a how it works. What does solar do? Yeah, who gives a how it works?
I don't know. The potential customer might care how it works.
How do you sell something if you don't know the first thing about it, dude? What? Wait, what?
The overall message seems to be, it doesn't matter what you say or what you know, as long as you say it confidently. And I thought this was a seminar for salespeople, not politicians. You know,
Got
Andy
'em.
creates unnecessary hypotheticals and makes people super uncomfortable on stage, but at least he's open to criticism.
And by the way, if I say something that offends any of you, it's because you're f***ing ego. You can die with that f***ing ego. You can die f***ing broke. Okay? Whoever's not with them, go f*** yourself. We don't need you.
Man, I'm sorry, guys. I was about to say that it's possible to be a salesman and teach people how to pitch products without weird power trips or humiliating them based on their appearance, but I just realized that's my ego talking. Also, I'm poor and should probably die.
You can die
I think this is all just a result of telling someone like this that they're the best at something too many times. It's kind of like Pinocchio, but instead of lying every time someone compliments him, his pants get a little bit tighter. To me, it seems like he gets off on the idea that he's better at sales than everyone in the room, which, yeah, that's why they're there. You can't rub your knowledge of something in the faces of people who are paying you to share it with them. You'd never see any other kind of teacher doing that. Can anyone answer this one for me? No? Josie? I'm not really sure. See, this is why you're all broke. We don't know how to solve that problem yet. You know what else you don't know how to solve yet? Being short. What? None of you have jobs, and I bet most of you still live with your parents. We're in kindergarten. I know how to solve this because I'm not a dumb little kid like you. That's why you're the teacher. Everyone point and laugh.
Dumbass kids? Dumbass little kids?
Josie, do it. I can't even count to 5. Hey guys, look.
Stupid little babies.
Look, this is Josie. What an idiot. I'm so much smarter than you. I'm gonna call it there, guys. Thank you for subscribing, and if you are still here, thank you so much for watching. I appreciate you clicking on my video out of all the videos that are on here, and I'll see you next time. Thank you, love you, bye.
It really makes you think how she compared the Lumpenproll to a bunch of children. Makes you think about the socio-economic implications. So I'm not. We're done discoursing. It's fun time. I'm kidding.
You know what it is? Welcome back to He Said Us. I'm your host. I got a text from my brother. You can see it right here. It says, "Dog, you got to make a video on this right now." And I said, "Say less." I'm on the way to the camera as I speak. This video's got about 25,000 likes. Basically hot off the griddle. So let's watch it.
We got a Karen on the golf course right now.
You'll leave after I don't give you a goddamn thing.
I'm gonna take your clubs.
Take it.
This isn't even where you're fucking
Then leave.
I'm not getting a fight at a golf course.
Then leave. I'm gonna stand here and you can complain. Goodbye.
I'm not complaining. You're the one bitching.
No, you're the one that approached me and I asked you to no longer speak.
You took her ball.
Please don't speak to me.
So we got a ball snatcher is basically all the information I got so far.
What the fuck?
It seems like something took place where this guy was golfing.
Golfers have tons of balls. But why do you care?
And snatched a ball. It seems like, you guys get what I'm trying to say?
We got a Karen on the golf course right now.
And it looks like he's holding it right up front in his clutches.
No, you're the one that approached me and I asked you to no longer speak.
You took her ball.
Please don't speak to me.
We're coming over here. You took her ball.
Bro, you took her ball.
Dude, I'm not gonna fight you over a phone.
If you need money for a golf ball,
I'm going to, Walter. Because I'll plant you, bitch boy. Now get the fuck off the cart.
Walter.
Walter.
Oh! What is... Whoa. Hold up. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm a pauser.
getting
I like
serious.
to build the suspense. I love watching it build up.
Walter. Because I'll plant you, bitch boy. Now get the fuck off the cart.
Walter.
Walter.
Oh, here we go.
Oh.
See that?
Oh.
That's what you spin to heaven, bitch, and you wanna test God, you fucking come get it, shit stack.
Okay, he's mentally ill.
Oh.
Let's move
You
along.
think I'm mentally ill?
I know you.
Bend to heaven.
What just transpired? What did I just witness? If this happened to me IRL, like, I don't know I don't know. I wouldn't know what to say. I would just be stunned. Simply stunned. And just like turned into a silverback gorilla.
This guy's been to heaven and back? Why does it say hashtag Chris Rock at the bottom? I feel like I can't absorb all this information at once. He said what about his body? That he's been to heaven and back and what?
Walter.
Oh, here we go.
He goes directly into flex mode with the shirt out. I went this way and my dad was looking at me the same way.
Haircut. Yeah, I got a haircut.
It's not me
Y'all can
talking,
stop
it's a
asking me
TikTok
now.
sound.
Oh, the word is out. The jig is up. Yo,
Doesn't he just... Okay, whatever. This was a quick turn of events. I'm gonna give you guys the play-by-play here, but he really went with a interesting...
Walter.
The way he moves it reminds me of like The Rock at WrestleMania. He seriously just goes into the flex like immediately.
It's all fancy, bitch boy.
What does he say about Walter though?
Now get the fuck off the cart.
Walter.
Walter.
Oh, here we go.
You see that?
Oh.
That's your dude who's been to heaven, bitch, and you would have tested.
It was so fast, and the way he looks at it himself to make sure that he's flexing.
God, you fucking come get.
That's what's been to heaven and you want to test God. Dude, look at the screenshot I've got right now. This is insane. Seriously, look at he's about to pop. Literally, he's gonna burst.
It's all fancy, bitch boy. Now get the fuck off the cart.
Walter.
Oh, here we go.
You see that?
Oh.
That's your dude who's been to heaven, bitch, and you would have tested God, you fucking come get it. Shit stack.
He's mentally
Did you just call him a shit stack? I mean, good enough.
Shit stack. I do like that.
Analysis of the situation here. He does seem pretty mentally ill. I'm just like, I don't get how people like this do the day-to-day. Like how they go along and fit in with the rest of the humans when they're this close from like snapping and ending up on camera.
Oh.
You think I'm mentally ill?
He keeps looking at himself like he's showing off his ride after going to the auto body shop. Like he just got that shit polished. These frames are like crazy. It's just like a piece of art. He's chiseled like David.
Oh my god. I forgot to do shoutouts after the raids. I'm so sorry.
I've been to heaven is wild. See, they bringing up WWE. Is it just me or did he sound exactly like Macho Man Randy Savage? Oh my god, there's already tweets with 1.3 million views as of like hours ago. The search for this is just golfer loses it. Guy just lost his mind. Now this kind of reminded me in a way because we did that video about the romper stomper girl and someone reached out to me about how like her and her mom have like been in drama before, and like she sent me this Facebook post that someone made about that girl and her mom, and then oh my gosh, I had this whole post up saying that she got trashed at this restaurant and she was falling over and made a huge scene and was like trying to fight people, and it was the same woman that was in the romper situation.
What car? Did she go that way? I don't know where she went. I thought she was embarrassed, my God.
Like, what is that all about? I was thinking about following it up, but it's like, this is Facebook post from a while ago, and I thought it was entertaining, and yeah, it's in the realm of what I do, but, you know, I don't know how to navigate the neighboral drama. I wish there was more to it. I want to hear this guy's backstory, and I will update you guys when the time comes to give him the platform to speak his mind and tell you guys what he thinks. Anyways, I think that's all that I have. If this wasn't your red flag that you should stay away from people who choose to golf, then I think maybe this is your time to reevaluate some things. If you see someone who looks a little too serious at top...
Honestly, you never trust a golfer. You know? You never know what they're up to.
Golf who's hitting it a little too...
with all those balls.
...too far. Just make sure you keep your distance, because no normal person would want to play a sport where they spend most of the time chasing after a ball that they just hit. I know it's a really in-depth analysis on the game of golf. You know, thank you guys for watching. Let me
No, and you're right for saying it.
Either on Instagram at nickisnotgreen or on nickisnotgreenmerch@gmail.com. You can email me video suggestions for this channel.
Thank you, Classic.
Channel or the second channel. I will be making these videos probably as much as I can while I'm on the road. So yeah, that's it. Music video that I made, link in the description. Tour tickets, link in the description. And I think that's it. Okay, goodbye. Whoa.
Well, wicked.
Hello everyone, this is your daily dose of internet. This guy tried to fix his sleeping mouth breathing problem by using tape.
I don't think you can just do that. I don't think it's gonna work.
It might be a quickie, innit?
Oh, thunder's coming.
Oh, he done it!
Sniffer.
It's so weird, Blossom.
Their friend was leaving their house when they caught this on camera.
Ain't no way.
New lemon pepper steppers.
Oh. Oh.
I never knew this, but I guess North Americans and Europeans spell and pronounce aluminum differently.
You say aluminium, but you're adding an I.
No, you guys drop an I.
There is no I. How do you spell it? How do you spell
Aluminium.
There is no I. You add an I, it's true.
A-L-U-M-I-N-I-U-M.
No. That is how you spell aluminium.
Yes, that's how you spell aluminium.
Wrong. No, you take away an I? Oh my god. My god. Look. Everyone is valid and beautiful and natural.
The deeper you go underwater, the less colorful things become. Red is one of the first colors to disappear, and yellow is one of the last.
Loses all color. Same thing with your orange top. That's gonna go as well.
Oh no. Oh no.
This is the most unique, ingenious paper airplane design I've ever seen.
Whoa. Holy. God damn.
These people didn't realize that they were sitting on active traffic pillars.
Oui, bonsoir, c'est un Uber.
Oh my god. Oh my god. He did that just to fuck with them. It's so evil. It's so funny, but it's so evil. Fuck. Oh, he could have warned them, and he's like, nah. No, I'm just gonna watch.
Oui, bonsoir, c'est un Uber.
God. So.
This delivery driver took a break to go fishing.
Good for him.
This little baby chicken was adopted by this duck.
Oh. Oh. So
Someone in New York City tried fixing this pothole with bagels. That is the end of this video. Hopefully this video put a smile on your face.
Not the bagels. Maybe if you put enough, over time.
And I'll see you guys again very soon. Later.
We definitely don't have time to finish this. That's not happening. But we could do Urban Rescue Ranch.
I'm buying all these ostriches. Big Ounce is missing one of his top teeth. Oh.
Oh no.
I'm buying all these ostriches. Big Ounce is missing one of his top teeth. Oh. His friend, oh my gosh, Fortnite balls. Don't mind if I do. Markiplier's still pregnant. Oh, okay. Good morning, everybody. It's a beautiful day. Today's the big day. I'm finally buying Homelanders some wives. Coincidentally, I live 30 minutes from the largest ostrich farm in the Western Hemisphere. This is a beautiful little place that's only 30
Some wives. How many wives is he getting?
minutes away from Waco. But here it is, boys. Superior ostrich. Apparently around this whole property, they have 1,000 head here. And I was told I can come out here and pick any 2 females that I want. The issue is, now that I see them, I realize they're all just the same exact thing. But these black ones are males, and the majority of them are just farmed for their meat. And the brown ones are females, and those ones are used for laying eggs. Basically the exact same thing as chickens, only they're 300 pounds. The majority of the ostriches that I get on the ranch are ones with splayed legs or curled toes that are babies, which is what Homelander was. Homelander, when he was a little baby, had these real bad splayed legs, and now he's a big, beautiful boy like his papa behind him. And now he's big enough to have a wife or 2 of his own. But that's it, you guys. I'm gonna pick 2 of these.
A real coming of age story.
And then those guys are gonna drop them off at the ranch. Oh, sweet wampum. Okay, guys, these all look exactly the same, so I'm just gonna tell them to bring me 2 of the bigger females, like this one right here. I would like this one to come home with me. They're all quite a bit bigger than Homelander. I just hope they don't bully him. I also just realized that literally all of these fields have ostriches as well. Halfcock is doing well and still
They might bully him, but he's gonna like it.
slowly getting used to us. He can do everything just fine. And Paul Kafringus and Brenton came over to put a hat on my turtle.
The most Texas thing I think I've ever seen.
All right, everybody, come tomorrow morning. Homelander's gonna have some friends to play with. This big, strong, beautiful boy is finally gonna have some companions that are his own species again. But I sure don't mind touching this boy's thigh while he's still nice and friendly. So look at how big these ear holes are whenever he's eating. I beefed up Big Ounce's enclosure with orchard grass. Good morning. Good morning, beautiful boy. Are you gonna give me a little yahoo today, Big Ounce? A little yahoo for the camera. It's okay, buddy. Take your time.
Please?
Goodness, I love this little man. Sometimes I'll grab this little creature and then just get back in bed and cuddle with him for another night. This is the perfect little fella to sleep with because he always just wants to sit right here. Sometimes I'm afraid that I'll roll on top of him and smother him while I'm sleeping. Or that he'll roll onto me and smother me while he's sleeping. But take a look at this, you guys. I sent my squirrels to another rehab because I'm leaving. Good morning, Patrick. But that's right, you guys. I'm leaving and it's raining so bad here and it was pouring this morning. I actually had to postpone our ostrich delivery. This little ornate box turtle is doing really well. This guy should honestly be ready to be released just about.
That's so pretty.
So we're gonna get him back to the little area where he came from. But look how precious this creature is. What a treat that we got to take care of him for a bit and show him to you guys. Wow, that was the first rainstorm we've had since the spring. That's right, you guys. I'm leaving for Animal Con, which is basically a big reptile expo and gathering of
Animal Con. Wait, there's just a con for everything now, huh?
animal creators. Oh, he got a little guy. Oh, that's so precious. Come on, you ready? Yeah, beautiful little creature. And yes, I do supplement his diet with native fish and mice. So last night, old Uncle Ben went out and caught a bunch of crickets. But Pop and Queen are doing great on
Animal Con over TwitchCon? Yeah, easy.
They're gonna be fine with my farm sitter while I'm gone. These clappy blappies are loving the rain. Pretty soon we're gonna move them out to the pond so they can swim. Even though they do love this little tub here. There's that falcon that's taking all my pigeons. But the new house is starting to look nice. And I'll show you guys more of that in a second.
Let's go.
But look at this. This is why I postponed the ostrich delivery. And I'm also postponing all the construction on the property back here. Because if someone tried driving a truck back here, they'd get stuck for days. Look at all this nasty water. Good thing these goats have their shelter. Kevin's still evil and very angry. Oh, okay. That didn't feel very good. But at least most of it's on the long sleeve. Even this little nasty mud hole's starting to fill up again. Look at that. Okay, Kevin, how's about you let go? Oh, he actually is getting the skin and it's going to hurt quite a bit. But the turkeys don't seem to mind this weather. Why is he in there? Well, I do feel a little bad about Homelander being alone for another weekend while I'm gone. I know he's going to have 2 beautiful wives on Tuesday. He still gets to share a fence line with these little boys that he grew up with. But look at these boys just sprinting around having fun. But we're gonna have to wait until things dry out a little bit in order for us to start doing construction on this again. The baby and his wife don't seem to mind the new rain that we got. Look at this wet boy and this wet little girl. Oh my goodness. She is just precious. Man, you guys, this is the fullest this pond has been in a long time. This is the water level that this pond is actually supposed to be at.
Nice.
Sadly, unless we get regular rain.
It's looking pretty good. It's looking a lot cleaner than it was.
That never really happens. I just hope my sturgeon is doing okay in here. But wow, you guys, isn't this a sight for sore eyes? The whole property is wet. And not from my cringe sprinkler systems. What do you think about that, da baby? No. Oh, look at Garbanzo bean swimming over there, you guys. It's almost hoodie season again, which means it's time to fight da baby. Oh, such a beautiful creature. But okay, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and feed everything and then get back on the road. And by the time you guys actually see this video, I'll probably have the females for Homelander already. Either way, though, let me know what you guys think we should name them in the comments. Look, guys, this is why they call them red kangaroos.
Oh my god. Jesus.
Do you see that red coloration on his neck and face? The good thing is his bites don't hurt. So as long as I'm wearing a big sleeve, he's not going to scratch me too bad. Oh, he got me. He got me good. Just kidding, guys. As long as
looking for a fight.
You're wearing long sleeves, it really doesn't hurt if these guys scratch you. Honestly, the only really sus thing that the baby does is kick my pants with his legs and pull them down. Oh, this sure doesn't feel good, the baby. How's about you get out of here? Whoa, he's fighting back.
Okay, that is
he's
sus.
getting headshots now. He's getting headshots. Whoa, how do you feel? Just kidding, the baby. I'm sorry. Went a little out of hand there. I'm sorry. I was out of line. Oh, he farted. I heard him fart. Okay, the baby. I'm off to go kiss your wife on the lips. May I please kiss you? Oh, here he comes. He ran right over to me. But okay, I'm gonna go ahead and that one got me even through the hood.
He's so scary. But also so cute. I just want to hug him.
That was worse than a bite from you, Kevin. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and feed these guys before I head out. Remington needs to get out of here. I feel like he's eating all the food. Remington has an appetite that's greater than all of these birds combined, I feel like. Okay, buddy, keep getting big and strong, and I'll keep training with you next week. I love you. Love you, little fella, and I'll see you next week. Also, Markiplier is still pregnant somehow. Look at those udders. But I guess that's a good thing, because it would have been bad for them to give birth during this rainstorm. But I just fed the Cappies their supplemental diet, and with that, we're ready to leave. That should keep all the chickens and the pigeons fed while I'm gone. And look at this, you guys. We finally have stairs now. And after only 2 years of waiting, this house is finally coming together. And like I've said before, you guys, I'm waiting until this house is done, until we start receiving donations for our nonprofit, because I don't want all you guys to be like, Uncle Ben's using nonprofit donation money to build his home, even though that would be illegal. But I would appreciate your prayers for a speedy process for this, because old Uncle Ben has been waiting 2 years. Now that we're near the finish line, these contractors are getting real
It looks so good.
apathetic, especially because they have all my money. And that's not including all the work that Big Ounce and I have been doing on all of these. Goodbye, Tiny Oogway. Goodbye, Biggerton. Also, guys, Big Ounce is missing one of his top teeth. Oh. And this other one that he has is a little bit wiggly. Which means that we're probably going to have to start putting Big Ounce on a special diet. He is an older prairie dog after all. But I got to speak on a couple panels and a podcast here at Animal Con. I met this cringe monkey that these people paid $25,000 for. That's way more than the ones in Indonesia. And I met this man named Ben that makes all these amazing little wooden animal statues. But the highlight by far was getting to meet my very first Chinese alligator. It's the only remaining other species.
Holy fuck.
Species of alligator.
Is that just like some tape? I would not be trusting that. Rubber band or whatever it is.
Getting to meet my very first Chinese alligator. It's the only remaining other species of alligator in the world, and it's my favorite animal. And yes, I donated $10 so I could kiss it because they're critically endangered. Also, outside the hotel, I found this Cuban tree frog. Oh, don't mind if I do. And this is an apple snail in the act of laying an egg cluster. And
Holy. Give it some privacy. Excuse me.
That's what these were in an older video, and this is how they actually lay them. As you can see, she's popping them out of her cloaca there one at a time. Come on.
No power in the jaw when opening, only when closing. Interesting.
Come on, kids, come on, take a look at this. I'm gonna go ahead and see if I can eat one coming right out of its little ovary. Look at
Ew!
this beautiful Cuban tree frog. After that, I finally met my base kingdom brother, Luke's Goldies. And we went to Gatorland, which is one of the biggest alligator farms in Florida. This gator was at least 15 feet long. I'm eating right now.
Holy.
That's the big ounce of alligators. Goat moment. Let's see if this little fella is friendly. Oh my gosh, oh. Oh, look, this is little
Damn.
Gort and Quandale Dingle. Oh my goodness. Look at this squirrel just eating a ton of nuts. Oh, white boy summer. They really caught the gator from Red Dead Redemption. Wow, Joel Saladin variant. Oh, sweet wampum. Look at these little boys. And it smells bad.
There's so many of them. Oh my god.
This is all we need to start farming gators at our property, you guys. We could build this easily. These guys are 2 to 4 years old.
That's
and
all.
These guys are 3 to 5. So it would ultimately be about 2 to 5 years before we ended up having to rehome them to a larger facility.
So scary.
Good heavens.
Imagine you just like meet a guy that lives in your neighborhood or something and like oh yeah, do you want to see my gator pit?
Oh my god. What? How did you... I think they have shoes as nests in here. Joel Saladin variant. This is a baby Cuban crocodile. Might just have to put this little fella in my pocket. Snuck a kiss in with this beautiful man snake without anyone even noticing. Oh.
Riz.
Wow. Thank you, Brian Barczyk, for inviting me to Animal Con. I had an awesome time. Good morning, Bibberton. I put this little pillow here, you guys, because whenever he jumps off of things, he hurts his face. Take a look at this. Big Ounce is actually missing his 2 top teeth, but they are growing back now. Look how white they are now that they're growing back. Hey, how's about you leave a little like for Big Ounce growing his teeth back, huh? Also, if we could please get some fan art of me in the subreddit doing some dastardly deeds, that would be excellent. So I've been given this little
Dastardly deeds.
Food. And while I was away, I actually met some prairie dog experts that taught me how to take care of this guy whenever they lose their teeth, because apparently that happens. But we're back from Florida now. This fella here is healthy and ready to be released, and I don't really think we needed to have him in the first place, but somebody brought him to us with these little chips. He's just fine. Oh boy. Check out the non-slip surface on the floor of this ostrich trailer. Come on. There she goes. That's a big bird, man. Wow. All right, everybody. Quit your yapping, garbanzo beans. Quit your yapping. Looks like these guys already want to be over there with Homelander. Look at all these dang birds. Okay, they're all in here now, but so are DaBaby and his wife. These guys have a lot of fresh grass now to eat because of all the rain we've been getting. Oh, no. Please, DaBaby. And I'm using this heavy-duty tarp as a liner for now in here, but if it doesn't work, I'm just going to get an aquascape one. Also, a chicken laid an egg on my counter and broke it. Dang chicken keeps laying eggs in the house. But there it is, you guys. Homelander finally
Throwing away a free egg.
has some wives. And we'll be making some scrambled ostrich eggs in no time. Markiplier's still
Let's
pregnant.
go.
That's it for now, though, you guys. I love you. I appreciate you. Thanks so much for watching my video, and we'll see you in the next video. Ooh, almost forgot to tell you.
Did ya?
It's nice to be here, guys. Hell yeah. Like, nice to be in Houston.
Ah!
Fun town. Yeah. You guys been to the rodeo before? Anybody been? You like it? Is the rodeo the place you guys go to get like fucked up as children? That feels like wow. Like a big ass carnival. I feel like the place somebody might get jacked off for the first time. It's the rodeo. You know? We had the Greek Festival in Baltimore. First place I touched the titty was the Greek Festival. Anybody here touch a penis in the rodeo? No? You're lying. Someone's touched the penis in the rodeo. Over the pants, how about that? No one's taking a squeeze over some dungarees in the rodeo? You're fucking full of shit. There's no gay man who's hooked up with the rodeo here. Promiscuous women, huh? No woman saw a cute farmhand who just packed up all the calves and he had the day off afterwards. He's going back, he's going out the middle of nowhere, Texas. You can suck him off, your dad won't find out. He's just posted up, got a little fucking piece of straw in his mouth. Evening, man. You know?
Classic.
Squeeze his hog just real fast, nobody? What the fuck is even the point of living in Houston? Live a little, come on. Despite that, I still like it here. Are you guys from here? Did you grow up in Houston? Nice. And you got like a job and shit? That's what do you do? Engineer for a solar company. Oh, that's good. Solar's good. Because that's the funny thing about this town is it's also, you guys are clear on some things that should leave. You know what I mean? So the first guy's into solar, you know? Like, I'm talking about people like, I work in chemicals. It's like, I'm in a plant.
Chemicals, oil, yeah, factory farming. The rare solar guy. Nice.
I'm in a plant with shit that if I dip my hand in it, it would evaporate immediately. My bone.
Do you know anything about solar to sell it, though? Yeah, as we learned, apparently you don't need to.
My skin would melt if I'm not wearing a fucking hazmat suit at work every day. I love that you guys are still into those. Still drilling oil. It's like, you know, we're pumping the AC in January. Maybe chill on drilling for a second. I don't know, maybe pause. Let's fucking double down on solar with this guy, I think. It is funny to still be in gas right now. It's like, you know, when it's like you're almost done with a tube of toothpaste and you're just like, come on a little more. I don't care what happens, fuck my grandchildren. Yeah, but it is, I will say, this is my favorite city in Texas for sure. I love it.
I think Austin's better, but okay.
Yeah, it's better than fucking Dallas, definitely. Dallas is similar in that it's also a bunch of bullshit malls connected by highways, but there's no swag there, you know what I mean? They don't have shit. They don't have fucking chopped and screwed music, they don't have a bunch of Vietnamese people inexplicably for some reason. I don't know how that happened, but it's awesome. What? There's good fun in Houston? What the fuck are you guys talking about? How did that happen? Some Vietnamese guy got on the wrong boat 80 years ago and then was like, yeah, it's sick, whatever. Bring my whole family, who cares? Yeah, you guys got a nice thing going.
Okay. I think that'll be all. Thank you so much for all the subbies and the raids and follows, etc. I appreciate you. I will be back tomorrow. I forgot about the entire playlist that I had made about like toxic femininity, like critiques of feminism, that kind of stuff. Maybe we can do that. Maybe something else. Maybe we'll just do fun. I don't really know yet. Um, I'm still working that out. But I will be back. I will be back tomorrow. I was looking for a raid target. I don't really know anyone on. But we can do Ink Sexy Lexi? It looks maybe like she's starting up Apex? I can't tell. It says Super Smash, but I don't know. But let's just go say hello. Spam a little emote or something. I'll see you over there. Have a good night. Drink some water. Take care of yourself. I'll see you tomorrow.